من الشاهدين والشاكرين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Honorable ulama ikram, respected brothers, elders, mothers and sisters, as Sheikh has introduced the topic to you, depression versus contentment. While the world continues to progress technologically, I swear by Allah, faster than its growth in technology, it is retrogressing morally and spiritually. We find ourselves being exposed to a society that has become so immoral. Like Sayyidina Muawiyah radiyallahu anhu said, "Ma'rufu zamanina munkaru zamanin qad madha, wa munkaruhu ma'rufu zamanin lam ya'ti." Such deep words, food for thought. Sayyidina Muawiyah radiyallahu anhu said, "Ma'rufu zamanina," the good of our times were the sins of the previous times. What you and I consider as noble, as pious, as righteous, was considered a sin, a vice and transgression in the previous times. Wa ma'rufu zamanina munkaru zamanin qad madha, wa munkaruhu ma'rufu zamanin lam ya'ti. And what we consider as vice and as evil and as wrong today will be considered noble and pious in the time that is to come. That is why in Bukhari there is one commentary where one Sahabi addressing his companion said, "Innakum lata'maluna a'mala hiya adaqqu fi a'yunikum min ash-sha'ri kunna na'udduha fi 'ahdi Rasulillahi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam min al-mubiqat." That, "O my companions, I see you perpetrating many crimes which you trivialize. I swear by Allah, in the time of Nabi alayhi salam, these were considered as the most destructive crimes." And as we draw closer to Qiyamah, this continues. So while the world progresses definitely in technology, like one scholar mentioned, while the world boasts that now we are traveling by air, forgetting not that while we are now traveling by air, we have also polluted the air of Allah with guna. So in mid-air wine is being consumed, in mid-air zina is taking place. Indeed there is growth and technology, but coupled with that is the retrogressing in morals and values. While life seems to become easier theoretically, in theory when you analyze life today, we have such advanced modes of transport, such easy ways of communication. In theory life seems easier than previous times, but practically life has become more challenging than the previous times. Tension, depression and frustration has wallah become the order of the day. Happiness, joy and prosperity is something of the past. May I repeat what I said? Tension, depression and frustration has become the order of the day. Happiness, joy and prosperity has become something of the past. Never mind becoming a victim to any tragedy, which perhaps might warrant depression. A person met in an accident, lost a beloved, lost his wealth, lost a job. Some tragedy, some calamity, some catastrophe came in his way, which definitely warrants depression. Never mind the tragedies that, a person becomes a victim to any tragedy. The very fears that haunt the mind of an average man is sufficient depression. The very fears that haunt the mind of every individual that are ever lurking. I must never become poor. I must never be diagnosed of cancer. This must never happen. The fears that are ever lurking in the heart and the mind of every man is sufficient depression in the life of every person. Like the poet says, I wish you could understand Arabic. You can appreciate these couplets if you understand Arabic. He says, he presented in the surgery of a physician, سألت من الأطباء خبيرا ذات يوم مما شيبي. سألت من الأطباء خبيرا ذات يوم مما شيبي. فقال بلغموا. فقلت له على غير احتشام لقد اخطأت فيما قلت بلغموا. He says, I went to the doctor and I asked him, the doctor assessed me, I'm gone white. What is the reason? Mimma shaybi. Like it comes in the authentic ahadith that Nabi alayhi salam said, when Nabi alayhi salam was told, Shibta ya Rasulullah, O Nabi of Allah, you are aging, you are becoming white. Nabi alayhi salam said, Shayyabatni al-Hud wa akhawatuha. It is the frightening description of Qiyamah in Surah Hud, which makes my hair white. And we learn in the authentic ahadith that there were 20 strands of white hair on the blessed body of Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam. And another poem comes to mind while I'm saying this here. The poet says, لنا خط وللأيام خط لنا خط وللأيام خط وبينهما مخالفة المداد فأكتبه سوادا في بياضي وتكتبه بياضا في سوادي. I wish you can understand Arabic. Really, it has to be understood in Arabic. The time says, the poet says, I have a pen and the time has a pen. The era in which we are living, it has a pen. And as we are talking, our time is just moving away. That is why Hassan Basri said regarding the Sahaba, أدركت أقواما كان أحدهم أشح على عمره منه على درهمه. That I sat in the company of Sahaba and I found them more possessive over their time than their wealth. I found them, they were more possessive. They clinged onto that. They were flexible with their money. They were not hard on their money, but they were very hard on their time. Nobody could take time from them. أدركت أقواما كان أحدهم أشح على عمره منه على درهمه. So the poet says, لنا خط, I have a pen and the time has a pen. وبينهما مخالفة المداد. The only difference is the ink. فأكتبه سوادا في بياضي. My pen has black ink. I write with black ink on white paper. And the time writes with white ink on black hair. فأكتبه سوادا في بياضي وتكتبه بياضا في سوادي. That is the difference. Nonetheless, he says, I asked the doctor examined me, why am I gone white? So he said, بلغموا, you have a lot of phlegm in your body. فقلت له على غير احتشام لقد اخطأت فيما قلت بلغموا. Instantly I said, doctor, I respect your expertise. You need to understand Arabic to appreciate what has been said. I appreciate your expertise, but definitely I think this got nothing to do with phlegm. بلغموا, instead this is depression. This is the result of depression in my body. This is what has happened. Tap any person, let him pour his heart out to you. Every man is in crisis. إني رأيتك جالسا مستقبلي فعلمت أنك للهموم قرين. Oh my brother, I seen you sitting before me. The very gesture of your face indicated depression. هون عليك وكن بربك واثقا فأخو التوكل شأنه التهوين. Take life easy, calm down, relax. As in Australia they say, no worries. No worries, that's the term. I remember when we were there, I had to give a talk at a particular university. I met a man, he says, I asked him, where are you going? I said, I've got to go to the QUT, Queensland University of Technology. So greet him, how are you? No worries, you go straight, you come to a roundabout, you take a right, you carry on straight, you come. I didn't know what the man was saying. No worries, هون عليك, relax, relax. وكن بربك واثقا. And put your reliance on Allah. فأخو التوكل شأنه التهوين. For verily the one that relies on Allah takes life easy. طرح الأذى عن نفسه في رزقه لما تيقن أنه مذمون. The only way to avert financial depression, the only way to avert and divert financial depression is to convince yourself that Allah is the sustainer. When you've convinced yourself that Allah is the sustainer, now the fluctuation in the currency, the fake predictions of the economists, the competitors in the market will not make a difference to you. So this is the modern day poverty, if we can put it that way. That in the midst of affluence there is no joy. In the midst of comfort and luxury there is absolutely no joy. This is the modern day poverty which stares at every person. And perhaps the hadith of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when Nabi Karim sallallahu alaihi wasallam held the hand of Abu Dharr, and he said, Ya Aba Dharrin, atara anna kathrat al-mal huwa al-ghina, wa qillat al-mal huwa al-faqr. O Abu Dharr, do you consider excess wealth, excess of provisions as wealth, and lack of provisions as poverty? I said, O Nabi of Allah, that is the apparent definition of wealth and poverty. That if you have lot, you are successful, you are healthy, you are prosperous. And if you don't have, then you have a depressed life, you have a sick life. Nabi alayhi salam said, no, Abu Dharr, you have your facts muddled. Let me set the record correctly. As they say, just to put the record correctly. Nabi alayhi salam then said in the riwayat of Ibn Hibban, إِنَّمَا الْغِنَى غِنَى الْقَلْبِ وَمَنْ كَانَ الْغِنَى فِي قَلْبِهِ فَلَا يَضُرُّهُ مَا لَقِيَ مِنَ الدُّنْيَا. No, Abu Dharr, wealth in essence is the contentment of heart. Wealth in essence is the contentment of a heart, and no Niagara Falls and no Victoria Falls can give you that contentment that is divine from Allah. وَمَنْ كَانَ الْغِنَى فِي قَلْبِهِ, the one who has contentment in his heart, فَلَا يَضُرُّهُ مَا لَقِيَ مِنَ الدُّنْيَا, then no amount of calamities and tragedies will harm this man, will depress this man. Nothing in this world will depress this man. You see, today every man has a different perception of contentment. Every person feels, some feel that if I get married and I have a beautiful wife, that is the goal of my life. That is the aim, that is the ambition of my life. And I foresee my joy in that woman. Others feel if I pursue a degree, I graduate, I earn so much, then that is my particular accomplishment and that is the pinnacle of my joy. Like they say, 4 people were traveling, or 3 people perhaps, in a simple example. They were speaking different languages. One spoke English, one spoke Urdu, one spoke Arabic. Someone came and gave them $1. Now they had to split the dollar. What are they going to do with the dollar? The one that speaks Arabic, he said, Ana ashtari al-inab. Ana ashtari al-inab. I'm going to buy inab. Okay, the other one that speaks English, he said, no, I want to buy grapes. I want to buy grapes. I'm not buying inab. I'm buying grapes. The third one said, no, mujhe angur kharidna hai. I'm buying angur. He says, I don't know what's your angur, I don't know what's your inab, I want my grapes. So then came along one person who spoke all 3 languages. Like, they say, بِقَدْرِ لُغَاتِ الْمَرْءِ يَكْثُرُ نَفْعُهُ بِقَدْرِ لُغَاتِ الْمَرْءِ يَكْثُرُ نَفْعُهُ فَتِلْكَ لَهُ عِنْدَ الْمُلِمَّاتِ أَعْوَانُ فَبَادِرْ إِلَى حِفْظِ اللُّغَاتِ مُسَارِعًا فَكُلُّ لِسَانٍ فِي الْحَقِيقَةِ إِنسَانُ. That the more languages a person speaks, the better it is for him. So this person said, you know what, I will resolve your problems. You give me that $1 and I will get your angur, your inab and your grapes for you. I'll do everything. He went, he bought a bunch of grapes and he came and gave it. He says, this is your angur, it is your grapes and it is your inab. So the expressions are different, but the common thing is peace. Every man is searching for happiness. Every person is searching for inner contentment. And wallah, Allah has not kept in the capacity of the things of this world. You take a child, you give him an item, he fancies it for a period of time and the next day he is tired. Allah hasn't kept in the capacity of this world anything. In the capacity of this world to satisfy this restlessness of man, this crave of man, this ego of man. We continue with the hadith of Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. وَمَنْ كَانَ الْفَقْرُ فِي قَلْبِهِ. The one who has greed in his heart, the one who has contentment in his heart, nothing of this world, nothing. It is the perception that if you are healthy and you are wealthy, you are content. This is the deception and the delusion of the devil. Last year I had the opportunity to go to Malawi, which is the neighboring country from South Africa. The Quran Kareem was translated in the local vernacular language for the first time, and they had the launch of the Quran, and there was an opening of the masjid, so some scholars were invited from South Africa. I was also amongst those that were invited. We were there at the launch of the Quran in the local language, in the vernacular language. Thereafter we visited many madaris, and we were taken into some of the rural areas where literally people are living below the bread line. When I say below the bread line, in abject poverty, in literally abject poverty. We went to a particular location, and this particular scene, really caught my eye, and I thought I relate it to you. There was a small little hut, which was the house of this man. Safely I can say your laundry room is bigger than his entire house. Nearby there was a small well, there were some goats and some children were playing. It was extremely hot. There was no food, nothing, no fan, no aircon, nothing. This elderly aged man was sitting outside his particular hut in the heart of Africa, living in abject poverty. But that particular man had such a broad smile, and he transmitted such warmth, that I swear by Allah, it left an indelible impression in my heart and my mind. And it left me thinking that really, what is wealth and what is poverty? Who is wealthy and who is poor? Who is content and who is depressed? A few years ago we were in Jordan. We were hosted by a very wealthy man. Subhanallah, Allah has given him such wealth. He filters his water 16 times before it comes out of the tap. He had spent in excess of $2 million on his garden. He received us at the airport, a breathtaking view, very scenic, mashallah. He owns more than 20 food outlets in the United States. And he received us, and what a beautiful atmosphere. We performed Maghrib namaz on his lawn. It's on one of the high mountains of Amman. It was really an impressive scene. But the engrossment and the engagement of that man was such, I did not cherish or admire or envy that man's wealth for a split second. And I kept on admiring the smile of this man living in abject poverty. What did the Nabi of Allah say? وَمَنْ كَانَ الْغِنَى فِي قَلْبِهِ. He who has contentment in his heart, فَلَا يَضُرُّهُ مَا لَقِيَ مِنَ الدُّنْيَا. No calamities of this world will depress him. You see, depression Fir'aun is sitting on his throne. The vision was sown, someone seen the vision, يُولَدُ مَوْلُودٌ يَذْهَبُ مُلْكُكَ عَلَى يَدِهِ, that a child will be born and you will lose your kingdom at the hands of that child. The child is not yet born. Fir'aun is still governing. But scholars write from that day onwards, وَطَارَ نَوْمُهُ وَبَقِيَ فِرْعَوْنُ لَا يَطِيبُ لَهُ طَعَامًا وَلَا شَرَابًا. That was the end of food, drinks, happiness and joy. From that day onwards, imagine the child is not yet born. They haven't yet made the diagnosis of cancer. Doctors suspect there is cancer. That's the end of joy in the life of that man. How many people aren't they who own a lot of wealth, but because of sicknesses they have such restrictions that the dog in that house eats better food than the owner? The man for breakfast has a very restricted diet. For lunch he cannot have this, he cannot have that. The dog in that house eats better food. And this is what the world is chasing. This is what the world is advertising. This is what we have been brainwashed with and been exposed to. Look at that beautiful hadith in Bukhari Sharif. When there is contentment in the heart, food for thought in particular for our sisters. Ata ibn Abi Rubah says, Abdullah ibn Abbas radiallahu anhu tells me, Ala urika imra'atan min ahli al-jannah. Should I not show you a woman of Jannat? I said, please do tell me. He said, هذه المرأة السوداء أتت النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم. You see this woman of Abyssinian origin? Come, I tell you a story about this woman. She one day came to Nabi alayhi salam. Look at the condition in her life. It does not mean when a man has contentment, when Allah has given him, that calamities will not come. No, Allah will give him the strength to react differently. He will not get emotional by situations. Divinely Allah will inspire him, and I will elaborate on what I'm saying. Money can buy you a house, like they say, money can buy a house but not a home. Money can buy you a bed but not sleep. Person can be sleeping, on water bed, as they say. Insomnia is a medical condition that's only growing in the world. Deprived of sleep. And on the other hand, there is a beggar, a pauper, sleeping under the tree in mid-traffic. The people are driving, people are busy, engaged, and he's enjoying the divine sleep of Allah in the shade that Allah has provided. وَاللَّهُ جَعَلَ لَكُم مِّمَّا خَلَقَ ظِلَالًا. He appreciates the shade that Allah has given. And another man sitting in front of the ocean, having a beautiful view with his beloved wife on the 3rd floor of that particular hotel, and he's tossing and turning and he cannot sleep. Where is then pleasure coming from? Look at this particular woman. She comes to Nabi alayhi salam. Ya Rasulullah, inni usra'u wa atakashaf. O Nabi of Allah, I suffer from epilepsy. Now what a fatal illness she is suffering. What is sickness? Now as the world harps upon it, that there's so many anti-aging products. You mustn't age, you mustn't be sick. There are so many sisters that are destroying their health just to look thin, just to look attractive, seductive. That I must look thin, I must look appealing, as this particular woman on this magazine and that magazine. Because I am made to believe that if I look thin, sweet, attractive and seductive, then I am successful and I am content. Yet that particular pill is destroying that woman. She is suffering, she is deprived of food. Like they say, the typical American mentality of dropping the levels of obesity is going to a particular shop. Can I have a double cheesy burger and a Diet Coke? Why the levels of obesity are too high, so I'll have a Diet Coke with a double cheesy burger. So anyway, this woman comes to Nabi Kareem sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Ya Rasulullah, inni usra. Subhanallah, look at contentment. I swear by Allah, it comes divine from Allah. O Nabi of Allah, I suffer from epilepsy. And when I have these attacks, my satr is exposed. Could you perhaps make dua to Allah that Allah cures me? Now what a tragedy in a life. It warrants total depression. Subhanallah, what are the teachings of Nabi Kareem sallallahu alayhi wa sallam? The Nabi of Allah, one was to lift his hands and instantly make dua and Allah will respond positively and cure the woman. But the Nabi of Allah gave her a choice. In shi'ti da'awtu Allah an yu'afik. Wa in shi'ti sabarti walakil jannah. You have one of two choices. If you so wish, I will make dua to Allah now. He will cure you instantly, permanently, totally. On the other hand, if you endure, persevere, and exercise patience, I promise you, Jannat is yours. Now in today's terms, when a person understands that sickness means depression, it means medical expenses, it means burdening the family, it entails a host of other things. Naturally a person is so desperate for cure, he'll do anything and everything. Another one, while I'm speaking about this, another hadith comes to mind. Aisha Fatima radiallahu anha comes home, she is hungry. Ali radiallahu anhu is hungry. What the world has painted as depression, and what Islam tells us with regards to contentment. There is absolutely no food. Now a person is living in difficulty, is some financial problems. Again, this warrants depression. You find today most of the circular degrees that a person pursues is in relation to his monetary return. Most of the things, a person is becoming a doctor. Very few are those whose aim and whose ambition is to serve humanity. It might be a sideline, option. But the primary reason, the priority in pursuing that particular is the monetary returns. What will I get back? By giving so much, how much do I get back? These are the reasons why. Because why? The perception is the day I have wealth, I am successful and I'm content. I am happy the day I have wealth. That is the end of sadness, depression. And that's apart from the depression which is as a result of guna, and I'm coming to that still. I swear by Allah, the greatest contributing factor to depression is guna. Ask that young boy who after he takes a pill and he's on a buzz and he's on cloud 9 and he's safe, floating somewhere else, as soon as he becomes sober, he goes through such depression that he's left with one of two options. Either he commits suicide or takes a pill again. There's no other choice in the life of that young boy. I personally have dealt with many youth involved in drugs. Perhaps while perpetrating the crime, he enjoys fake pleasure. But no sooner he becomes sober, he goes through such depression. My Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam said in the hadith, prophesying the things of Qiyamah, a man will come to the grave of his brother, not to respect the deceased, not to come and convey thawab to him. Yatamarrahu. He will then turn in the soil of the grave and he will say, Ya laytani kuntu makana sahiba hadha al-qabr. My brother, I envy you, you are gone. I promise you, I cannot bear the calamities of this world any longer. I wish I was beneath the soil and you were above the soil. In the midst of all the comforts that he has, ala mawtun yuba'u fa ashtarihi fa hadha al-aishu ma la khayra fihi. Someone said, I wish, can you tell me someone is selling death? I want to buy death. I'm frustrated with life. I have come here with all the comforts, all the luxuries, all the affluence. Like in Urdu they say, ab to gabara ke ye kehte hain ke mar jayenge, mar ke bhi chain na paya to kidhar jayenge. Now in a fit of frustration you say, I wish I die, I wish I die, I wish I die. And then they speak of euthanasia, mercy killings. Ab to gabara ke ye kehte hain ke mar jayenge. You take any youngster to a rehabilitation. When he's been admitted in that particular rehab, the first thing they ask him as the symptoms of drugs, did the thought of suicide cross your mind? That's amongst the first things. This is nothing, these antidepressant tablets, they have antidepressant. I give this example, perhaps I share it with you. It's nothing, that is escapism. You are hiding the reality. You are disguising and camouflaging. You are not solving, you are not soothing, you are not unwinding, you are not relaxing. It's like a person went to a particular motor mechanic, he had a problem in his car. He says, you know what, as I'm driving there's this very strange and peculiar sound coming out and I can't trace the problem. So the motor mechanic had a look at the car, but he couldn't trace the problem. He says, you know what, I can't really find anything, but I got a way out. I can solve the problem for you. If it really bothers you while driving, just put your radio a bit louder. If the noise bothers you, just put your radio, and I promise you your problem will be solved without any money. I won't take a cent from you. You just turn the volume a bit louder and that's it. I swear by Allah, that is antidepressant tablets. You have solved no problem. You have only camouflaged it, you've disguised it. The problem remains. Become sober and it's worse than what it was. That is antidepressant tablets. The riwayat of Bayhaqi, Nabi alayhi salam said, La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah, is the cure of 99 ailments, the least of which is depression. The least of which is depression. Inna sadaqat as-sir تُطْفِئُ غَضَبَ الرَّبِّ. Let me complete that hadith. Fatima radiallahu anha comes home. There is no food. Now what happens to a man today again? The perception is that when there isn't wealth, when there isn't food, when there's sickness, these things warrant depression. In Western circles, what happened to people in this situation? So anyway, Ali radiallahu anhu tells Fatima radiallahu anha that go to your father and ask him if there is some food. Fatima radiallahu anha comes to the house of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. How did they react to situations? Sometimes it's just the change of attitude. It's not the change of condition, it's the change of attitude that brings pleasure to life. Fatima radiallahu anha comes and knocks on the door. Ayman radiallahu anha is seated by Nabi alayhi salam. From the very tone of the knock, Nabi alayhi salam said, Inna hadha ladaqqu Fatima. This is my Fatima knocking at the door. وَلَقَدْ أَتَتْنَا فِي سَاعَةٍ مَا عَوَّدَتْنَا أَن تَأْتِينَا فِي مِثْلِهِ. And my Fatima has come on a strange time. Normally my Fatima will not visit me on this time. Definitely there is something that is bothering my daughter. She enters the house of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Which father wants to see his daughter coming home with hunger? And Allah forbid that don't happen. If that comes and happens to her, how would we react to the situation? We will go through depression that I don't know what and where we will go. Look at how the Nabi of Allah reacts. Nabi alayhi, she sits down, she then praises Nabi alayhi salam, durood and salawat on the noble personality. And then, she in a very subtle way, she indicates, in a very modest way, Ya Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, هذه الملائكة طعامها التهليل والتسبيح والتحميد فما طعامنا. O Nabi of Allah, the angels glorify Allah perpetually, satisfy their needs by worshipping Allah. Myself, your son-in-law, and your grandchildren have absolutely no food. Could you perhaps make some arrangements? Do you know what an emotional meeting that is? Can any father contain himself? Allah, don't ever let that happen to us. To find your daughter coming in this way, to see your grandchildren hungry. The Nabi of Allah's eyes become moist. He comes into emotions. But he calms himself down, subhanallah. Divinely contentment. Allah inspires it. The Nabi of Allah says, O Fatima, and this is what the Nabi of Allah told that woman, and I want to mention, وَمَنْ كَانَ الْغِنَى فِي قَلْبِهِ, the one who has contentment in his heart, no worldly condition will depress him. Conditions will come upon him. Conditions will come upon him. Like they say, having Allah on your side does not mean sailing on the ocean with no waves. It doesn't mean that. But having Allah on your side means sailing in such a ship which no storm can sink. That is what it means. It doesn't mean you will not have storms. You will have storms, you will have waves. But when you have Allah on your side, no storm will sink that ship. No storm will sink that ship. That is divine contentment that Allah will give. And nothing of the world can give you this. They have tried anything and everything to get that happiness. And in the end, there's nothing. When the wealth of Persia came into Medina Munawwara, Sayyidina Umar radiallahu anhu started crying. Abdul Rahman ibn Auf said, Inna hadha la yawmu sururin. Amirul Mu'mineen, wealth, affluence, prosperity. This is a day of triumph. This is a day of victory. This is a day of joy. Such wealth we anticipate Allah has given us. Why are you mourning when Allah is opening the days of victory? But look at the far-sightedness of Umar. How deep his sight and how far his vision was. He said, Inna hadha al-mal lam yu'tihi Allahu qawman illa alqa Allahu baynahum al-adawata wal-baghdha. Study the history of affluence. What did Sayyidina Umar say? Study the history of affluence. Whenever it came to a nation, it divided them. Whenever it came to a nation, it snatched joy from them. It took inner happiness. There were times when one person were working and 10 people were living and everybody was happy. Today 10 people are working, end of the day not one is happy. End of the month not one is happy. This is the modern day poverty. In the midst of all comforts and luxuries, there is no happiness, there is no joy. The object of nikah is that when you look at your wife, it must put an end to depression and not start depression. هو الذي جعل لكم, the Quran says, لِتَسْكُنُوا, that when you come home and the spouses meet, that must be the end of depression, the fatigue, the frustration that the husband experienced throughout the day, the tiredness, the wife had an agenda, the children, the house, the domestic work, so many duties. Both had a long, tiring day that exhausted the respective partners. The Quran says the fundamental object of your marriage is that when you meet, it must put an end to depression. If you are meeting with your spouse and it is starting depression, I swear by Allah, even if you live in a palace and in affluence, the very fundamental object of that marriage is forfeited. هُوَ الَّذِي جَعَلَ لَكُم مِّن بُيُوتِكُمْ سَكَنًا. Allah says the object of your house is, it must put an end to tiredness and fatigue. Today no man can sit at home, they just want to go out, come weekend run, come holiday go. If your house can't give you comfort, then better than that is a hut. The Quran says the object of your house is, it must bring inner joy, inner satisfaction, that there's no bounds, no restrictions, no formalities. You can relax yourself, you can sit as you want to, you are free and at liberty. If your house cannot contain you, cannot attract you, in English they say the one that doesn't find joy at home will find it nowhere. The one that does not find joy at home will find it nowhere. So the Nabi of Allah then tells his daughter, "O Fatima, if you want, I will give you 5 sheep which someone brought and gave to me. I give it to you. You take it home, slaughter it and eat it. And if you want, عَلَّمْتُكِ خَمْسَ كَلِمَاتٍ عَلَّمَنِيهِنَّ جِبْرِيلٌ. Or otherwise I teach you 5 words, 5 ayat, 5 du'as, which if you recite will soothe you, satisfy you, your hunger, your depression, your pain, your agony, today, tomorrow, when your father is around and when he's gone." We learn from these ahadith that there is a price for this divine joy. There was nothing wrong for the Nabi of Allah to say, "Here my daughter, take the sheep also and take the du'as also." But he didn't do that. He said, take the sheep or the dua, one of the two. Bearing in mind, this is a father who sees his own daughter hungry. There is no words of any language that can translate the emotions of such a father. And Fatima, whom my Nabi loved the most, "Man ahabbaha faqad ahabbani, wa man aadaha faqad aadani." Whoever loves my Fatima loves me. Whoever dislikes my Fatima dislikes me. Hassan and Hussein, the coolness of my eyes. She said, "O Nabi of Allah, I will prefer those 5 words. I will prefer it." Nabi alayhi salam says, "Okay, then say after me, O my daughter, Ya awwal al-awwalin, wa ya akhir al-akhirin, wa ya rahim al-masakin, ya dhal quwwati al-mateen, ya arham al-rahimin." She takes this, she reads this, she goes home, she returns to her husband. Imagine your wife send you with a shopping list and you come back with a dua. Never mind, you just come back with a different item and you know what happens. Like they say, this particular woman, she came home, husband, he brought tomatoes for his wife, came and he left it there in a packet. She says, "No, I don't want this one. I want the one in that box, man, the one in the wooden box." He said, "Oh, okay, no problem." He went outside, he found a wooden box, took it, put the tomatoes inside, knocked some nails, brought it home. He says, "Yeah, this is the one I wanted." Anyway, she comes with dua. Now what I'm saying, these are situations that bring depression to us. I don't know, has the tragedies of our times become more, or has our forbearance levels dropped more? Petty things today, trivial things, a man goes through depression. And immediately, he needs to do this, he needs to go, he's back onto his drugs, he's doing this, he's doing trivial things, and a person cannot contain himself. Petty issues, and a man is divorcing his wife. And subhanallah, look at this condition, husband, wife and children, all are hungry. She comes home, she reads the du'as to her husband, the husband is happy. The children, they soothe the children are too young, too tender to fathom, to appreciate. But how Allah gave contentment to Fatima through this dua, Fatima's hunger was the price of this contentment. I said it on a full stomach, my brother, you heard it on a full stomach. Neither I can appreciate what this dua can do, neither you can appreciate. I and you both will have to collectively knock the door of Fatima to understand the hidden tranquility that Allah has kept in this dua. Neither I nor you, the tranquility that Allah has kept, and how soothing this dua is, that we'll have to ask Fatima. Her hunger and the hunger of her husband and her children collectively was the result of the divine tranquility that Allah provided to her. Like they say, this person was sitting and relaxing, so someone said, get up and do something good in your life, man. What are you wasting your life for? He said, what must I do? He says, go work and make some money, man. And then get married, and then, well, you can perhaps go for a vacation, and then what? Sit by the beach and relax. He said, well, I'm doing that now. I'm doing that now. Why must I go through all those procedures? Must I go through 5 procedures? I'm relaxing now. In ana lam afuz bi muradi sa'yin wa kam min hasratin tahta turabi. If I did not accomplish my material goal in life, what's the harm? You died as a doctor, I died as an ignorant man. But then we entered through one door. What's the first? Well, you made it, well and good. I didn't make it, well, what's the difference? End of the day, who is happy in his life? Who has divine happiness and joy? Do some soul searching and ask yourself. The Nabi of Allah asked this woman, if you want, I make dua to Allah, Allah will cure you. And if you want, you make sabr and Jannah. Now she is suffering epilepsy. Subhanallah, contentment. She says, O Nabi of Allah, if you promise that I have patience, Jannat is mine, then I will prefer living with this sickness. And I will prefer dying with this sickness. As long as you can confirm Jannat is mine. However, I am very conscious of my modesty. And when I have my epilepsy attacks, my sitr is unveiled and it is exposed. I want you to make that amount of dua that in the future attacks that I have, my sitr mustn't be unveiled. There was a time when a woman was conscious of her morality in the midst of sickness, which perhaps anyone can debate as she been excused in the sense of the sickness that she has. The Nabi of Allah made dua that in the future attacks that she has, her sitr mustn't be exposed. But Allah gave her contentment on her sickness. Allah gave her contentment on her sickness. She lived with epilepsy, she died with epilepsy. And on the tongue of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, her abode in Jannat was confirmed. Hence it is a perception, it is a deception, it is a delusion that if I am healthy and I am wealthy, I am successful and I am content. هي القناعة فالزمها تعش ملكا لو لم يكن منها إلا راحة البدن. It is contentment. Grab onto it. I swear by Allah, if you have it, you're a king without a throne also. وانظر لمن ملك الدنيا بأجمعها. And look at those who own the entire world. Those who own the entire world. هل راح منها بغير القطن والكفن. Those that went, they all went in the same way, nothing more. Like in Arabic they say, لا تتفكر في ثلاثة أشياء. Don't think about 3 things, this will add to your depression. فيكثر همك وغمك ويزيد في حرصك. This is the formula of depression. This is the formula of getting depressed. And today inevitably every man has this in his mind. لا تتفكر في فقرك. Don't think about the day I won't have money, the day I lose my job, the day this happens to you. Don't plan. Don't fear. Don't sit and think about the moments where I won't have wealth. Why? This will only increase your greed, and it will add to your anxiety, and it will multiply your depression. Number 2, لا تتفكر في طول البقاء. Do not plan a long future in life. Allah alone knows the destiny of every man. But if a person plans a long future, then he will have to amass much more, because he'll say at the age of 70 I need this, at 80 I'll need this, at 90 I'll need this, because I'm around till 100. Like تؤمل في الدنيا, these couplets are so beautiful. تؤمل في الدنيا طويل ولا تدري إذا جن ليل هل تعيش إلى الفجر. فكم من صحيح مات من غير علة وكم من عليل عاش دهرا إلى دهر وكم من فتى يمسي ويصبح آمنا وقد نسجت أكفانه وهو لا يدري. تؤمل في الدنيا الطويل. Oh my brother, you are very ambitious in this world, yet when the night sets in, you don't know if you will see dawn or not. ولا تدري إذا جن ليل هل تعيش إلى الفجر فكم من صحيح مات من غير علة. There are so many healthy people who died without any apparent reason. وكم من عليل عاش دهرا إلى دهر. And there are so many people who are fatally ill yet lived for decades. وكم من فتى يمسي ويصبح آمنا وقد نسجت أكفانه وهو لا يدري. And there are so many youth, so the concluding couplets, there are so many youth who live in comfort and affluence, knowing not that the coffin in which he will be wrapped has been prepared, and the hole in which he will be lowered has been dug. وَكَمْ مِنْ فَتَنْ, he gets up proud and arrogant, knowing not that my grave has been dug at this moment. So do not plan a long future. Allah alone knows this will add to your depression. As I was mentioning, brothers, the greatest contributing factor to depression, Allah's qasam, is guna. There is nothing that will depress a man more than sin. Nabi alayhi salam says in the hadith, Inna sidqa tamanina. Today we find a person, we are living in such a promiscuous society. Such promiscuity, it is inconceivable. I was listening to a radio program back home in South Africa, and they were talking about, having an affair with strange woman. And this particular, I don't know if you can call him a human, but anyway, he phones in and he speaks about his experiences, and he says, well, I had relation with 1,000 women. People actually started calculating his age, and they even made a joke and they said, I think you possess a weapon of mass destruction. That is a weapon of mass destruction. 1,000 women? Such a promiscuous society we are living in. And there is no joy. Allah's qasam, the greatest thing is sin. Nabi alayhi salam said, Inna sidqa tamanina. Listen to the words of Nabi alayhi salam. Honesty provides tranquility. Honesty in your dealings, in your interaction, provides divine happiness, joy, satisfaction. Now extend the realms of that hadith. Broaden the scope of that hadith. Let's extend the explanation. Explore that hadith. Honesty, piety, integrity, loyalty, fidelity provides divine happiness, joy and satisfaction. And Nabi alayhi salam says lies, sin, vice provides restlessness, uneasiness, depression, frustration. Ask a man pursuing an unlawful relation, my wife mustn't get hold of my phone. Whoever is at the door, run quickly. I better see who's coming. He's constantly, he's on his nerves all the time. Nobody must come to know my wrong. The depression that results out of that sin. The nature of the devil is, and this in particular I want to address to my youth. The Quran speaks about this here. That when the devil provokes a person towards a sin, and he paints the picture that you make zina and you will be happy. You take the spill and that will be the end of pain in your life. And that is it. كَمَثَلِ الشَّيْطَانِ إِذْ قَالَ لِلْإِنسَانِ اكْفُرْ كَمَثَلِ الشَّيْطَانِ إِذْ قَالَ لِلْإِنسَانِ اكْفُرْ فَلَمَّا كَفَرَ قَالَ إِنِّي بَرِيءٌ مِّنْكَ إِنِّي أَخَافُ اللَّهَ رَبَّ الْعَالَمِينَ فكان عاقبتهما أنهما في النار خالدين فيها وذلك جزاء الظالمين. The similitude of the devil when he incites and provokes you to a sin. Now when a devil provokes you to a sin, then he plans the sin for you. He also answers all the possible leak outs of the sin. That if you come late, what you'll tell your wife? No, you can tell her you got delayed at work. On the way, if this happened, all the apparent falls and loopholes that perhaps could be a setback, the devil answers everything. Instantly the mind is running. The devil is flowing. The sin is vivid before him. He's got a choice, either he does it or not. It looks very tempting, very appealing, very convincing, if I do it, this is what I actually need in my life. It will be the end of this depression and tiredness and fatigue and whatever else as it is. A beautiful massage, by gentle hands. What more do I need? So the devil provokes him up. And the devil says, do it, and I'm with you, all the way. And look here, after all, when the brothers of Yusuf intended killing Yusuf. Then immediately at that time, and I'm going to tell you something very important, listen to what I got to say, brothers. At that particular moment, the devil told them, وَتَكُونُوا مِن بَعْدِهِ قَوْمًا صَالِحِينَ, that you commit this act, you kill your brother out of jealousy. Out of jealousy, kill your brother, get rid of him. يَخْلُ لَكُمْ وَجْهُ أَبِيكُمْ, the focus of your father will then be exclusive on you. And after the sin, after all, Allah is forgiving. If you won't commit sins, who will Allah forgive? Scholars explain, to think of the mercy of Allah prior to committing a sin. To think of the mercy of Allah prior to committing a sin is like saying, burn yourself. I've got an ointment for burnt fingers, so burn yourself. I bought this ointment. If I'm not going to burn myself, who's going to use this ointment? So let me burn myself. Let me burn myself. I bought it here in case something happens, so let me burn. That is not the time to reflect on the mercy of Allah. Scholars explain, if a person ponders over the mercy and the forgiveness, the kindness and the tolerance, the respite and the clemency of Allah, prior to perpetrating a sin, his minor sin will become a major sin. That is what will happen. Oh, my Allah is so forgiving, I don't need to just look at this woman, I can have zina with her. When my Allah can forgive so much, let me satisfy myself totally. That is not the time to look at how merciful Allah is. After you have perpetrated, and for some reason or the other, we are humans, we succumb to the evil forces within us. At times it happens, we do succumb. We give in. We don't know why we're committing it, why we're perpetrating it. But for some reason we succumb to that evil force. After the sin, yes, reflect over the mercy of Allah. Do not despair. But never to think of the mercy of Allah prior to committing a sin. That's not the time. So the devil plans everything, and he reminds you of how forgiving Allah is also. And he promises you do this. فَلَمَّا كَفَرْ, when you make kufr, when you make zina, when you take that pill, and after you become sober, such depression engulfs your heart. What does the Quran say? وَكَانَ الشَّيْطَانُ لِلْإِنسَانِ خَذُولًا وَكَانَ الشَّيْطَانُ لِلْإِنسَانِ خَذُولًا. The support, the encouragement, the person standing with you and provoking you with the devil, as soon as you perpetrate, he withdraws. The Quran says, خَنَّاسِ مِن شَرِّ الْوَسْوَاسِ الْخَنَّاسِ. Khannas, oh Allah, I seek your evil from the sneaking whisperer who comes, sneaks, withdraws, sneaks, withdraws. So after you've perpetrated the crime, he withdraws totally. I'm not with you. Now you do what you, inni akhafullah, I got nothing to do with you. Now you, tough luck to you, my friend. You did it, you suffer it. The only way I can join you again is if you go back to that woman. If you take the pill again, I stand with you. Hence, you will see a person committed a crime to satisfy himself. One after the other. He went deeper and deeper, deeper. You know, like they have that bungee jumping, you flow one way. He goes deeper and deeper into that sin, and there's no way he's coming back. Life looks so dark for him, there's no way out. In the battle of Badr, Shaitan came to Abu Sufyan in the form of Suraqa as the leader of the tribe of Kinana, and he told him, وَإِذَا زَيَّنَ لَهُمُ الشَّيْطَانُ أَعْمَالَهُمْ وَقَالَ لَا غَالِبَ لَكُمُ الْيَوْمَ مِنَ النَّاسِ وَإِنِّي جَارٌ لَكُمْ. I am with you. Don't worry, I will support you, I will encourage you, I will help you, you will defeat the Muslims. فَلَمَّا تَرَاءَتِ الْفِئَتَانِ. But when reality stared and the two armies met with one another, نَكَسَ عَلَىٰ عَقِبَيْهِ, as is the nature of the devil, he withdraws and he fled the battle. So Abu Sufyan asked him, Oh Suraqa, where are you? You promised me, you encouraged me, you motivated me. قَالَ إِنِّي, what did he say? نَكَسَ عَلَىٰ عَقِبَيْهِ وَقَالَ إِنِّي بَرِيءٌ مِّنْكُمْ إِنِّي أَرَى مَا لَا تَرَوْنَ إِنِّي أَخَافُ اللَّهِ. No, I can see divine angels coming. I've got nothing. You involved, you suffer the consequences. So that is the result of depression that will come as guna. It will never come to an end. And scholars write, worse than that sin is four things. أربع بعد الذنب شر من الذنب. الاستصغار والإستبشار والإغرار. After committing that sin, to consider it as trivial is worse than the sin. After committing the sin, to rejoice over the sin. That you rejoice over the calamity you have done, over the sin you have perpetrated. Nabi alayhi salam says in the hadith, كُلُّ أُمَّتِي مُعَافًا إِلَّا الْمُجَاهِرِينَ. Allah is prepared to forgive every person, with the exception of those that sin openly. With the exception of those that sin openly. And amongst those that are guilty of sinning openly are people who sin by night secretly. They sin by night, وَقَدْ بَاتَ يَسْتُرُهُ رَبُّهُ. And Allah conceals the man's sin. He does a sin, commits zina, takes a pill, does whatever wrong. And then in the morning he gets up and he doesn't rest until he doesn't unveil the veil of Allah. And he goes and says, I enjoyed this woman and I had this wine to bring this pleasure. Such a man has committed a crime which is unpardonable in the eyes of Allah. So contentment comes from Allah. It comes on the obedience of Allah. Let me explain to you the incident. I don't know what is my time allocation. I think I just got to worry about my flight and that's about it. But anyway, let me explain to you an incident. When Allah wants to give peace in the battle of Uhud, you see, it's got nothing to do with wealth. It's got nothing to do with health. In fact, the ayah that I recited that I really want to explore, we haven't started. And that is what Allah says, whoever will obey Allah, Allah promises a good life. What is the definition of a good life? It's the perception that it's a healthy and a wealthy life. Let's define. Let's have a common definition of a good life. And on the other hand, Allah says, whoever disobeys Allah, Allah will give him a narrowed life. The apparent life that the kuffar have is wealth, affluence, comfort, fame, luxury. And yet the Quran says every kafir has a narrowed life. And the believers, Allah says, those who obey Allah, they will have a good life. The most deserving for this good life is the galaxy of the prophets and the noble companions of Nabi alayhi salam, because the quality of iman and a'mal salihah was found in them to the highest extent. Nobody could have this more than them. And hence we do not find health and wealth common amongst all the prophets. At times perhaps it could define a good life, but it doesn't necessarily entail the total definition of a good life. Perhaps Allah gives it to some. Allah gave it to Sulaiman alayhi salam. What a kingdom, what a dominion, what a vast empire Allah had given him. Sayyidina Ayyub alayhi salatu was salam. Scholars write two things define a good life and a content. This is the definition of a good life which Allah promises. The first is that whatever situation comes in your life, Allah gives you the ability to focus on the reward promised in that challenge in Akhirah. What does Allah give you? That this condition has come upon you, like I spoke about Fatima, I spoke about radiyallahu anha and that woman. A challenge comes on you. The definition of a good life is Allah enables you, Allah empowers you, Allah enriches you. This is not something that I can say or you can purchase. This is divinely inspired. Allah enables you to focus. That this is the challenge, this is the calamity, this is on me in my life. This is what my Allah has kept for me in Akhirah. And the second thing that defines a good life is that Allah gives you contentment. Now let's just briefly run through the life of Ayyub alayhi salatu wassalam. Allah had given him health, wealth, comfort, luxury, affluence. You name it and he had it. 80 years of total prosperity. Thereafter Allah decided to test him. Allah tested him in such a way, Allah took everything. Allah took all his farms, all his orchards, everything burnt away. The roof of his house, and this is authentic narrations, the roof of his house collapsed, causing all the occupants of his house, that were his 14 children, to die instantly. A person loses one child and never recovers. The trauma of it never recovers. He or she is never the same human onwards. 14 children he loses at one instance. He loses all his farms, and that's not all. He develops such a sickness that he has ulcers on his entire body. The only pillar of support that he had was his wife. And as I mentioned, the fundamental object of marriage is to put an end to depression and not to start depression. The Quran says, وَمِنْ آيَاتِهِ أَنْ خَلَقَكُم مِّنْ أَنفُسِكُمْ أَزْوَاجًا لِتَسْكُنُوا إِلَيْهَا وَجَعَلَ بَيْنَكُمْ مَوَدَّةً وَرَحْمَةً. The primary reason behind marriage is that it puts an end to depression, it puts happiness, joy, solace and bliss. And by virtue of the bond of marriage, Allah promises two: love and mercy. Love and mercy. بَيْنَكُمْ مَوَدَّةٌ وَرَحْمَةٌ. Scholars write, generally love translates itself in the initial stages of the marriage. قِيلَ الْمَوَدَّةِ لِلشَّابَّ وَالرَّحْمَةِ لِلْعَجُوزِ. And mercy for the respective partners often translates in the latter part of the marriage. In the initial stages, it's more motivated by love and lust. So anyway, the pillar of support for him was his wife. His wife was the granddaughter of Yusuf alayhi salam. وَقَدْ رَافَقَتْ هَذِهِ الْمَرْأَةُ حَيَاةَ نِعْمَتِهِ وَصِحَّتِهِ وَزَمَنَ بُؤْسِهِ وَبَلَائِهِ فَكَانَتْ فِي الْحَالَيْنِ مَعَ زَوْجِهَا شَاكِرَةً صَابِرَةً. This woman seen the era of prosperity. When things are good, then the partners are, oh, wonderful husband, wonderful. What more to complain? Why? Because life is prosperous, everything is going well. But when difficulties comes, when challenges sets in, now this is the time to support your partner. More than often in Western circles, these marriages dissolve. Why? Because there are challenges. But look at through this bond. When Allah gives contentment in the midst of difficulties, what joy there is. Like, subhanallah, you know, they say in Arabic, Ahlul layli fi laylihim aladhu min ahli lahwi fi lahwihim. Ahlul layli fi laylihim aladhu. Allah's qasam, the joy that people derive in disturbing their sleep, and making wuzu in cold water, and enjoying the privilege of communicating with Allah in the dead of night, is much greater and much more than that young boy who's sitting on the lap of a beautiful, seductive, strange woman in the heart of a club with a bottle of wine in his hand. My brother, you have tasted the fake pleasure. You've seen how it has deceived you. I call you in this gathering and I invite you and I implore you. I introduce you to divine pleasure. I introduce you to spiritual pleasure. Wallah, there is such pleasure in salah. A time may Allah favor you with it, one and all. that moment comes in your life, Allah's qasam. I don't want to sit and, it's not something I want to mention. Where you will go in sajda. And I promise you, you will derive such pleasure. Allah's qasam in His control is my life. You won't able to lift your head up. May Allah give it to you, say Ameen. I promise you, brothers, I can tear and say it. There are those moments which Allah gives. رَجُلٌ ذَكَرَ اللَّهَ خَالِيًا. You know, one is you crave for a woman, you crave for a pill, you crave for a sin. And one is you crave for Allah. It's not even a correct term and phrase to use. You know, it has filthy connotations, crave. But you love Allah and you sit in sajda and you feel the presence of your Allah. And you feel that closeness to Allah. That you, wallah, I swear by Allah, you can't lift your head up. You just cannot. It's like you're stuck. There's something between you and your Creator. You'll forget that fake pleasure. Ahlul layli fi laylihim aladhu min ahli lahwi fi lahwihim. It comes in the Hasha of Tafsir Uthmani, this quotation, that the joy of those that obey Allah and their pleasure. Imam Yusuf rahmatullah alayhi used to say, if the kings knew the pleasure we got in reading kitabs, they would throw their kingdom and they would study kitabs. They would abandon. You know, I often have this and I share this as a sense of joy. When you're studying a kitab at times till late and you come across some new point, some new hadith, something that you could perhaps convey, it's such joy. I don't know how to express it. Where you've discovered a new point, a new tafsir, a new commentary. You've arrived at a new conclusion. And it's midnight and everyone is sleeping. And subhanallah, you come to a conclusion and you deduce some point. It is a pleasure which I cannot translate in words. So what happens to Ayyub alayhi salam? The pillar of support was his wife. And she stands by his side. She stood in the days of prosperity as well as the days of difficulty. But as life continued, 7 years of difficulty, Ayyub alayhi salam, the sickness took a toll on her. We often sympathize on a person that is sick. We forget to sympathize with those living with a sick person. At times they need more sympathy than the sick person. What about those that are living with a sick person? So it started taking a toll on her. 7 years lapsed. She comes to her husband. She says, don't you think it's high time you make dua to Allah that now He cures you and once again restores your health and we can see prosperity again. The tunnel is dark, it's raining, it's pouring, life is narrowing upon us. Don't you think perhaps if Allah can open up things in our life and we have a more brighter future? But this is a Nabi of Allah. he asked his wife, Kam labithtu fil raha. Oh, my wife, how long did we enjoy health and prosperity? So she said, 80 years, 8 decades. Kam labithtu fil bala. How long did we live in difficulty, and how long am I sick, and how long is it since we lost our children? So she said, it's 7 years, if I recall correct, since these difficulties came in our life. So Sayyidina Ayyub said, Ama astahi an atlub min Allahi raf'a bala'i wa ma qadaytu fihi muddata rakha'i. I feel ashamed that when my Allah has given me 80 years of prosperity, and my Allah has only tested me for 7 years, I don't have the guts, nor do I think my situation justifies me asking Allah. 80 years of prosperity, if Allah tests me with difficulty for 80 years, and my days of adversity is in proportion to my days of prosperity, then perhaps I will take the courage of asking Allah. But until 80 years don't lapse, I'm not going to make an attempt to ask Allah. In the midst of sickness, but he's content. He is totally happy. There's divine happiness. You know, in the battle of Uhud, Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam had posted 50 archers. And he told them, you guard that mountain. Right? 50 archers. And the Sahaba were moving in the battle. And Allah Ta'ala was giving them victory. And as Allah was giving them victory, these 50 Sahaba felt that, well, everybody is engaged in the spoils of the war, let us also go for the spoils of the war. And they shifted from the command of the Nabi of Allah, they left their post and they went headlong. وَعَصَيْتُمْ فِي الْأَمْرِ وَتَنَازَعْتُمْ فِي الْأَمْرِ وَعَصَيْتُمْ مِنْ بَعْدِ مَا أَرَاكُمْ مَا تُحِبُّونَ مِنْكُمْ مَنْ يُرِيدُ الدُّنْيَا وَمِنْكُمْ مَنْ يُرِيدُ الْآخِرَةِ. As soon as they left their post, the kuffar seen the unguarded pass, and they launched an attack from the rear. They launched an attack from the rear. They penetrated the ranks. They got hold of Mus'ab.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله.
Hello, welcome to another edition of Let the Quran Speak. Peace be with you and the mercy and blessings of God. I'm your host, Shabir Ali. I'm the president of the Islamic Information and Dawah Center International based in Toronto. In this edition of Let the Quran Speak, I want to follow up on some of our previous discussions. We spoke about building a world without confrontation, and we spoke about the rights of women in Islam. In both of these subjects, we came to the understanding that Muslims, to a large extent, have not really practiced Islam themselves, and this has led to a misunderstanding from the outside. Others have looked at Muslims and misunderstood what Muslims are about and what Islam is all about. And so we want to clarify these issues, and to clarify these issues, we turn to the Prophet's last sermon. We see what instruction the Prophet has left behind as a legacy to Muslims for all time. And we want to observe ways in which Muslims have failed to live up to this legacy, ways in which they have contributed to misunderstandings about who they are and what their religion is all about. And to shed light on this topic, we have a guest visiting us all the way from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, Dr. Tasneem Zaman. She is the Director of Research for the Forum for Social Studies. And she's a college teacher. She has a PhD in education. She has spoken with us over the last couple of weeks about building a world without confrontation and on the rights and status and position of women in Islam. To continue along these themes and to focus more on the Prophet's last sermon and the ways in which Muslims have failed to live up to this sermon, we have in the studio with us Dr. Tasneem Zaman. Welcome again. Thank you very much for joining us in this program.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dr. Zaman, you have some interesting insights on the Prophet's last sermon. Here we have a sermon which the Prophet, peace be upon him, delivered during his last Hajj. It's referred to as the farewell Hajj, the pilgrimage. That sermon is put on plaques. It is kept in Muslim homes. People read this and they look at it and they admire the beauty and the calligraphy in which this is written, the decorations and the borders and all of that, the beautiful appearance of this sermon. Are we putting that into practice, or are we just putting it up for decoration?
Mostly for decoration. Some of us are trying, but I think we need to work a little bit harder in putting it into practice, because we need to evaluate some of the words and the things that were said. And if we learn to do that, I think we would have a deep insight ourselves about Islam, and we would be able to focus Islam more towards others to understand Islam and what Islam really is. And when you look at the Sermon of the Prophet, the word that strikes me conspicuously is the word trust, because Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam had said that your life, your property is a trust. And we are not putting that into action really, because when we say life is a trust, that means it's a very important entity for us, because we have to look back into the purpose of life on earth. And the purpose of life on earth, Allah tells us in the Quran, was to worship Him. Now when we take the word worship, it has been explained in many contexts. It's not only the ritualistic prayers, because when you say that you worship Allah, it comes into your action, because action is worship. Anything that you do that pleases Allah is worship. And sometimes I'd even tell my students that if you comb your hair and you brush your teeth, it could be worship because you're pleasing Allah. They laugh at me, but then they think and reflect. And they say, yes, teacher's right sometimes. And she may be crazy at other times, but she is right. Yeah. So this concept of worship has to be clarified and understood. So this trust that Allah has placed in our hands, that is our life, has to be taken seriously.
And the worship that you're describing here is more like living a life in continuous consciousness of the reality and presence of God, and in a sense in complete obedience to the dictates of God.
But when you talk about the word obedience, then we are living in a world when we don't want to obey anything. So we want to be free of everything. But then this comes from within, because in your nature you have the beauty of goodness and righteousness built in within us. Because as someone once said, you may be a liar yourself, but you wouldn't like a liar to be your friend.
Yes. So everyone has this sense of what is good and bad.
So yes, you have that sense of goodness within you. So again, this is a trust that you have to fulfill to yourself, to the people around you, but most of all to your Creator, the life that has been given. So the life has to be made beautiful in all respects, in every way possible. So how to beautify your life? Now, Allah has given us a prescription, and that prescription is to follow the 5 pillars of Islam. And the 5 pillars of Islam, in a nutshell, is Islam itself.
And this is something the Prophet, peace be upon him, spoke about in the last sermon. He spoke about following the 5 pillars of Islam, in a sense, praying, fasting, and so on. Are these just simply rituals that must be performed, or are they items with deep meanings behind them?
Well, of course, when you take prayer and fasting, they seem to be ritualistic, and many people have said, I'm not really into rituals, I want to go into the deeper things. But as you see, Islam is a complete religion, and it wants to focus on the completeness of life. So ritualistic, that is the physical appearance, is also part of everything, the wholeness of life. So when you start doing the rituals, then gradually you understand the meaning. Now when you want to place a text in front of the child and you go through the rituals of reading, you won't be able to understand what is in the text until you go through that process of reading. Similarly, you've got to go through the rituals to understand what is deeply inside it. So as you go through the ritual of prayer and salat, you see the people standing together, all side by side, rich and poor, establishing the concept of equality. This is the social aspect of it. But then again, you have deep thoughts of your Creator. So, and when you think of your Creator, and that's the spiritual aspect. So spirituality, the social aspect, all blended into one. So that is establishment of prayer in society through the rituals.
Yeah. Now, if we look at the prayer itself, is there a deep spirituality that is involved in a Muslim prayer?
Of course, because when you are praying and you say, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, praise be to Allah, the creator of the universe and creator of everything, then you are connecting man with the creator automatically. So spirituality comes in automatically. And then you feel a part of the whole universe itself, because when you say Rabbil Alameen, it's not only one world, it's the worlds. So it's not only Earth, it's the entire solar system, the universe, the galaxy, the Milky Way, you name it. And then again you come back to Earth and you see our entire body. It's the world of the cells, the world of the circulatory system, the world of all the systems within us. Then you find the world outside us, the world of geometry, mathematics, algebra, the world of geology, zoology. Name it, anything. It's all the worlds combined into one. So it's connecting the creator with the world around you. So it's a deep spirituality.
That is very interesting. I'd like to come back and talk also about the other aspects of Islam, about the fasting, Ramadan, the charity, making Hajj, and so on. And also all of these items that have been dealt with in the Prophet's last sermon, where he spoke against exploitation, where he spoke about the rights of women, about equality of people in general, about the final destiny of human beings. But let me take a short break, Dr. Zaman, and I'll come back to ask you about these. Folks, don't go away. We'll be right back in just a half a minute flat.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله.
Hello, welcome back to Let the Quran Speak. I'm Shabir Ali. In this episode, we're looking at the Prophet's final sermon, a sermon that was left as a legacy for all Muslims, and we're looking at how well or how well not Muslims have practiced this sermon, lived according to the dictates in this last message left by the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And speaking with us on that here in the studio is a guest visiting all the way from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, Dr. Tasneem Zaman, Director of Research for the Forum for Social Studies. She has spoken here in Toronto over the last 15 years at conferences held by the Forum for Social Studies. She has lectured also in England, in Norway, and in Pakistan. Dr. Zaman, we were discussing the idea behind some of the rituals of Islam. We have the prayer. You spoke about the spiritual dimension of the prayer. What about fasting? Is there a spiritual dimension to that?
Well, certainly, of course, when you are fasting, and we are told to fast from dawn to dusk. But having said that, again, it's not only the deprivation of food and drink, because as you're fasting, I would say you're going through a process of cleansing yourself, not physically only. It's a process of spiritual cleansing, because when Allah tells us that He does not need you to be deprived of food or water, He tells us again and again what He wants is that we should build up our character, control our temper, control our anger, and again move towards goodness. Now this cannot happen in one day. It doesn't happen in 30 days either, because it takes an entire lifetime. So the fasting is a cleansing process. At the same time, it's a training process. I feel it's an entire training program for a Muslim to develop himself or herself as a Muslim or a Muslimah.
Now, in the last sermon, the Prophet also spoke about the obligatory charity. Muslims are required to give 2.5% annually of their net liquefiable assets. What does that do for one's spiritual well-being and development?
Well, we go back to the meaning of zakat, and zakat means purification itself. So we purify whatever we own, and we purify the things that we own. At the same time, we feel that we are contributing to the well-being of society, building up a welfare state, a welfare society, a welfare community. And that means we are helping each one to develop economically so that everyone can live a life of better standard of living, a life where everyone can go to school or get an education. So it's an equal economic system. where the whole entire economic system will be on the basis of distribution of wealth.
Mhm.
So when wealth is distributed to all, then we find justice sets in. And there's total social justice established, and people are not tormented in the fact that someone is getting richer and I'm getting poorer, because we're establishing equality.
Mhm. And that brings us to the last of the 5 pillars, which is spoken about also in the Prophet's last sermon, during his performance of this pillar itself, the pillar of Hajj, or the pilgrimage to Mecca. What's the whole point of people going from all over the world, traveling through difficult conditions and arriving in Mecca? What's special about that? What does that do for one's spiritual development?
Because it brings the entire Muslim nation together, the entire Ummah is brought together. If all the Muslims definitely cannot come into one place at one time, but spiritually those who are not performing Hajj, they too come together because it's a time when all Muslims unite. So it's a show of unity of all Muslims coming together, irrespective of color, irrespective of social status. We're all equal in one platform. So again, the unity of mankind, the equality of mankind is seen through and through over there. And then again, you go into the process of forgiveness, and you're coming back from Hajj as a new person with your sins forgiven. So it's a process of spiritual cleansing, and at the same time you find yourself establishing, coming closer together with other Muslims from different parts of the world.
Interesting. Now, Dr. Zaman, soon after the Prophet spoke about the zakat, or the charity, he also spoke against the taking of interest, or as it was called at one time, usury. What is so bad about interest, and why is that prohibited in Islam?
As you see, interest means you're taking something without giving anything. And that is not allowed in Islam, because you're supposed to work for each and every penny that you earn or you get or you use. And interest promotes a hollow society. The reason is you keep on taking things on credit, and it's not yours, it's not your own. So the hollowness of society is created, and if you have a hollow society, it's bound to collapse. And then at the same time, those taking interest, they get richer and richer, and you have the wide division of the rich and poor going on and multiplying. And therefore, Islam does not want to create a society which will collapse in a day. Islam wants to create a firm society, and therefore usury has been forbidden. And again, you promote exploitation and further exploitation of mankind. And so that does not promote justice. So for the sake of justice, Islam has forbidden usury. And if we follow that today, because all the ills of society comes from basically the taking of interest.
Interesting. And so you have charity on the one hand, you have interest on the other hand. Charity means giving to the poor. Interest means making the rich richer. So you have a kind of an antithetical imbalance here between the two. One is good, the other is exploitative. Now, in the sermon, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, spoke about women's rights. What is it about women's rights in that sermon that we need to pay careful attention to now?
Now, when you look at the Prophet's sermon, he told us that women have their rights, but again, at the same time, he did not totally leave out the men, because he pointed out that men have rights, but women have rights too. So when we look at the rights of both, it's interdependent, and it's based on trust, it's based on understanding. It's not one ruling over the other.
Well, I want to come back to this thought and find out more about women's rights, specifically as they were spoken about in the Prophet's last sermon. But let me take a break for just a moment. And folks, don't go away. I'll be just right back with you after this break, not for a commercial because we have none, but just to have a chance to catch my breath again. And I'll be right back with you in just a half a minute. Don't go away.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله.
Hello, welcome back to Let the Quran Speak. I'm Shabir Ali. We're speaking about the Prophet Muhammad's last sermon. the last bit of advice that he has given in a formal way, an advice or sermon which Muslims often frame and hang on their walls and look at from time to time. But to what extent have we Muslims lived up to and followed the instructions in this last sermon? To a certain extent, we haven't followed it, and that has contributed to the misunderstandings that people have of Muslims and what Islam is all about. And now we need to get back on track and to think about what exactly we need to do to really represent Islam as it should be lived and represented. And to help us put our thoughts together on that, we have a visitor all the way from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, Dr. Tasneem Zaman, speaking to us about these issues. Dr. Zaman, you were speaking about women's rights as reflected in the Prophet's last sermon. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? What in the Prophet's last sermon about women's rights in particular do we need to pay attention to?
The Prophet emphasized in last sermon that women should be given their rights. And having said that, rights would mean not only to be clothed and fed, as many of the scholars have pointed out, you just clothe them and feed them and do whatever you like with them. That is not the case, because again the Prophet continued that they should be treated as equal partners. So when it is equal partners, that means it's everything combined into one. In the situation of partnership, it's not one ruling over the other. It's a mutual understanding, mutual give and take exists. So that means a man and a woman must mutually understand each other on the basis of trust and establish that in society, in life, in everyday dealings.
Now, you know, it's remarkable that in 7th century Arab society, in which the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was living, working, and preaching, the idea of equality between men and women was something very new to people, and he was introducing that. He was, in a way, sowing the seeds of progress. But in this final sermon, he was also speaking about equality of people in general, and that also is very new and remarkable. Do you have any comments about that?
When you look at the society in the 7th century, it's a society based on tribalism, and then the superiority of one tribe over the other. And therefore you find tribes putting other tribes down because they did not belong to such and such tribe. And over the world you find the situation existed where one person claims superiority on the basis of race, the basis of color. But that was all abolished in Islam, because in his last sermon, Prophet specifically states that an Arab is not superior to the non-Arab. The non-Arab is not superior to the Arab. He states again that the only superiority in the eyes of Allah is the one who is righteous, who is trustworthy, and who has good deeds to his name. So it's righteousness that is going to make us stand in front of our Creator as superior. So superiority does not come in whether you own a house or you have a Cadillac or a Chevrolet or 2 or 3 houses or mansions. It comes from your deeds and your actions. So your actions must reflect that superiority.
Now, in the sermon, the Prophet came to the end by speaking now about our end, what will happen to us eventually, our final destiny, if you might put it that way. Can you tell us about what this message is all about? What is it about our final destiny that we need to pay careful attention to?
Now, when one proclaims himself to be a Muslim and he believes that he has the belief of the Creator in his heart, then when one believes in the Creator, one must also believe that the Creator is constantly watching him, whatever he does. And when you remember that simple fact, that whatever I do, the Creator watches and the Creator notes, then definitely you cannot sway this way or that way, you cannot do anything wrong. And therefore, when the Creator is noting each and every action that you're doing, you ask yourself, am I doing it for promotion of self? Am I doing it to promote my own goodness? Am I doing it because I am egoistic? Or am I doing it to please Allah? And when you have that concept in your mind, then definitely you will again go back to thinking, where am I going to? Where is my final destiny? And then you come to the question that I will have to meet Him. And I will have to answer and accountable for each and every moment of my life. And I have to tell Him whatever I did. And when you become accountable, then again, you cannot move or sway towards the wrong, because by nature, as we just said, we move towards the right and we move towards goodness. So if each and every Muslim started to think in that respect, that I have to meet my Creator one day. Today it might seem a distant reality. You might think, okay, I might think of that 20 years from now, 30 years from now, but who knows, you might not live that long. So we need to take each day at a time and think of what we are doing, and think how we are treating ourselves, think how we are treating our children, think of how we are treating anyone at home, think of how we are treating our neighbors and all around us. And if we can establish Islam in our lives and around us, I think that the great division we have among people of nations will not exist anymore. There'll be a closer understanding. We are not moving out to make the whole world Muslim. That is in Allah's hand. We leave it to Him. But what we want today is that people understand us. People understand what we stand for, what we believe in. And when people do understand us, they will realize that we are not a threat to civilization at all. If we follow the message of the Prophet, then today I think we would be the peacemakers of civilization, and we would be able to bring the whole world together as one.
And of course, this is the kind of message that needs to be broadcast all across the world. And now it is interesting also, as we come to this point, to notice that the Prophet in his last sermon also, just after speaking about the final destiny, also spoke about the importance of conveying his message to those who were not present. And I think that Canadians were not present at that time, and here we are conveying that message. What can you say about the responsibility of Muslims in general in conveying the message of the Prophet to non-Muslims on the whole?
Well, in general, Muslims all say, okay, I'm not a worker for Islam, and therefore the responsibility does not lie with me. It lies with some teacher or alim who will do the job, not me. Why should I do it? But we must realize that even if we know one word of the Quran, even if we know La ilaha illallah, that is a message itself. So we need to give that message to others around us, in our workplace, in school, wherever we may go, in the shops, shopping centers, wherever we go, we give that message. Not that in the sense we go out and say La ilaha illallah and you follow it. But we can tell others, oh, you are very honest, that's a nice thing that you did. We could tell them, this is what my message teaches. So remind people again and again that when I'm doing good to you, it's because my religion teaches that. And by way of that, we will be conveying the message of the Prophet, which was revealed or given to us on Arafat.
Now, a lot of people are involved in a variety of different goals and ambitions in life. Are there ways in which, as a collective body, Muslims can formulate institutions, run television programs? What can they do to make sure that everyone in some way is contributing towards broadcasting the message of Islam?
Well, first of all, we can volunteer our efforts in any dawah center, go into any institution and volunteer, or pick up the Quran itself, start reading the Quran and convey the message to neighbors, to the school around them, so that everyone gets the message there. And then again, they can come together as body to help each other in situations, not only the Muslims, but also go out and help the non-Muslims. That way, there will be an interaction, there will be a sort of bridge building, and we will be conveying the message there. Voluntary service in hospitals, voluntary service in schools, voluntary service in any of the fire brigades. So if we volunteer ourselves, then we will be letting others feel our presence. Our presence needs to be felt. But most of the time, what we tend to do is to turn the other ear or other face and look backwards when it comes to that. Or we think that as I'm a Muslim, I might not be accepted. But if we go forward, we won't know until we try.
Dr. Zaman, I want to thank you very much for appearing on our television program. Over the last 3 weeks, you've shared with us a lot of your insights and experience. I really appreciate that.
It's been a privilege and a pleasure.
I hope you'll do this for us again.
Inshallah.
And we pray that Allah takes you back safely home.
Jazakallah khair.
Well, that's about all the time we have in this program, but I'd like to invite you to watch every week Let the Quran Speak, same time, same dial. And in the meantime, I'd like to ask you to help this show stay on the air by offering your voluntary contribution as a tax-deductible donation. Our address now appears on your screen. 1168 Bloor Street West, Toronto, Ontario. If you've missed that, get a pen and paper handy. It will appear on your screen again in a moment. Every donation helps, small or big. Your donations, as I said, are tax deductible, and we really do need that to make sure this show stays on the air. The Quran has to speak to everyone across the nation, and we want to make sure that that continues. You can help us to do exactly that.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله.
الله نزل أحسن الحديث كتابا متشابها مثانية تقشعر منه جلود الذين يخشون ربهم ثم تلين جلودهم وقلوبهم إلى ذكر الله.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I welcome you to another episode of our series, Understanding the Quran. I am your host, Yasir Qadhi. We're still talking about the definition of the Quran. What exactly is the Quran? How do we define it? And we mentioned that the definition of the Quran is that the Quran is the Arabic speech of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He revealed to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So this phrase excludes the speech that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala spoke in other languages, that He revealed to other prophets. We know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent many prophets. In fact, in one hadith we learn that He has sent 124,000 prophets and over 310 messengers. So each of these prophets and messengers gets revelation from Allah. And the revelation that the prophets are given is given in the tongues that they speak and their people speak. Allah says in the Quran, وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَا مِن رَسُولٍ إِلَّا بِلِسَانِ قَوْمِهِ. Every single prophet that we sent was sent speaking the language of his people. So the books that came down from Allah came down in the languages of the people to whom these prophets were sent. So we have books that were revealed in Hebrew, in Aramaic, in Syriac, in many other languages that we don't even know what they are called anymore. The Quran is not those books. The Quran is the book given in Arabic to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And we said in wording and meaning. This is part of the definition. And this is because some people presumed that the Quran came down in meaning from Allah, and the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was the one who originated the wording. And this is obviously not true, because the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his job was to convey the message and not to invent the message. Allah says, إِنَّمَا عَلَيْكَ الْبَلَاغِ. Your job is to convey. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that if you were to invent something else that we didn't say, if you were to distort the message, then you have failed in your job as a messenger. We also said that part of the definition includes that the Quran is that which has been preserved in the Mus'haf. Now, the Quran has been preserved in the Mus'haf. By the Mus'haf we mean a written copy of the Quran. But not just any copy. We mean especially the copies commissioned by the Caliph Uthman radiyallahu ta'ala an, and we will talk about those copies in a future episode. The Caliph Uthman, the third Khalifa of Islam, he commissioned a number of Quranic manuscripts to be written and distributed in the Muslim world, and the Sahaba unanimously agreed upon those particular recensions and preservations of the Quran. So whatever is found in that copy of the Qur'an, we consider it to be a Qur'an, part of the Qur'an. And if we find historical references to other verses that were maybe recited for a temporary period of time, we do not consider those references to be a part of the Qur'an. This is because another part of the definition also states, and that which has been narrated to us by numerous people. In Arabic we call it mutawatir. Mutawatir means narrated by numerous people in every single level of the chain. So there were thousands of Sahaba, and hundreds of thousands of those beneath them, and hundreds and thousands of those beneath them, until in our times we have millions and millions of people, all of them reciting the exact same words, the exact same letters, the exact same harakas. All of this is exactly the same, and this is what we mean by mutawatir. And the last part of the definition is that it is a challenge to mankind to produce something similar to the Qur'an. So the Qur'an is a miracle. It is a challenge to mankind to produce something similar to it. So this gives us a description of this book. And to reiterate the entire definition, the Qur'an is the Arabic speech of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He revealed to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam in wording and meaning, and which has been preserved in the mushafs, and has been narrated to us in mutawatir narrations, and is a challenge to mankind to produce something similar to it. Now, there is a concept that maybe some of you have read about in history books, and that is the concept of the controversy over the created or uncreated speech of Allah. And this is a very long and detailed topic, but to summarize it very briefly, it goes as follows. The Qur'an is the speech of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We know this because Allah Himself says so. He calls the Qur'an kalamullah in the Qur'an itself. For example, in Surah Tawbah, Allah says, حَتَّى يَسْمَعَ كَلَامَ اللَّهِ, until he hears the kalam of Allah, meaning until he, the person you're talking to, hears the Qur'an. So the Qur'an calls itself kalamullah. And the Prophet ﷺ called the Qur'an kalamullah. So kalamullah means the speech of Allah. Now, the early Muslims, they understood this speech of Allah as being like all of Allah's other attributes, such as Allah's knowledge, and Allah's power, and Allah's wisdom. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is eternal, and all of His attributes are eternal. Allah's knowledge was not created. A'udhu billah, one time He was ignorant, then He became knowledgeable. A'udhu billah from even saying that. Allah Azza wa Jal was always knowledgeable. Allah Azza wa Jal always has life. Allah Azza wa Jal always has power. Similarly, the speech of Allah is also an eternal attribute of Allah. And if it is eternal, this means that it must be uncreated. And this was the standard belief, without too much thinking deep into it, without philosophizing, without pondering over how does Allah exist. This is beyond our comprehension. We accept what Allah says, and we affirm that Allah and all of His attributes are uncreated. Unfortunately, around the 3rd century of the Hijrah, foreign influences began to come into the Muslim Ummah. And especially Greek philosophical texts were translated. And this occurred during the early Abbasid period, and especially during the time of the Caliph Al-Ma'mun. Al-Ma'mun was a caliph who instituted a translation committee, whose only job was to sit day and night and translate the works of the Greek philosophers and the works of the Greek scientists into Arabic. Now this translation movement, it sparked a lot of good, and from it Muslims learned a lot about physics and astronomy, about biology and medicine, and that was very good. And so the Muslims became very powerful in those sciences. But unfortunately, this translation movement also had a negative side to it, and that negative side was that philosophical influences began to encroach upon the pure minds of the Muslim Ummah. And so they began thinking about the Qur'an and Sunnah in philosophical terms. And so they began asking questions that the mind cannot comprehend. What does it mean that the speech of Allah is uncreated? How can this speech be uncreated? How can this exist? How can Allah do that? And they began questioning beyond the comprehensions of the mind. And this led them to the formulation that the Qur'an cannot be uncreated, it must be created. And this became a controversy specifically during the Caliphate of Al-Ma'mun, around 230 Hijrah. And Al-Ma'mun made it the official state creed that the Qur'an is created and everybody must believe this. And this is not the belief of Orthodox Muslims. This is the belief of the philosophical groups. So he said all Muslims must believe that the Qur'an is created, or else they will be jailed or even imprisoned or even executed. And everybody became scared of this decree except for one brave imam by the name of Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, that famous scholar of hadith and that famous scholar of legal law and text and that famous theologian. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal stood up and opposed single-handedly the entire political forces of his time. And he was jailed, and he was imprisoned, and he was tortured, and he was almost executed. But he refused to give up this doctrine that the Qur'an is uncreated. He refused to give it up, and he fought them intellectually. He didn't have the means to fight them with power, because he was one and they were a state. And because he fought them, all the people in the ummah listened to Imam Ahmad, and they rejected what the politicians said about the religion. The masses always look up to the scholars for their religion, and they don't look up to politicians for their religion. So they rejected what Al-Ma'mun said, and they accepted what Imam Ahmad said, and to this day, the Orthodox creed has been that the Qur'an is the uncreated speech of Allah. Now what is the big deal, somebody will say? So what if somebody says the Qur'an is created or uncreated? What difference does it make? And the response is, it makes a lot of difference. And the one who has asked the question really and truly has verbalized something that he does not understand the significance of. To say that the Qur'an is created implies that it is a human product. It implies that the Qur'an is not divine. It implies that it's not that important to follow. It implies that there are faults in it. Everything that is created has a finite time. It is not perfect. Only Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is perfect. To claim that the Qur'an is uncreated is to claim that we may change it as we please. We may pick and we may choose what we may want to do. And this was the goal of the Caliph. He wanted to supersede the laws of Islam. He wanted to do away with those laws he didn't like. But how is he going to do it when the Muslims believe in the Qur'an? So he did it through a theological point, or you can say he tried to do it through a theological point. He tried to say the Qur'an is created, step 1. Step 2, it is imperfect. Step 3, we have to pick and choose what we want to want. If Imam Ahmad had allowed him, he would have gotten to step 3. But Imam Ahmad understood the repercussions for claiming that the Qur'an is created, hence he stopped it right at its roots. And he said, the Qur'an is uncreated from Allah. It in and of itself is divine. The Qur'an is divine. This doesn't, of course, negate the fact that certain aspects are our products, such as the paper upon which the Qur'an is written, and the ink that is used to write it, and the printing presses, etc. But there is an element of the Qur'an that is divine. So, when we recite the Qur'an, there is no doubt that the air that we expel from our lungs is created. But what is recited is uncreated. When a person writes the Qur'an, there is no doubt that his writing is created. But what is written is uncreated. When the Qur'an is printed in the mushafs, there is no doubt that the paper is created, but what is printed on it is uncreated. And so we have to be a little bit careful here when we say that the Qur'an is the speech of Allah. We have to understand the speech of Allah is an attribute of Allah. And the attributes of Allah are eternal and uncreated. Now how we preserve them and how we relate them to our world, there is going to be an element there that is created, and that is the paper and the pen and the hand and the lungs that we use. But there is also an element that is uncreated. Therefore, the Qur'an, being the attribute of Allah, contains an element of divinity in it, and that is because all the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala are a part of Allah, and all of the attributes of Allah are uncreated. So to summarize today's episode, we said that the Qur'an, the definition of the Qur'an is that it is the Arabic speech of Allah that has been preserved in wording and meaning, has been revealed to the Prophet ﷺ, has been narrated by numerous people in every single chain, and it is a miracle for others to produce something similar to it. Insha'Allah ta'ala, in our next episode, we will continue talking about other aspects of the sciences of the Qur'an. I hope to see you then. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
الله نزل أحسن الحديث كتابا متشابها مثانية تقشعر منه جلود الذين يخشون ربهم ثم تلين جلودهم وقلوبهم إلى ذكر الله.
إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونستهديه ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أرسله بالهدى ودين الحق ليظهره على الدين كله ولو كره الكافرون. يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وخلق منها زوجها وبث منهما رجالا كثيرا ونساء واتقوا الله الذي تساءلون به والأرحام إن الله كان عليكم رقيبا. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله وقولوا قولا سديدا يصلح لكم أعمالكم ويغفر لكم ذنوبكم ومن يطع الله ورسوله فقد فاز فوزا عظيما. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله حق تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون. أما بعد فإن أحسن الحديث كلام الله وخير الهدي هدي محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وشر الأمور محدثاتها وكل محدثة بدعة وكل بدعة ضلالة وكل ضلالة في النار. وبعد. Dear brothers and sisters, first of all, it is my pleasure to be among you today. This great gathering, in this beautiful country, a country that is not only beautiful in its sights and mountains and hills and greenery and snow, but it is even prettier when it comes to freedom and human rights, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, protection of human rights is what makes this country great. And you, the Muslims, who are from this country, or those who came from the United States or abroad, it is your duty to build civilization with the people of this country. And that is reviving the Islamic spirit. The theme of this convention, this conference, may Allah bless those who have organized it. The theme is reviving the Islamic spirit. I was thinking, what is reviving the Islamic spirit? What is the Islamic spirit that has gone away and we need to bring back, has diminished, and we need to revive again? To know that Islamic spirit, I went back in my mind 1,400 years ago to the time of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. لقد كان لكم في رسول الله أسوة حسنة. Definitely, and Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam is an example for you. I went back to the time of the great companions of the Prophet, radiyallahu anhum ajma'in. That is the spirit that we would like to revive again. That is the spirit that we would like to see among Muslims again. And alhamdulillah, this deen, this religion of Islam is preserved. We know the details of the life of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam and the details of what the companions who learned from him, how did they live, how did they act, how did they deal with others, how did they build a civilization, and that is the spirit that we lack. And that is the spirit that we want to bring back in. To summarize that spirit, I would say it in one word: balance. It is a balanced life. There is a balance in the Muslim's life between four things. The first one is the spirit, the soul. And alhamdulillah, thanks to God, our Lord. Although we are backward in so many things in life as Muslims today, and by the way, unfortunately, Islam is not represented by Muslims, at least by most Muslims. As much as Christianity is not represented by most Christians today, and Judaism, true Judaism, is not represented by the Jews of today. So not only Muslims need to revive their religion and deen and way of life and go back to the life of Muhammad and act upon it. It is also the Christians that need to revive their religion and act upon what Jesus, the great man, has taught, peace be upon him. And the Jews definitely need back to go back and revive their actions according to the life of Moses and Aaron, peace be upon them. To understand Islam itself, one should not look at Muslims. We should look at what Islam teaches. And Islam teaches balance. Balance in four areas of life. The first one is spirituality. And although we are backward in many ways of life, when it comes to spirituality, alhamdulillah, thanks to our Lord Allah, we are far ahead among all religions today in our relations with God. It is the nature of this religion that makes you closer to God by itself. If you observe Islam, then you would pray 5 times a day. You would read the Quran in every prayer and outside the prayers. You would fast in the month of Ramadan. You would perform Hajj to Mecca. You would meditate. You would thank Allah. You would glorify Allah. The mention of God will always be on your tongue. Subhanallah. Glory to Allah. Alhamdulillah. Thanks to Allah. La ilaha illallah. There is no God but Allah. This is taught by Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. When a man came to him and he said, "O Prophet of Allah, the teachings of Islam are a lot. There are so many teachings and I cannot keep up with all of them. So tell me and guide me to the one thing that if I do correctly, I would go to heavens." He said, the Prophet ﷺ said, اجعل لسانك رطبا بذكر الله. واجعل لسانك رطبا بذكر الله. Keep your tongue always wet by moving it with mentioning Allah. This is the one thing that you should never stop. No matter how far you are away from Allah, you should always try to be close to Allah by mentioning Him. So Islam teaches spirituality. Having mosques and masjids is an example of that. I always advise that please, no matter how busy you are, and I know life in this country and the West is so quick that we get to be so busy that sometimes we forget to pray on time, try to catch it at the last minute. Don't do that. Keep your prayers on time. The first thing that you'll be judged upon is your prayers. After that you have not taken partners with Allah, the first thing is your prayers. Never miss a prayer. Keep your prayers on time. And my advice for my brothers, try at least to pray one time in the masjid a day. At least once. The masjid is the place where the mercy of Allah comes. The masjid is the place where the angels of Allah gather. So, get the blessing of the masjid. Don't miss to be always part of this great gathering, the gathering of heavens and earth, the angels and humans in a worship place. So that is the first part. The first part is spirituality. The second area of our balance is a balance when it comes to the brain, to the mind. Islam teaches that we should follow logic. Many religions have stopped using logic and the mind and the brain. I once was in a discussion with a priest, and we reached a point where logic defeats him. So he said, my friend, it is not a matter of logic, it is a matter of faith. Islam teaches that logic and faith do not contradict each other. If it is illogical, it is against Islam. That's what Islam teaches. Islam teaches, قالوا إنا وجدنا آباءنا على أمة وإنا على آثارهم مقتدون. The prophets of Allah, when they talk to their people, their people would end the discussion by saying, this is the way of our fathers and grandfathers, and we shall follow them. قال أولو جئتكم بأهدى مما وجدتم عليه آباءكم. The Prophet would say to them, suppose I bring you something better than what your parents and grandparents have. Would you follow it? قالوا إنا بما أرسلتم به كافرون. They said, whatever you bring, we shall not believe in it. So it is not a matter of logic to them. It is imitation. They are Christians because their parents قال العلماء المقلد لا إيمان له. The scholars summarize it in one sentence: those who imitate have no faith. You cannot be a Muslim because your parents were Muslims. You have to be a Muslim because you believe in Islam. You accepted Islam. You have seen clearly that Islam is the right way. I would say it even stronger than that. If today anyone in the world proves to me that there is a religion better than Islam, I shall leave Islam immediately and follow it. That's what Islam teaches. And that is the power of Islam. The power of Islam is that when it comes to the brain, don't stop using the greatest gift that Allah has given you, the ability to think. Don't stop using it. Don't imitate. Don't imitate. Think. Logic it out. If you don't find answers, ask scholars. فاسألوا أهل الذكر إن كنتم لا تعلمون. Allah teaches, if you do not know, ask those who have knowledge, but do not imitate. Do not stop using your brain. Give me a religion today, anywhere in the world, that would have this power to claim that everything fits with logic. And you do not have to stop using your brain to follow that religion. None except Islam. So that is the second area of balance. The third area of balance is the body. And Islam gives us several teachings when it comes to the body. But it all comes from one simple principle that unfortunately most Muslims do not know. The principle stated very clearly by all scholars, no exceptions. You do not own your body. Your body is owned by your Lord, by God, by Allah. You are only entrusted with this body. And you shall use it according to the will of the owner. And the owner, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us orders how to use this body. Use it for the sake of your Lord. Use it to build the civilization. Do not use it for lust and desire, except according to the articles of marriage. You cannot commit suicide. If you do, you go to hell, because you have destroyed the whole thing that you do not own. You may not harm this body in any way, because it is not yours. You cannot take poison. You cannot harm it with drugs. You cannot harm it with alcohol. You cannot harm it with cigarettes. You cannot harm it in any way. It is not yours. That is balance. Eat well. Don't eat too much, because you will harm something that you don't own. goes on and on and on. The Prophet ﷺ summarized it in one sentence. المؤمن القوي خير وأحب إلى الله من الضعيف وفي كل خير. A strong believer is better and more beloved to Allah than a weak believer. And he's talking about the heart here. Besides the spirit, but he's talking also about the body. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned one of the criteria of choosing a leader in the Quran. وَزَادَهُ بَسْطَةً فِي الْعِلْمِ وَالْجِسْمِ. He has given him knowledge and a strong body. This is in the Quran. So, it is not a religion of spirituality that hides you in a masjid and a mosque. It is a religion that takes you out into life and teaches you how to deal with this life. The last part of our balanced equation is the emotions. With balance in our emotions, so balanced that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala have given us certain ethics so that our emotions shall be directed by them. Sincerity, telling the truth, trust, do not cheat, be merciful, are examples of the emotions that we should feel and we should direct our life into them. That's what Islam teaches. Our emotions are so great. First of all, the greatest emotion that we have is for our Lord, our God, Allah. We love Him. And He loves us. The emotion of love. يحبهم ويحبونه. This is in the Quran. He loves them and they love Him. We do not need somebody between us and Him. We do not need to confess to someone. We do not need a religious person so that we can talk to God through Him. We do not need that. He's close to us. وَإِذَا سَأَلَكَ عِبَادِي عَنِّي فَإِنِّي قَرِيبٌ. If my people ask you about me, this is the words of Allah in the Quran. If my people, if my worshippers ask you, Muhammad, about me, Allah, فَإِنِّي قَرِيبٌ. Tell them I'm very close to them. So the emotion of the feeling that He is close. We love Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. We love him so much. He is more beloved to us than our own families and our own selves. This is emotions in life. قل إن كنتم تحبون الله فاتبعوني يحببكم الله. These emotions are turned into actions. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, tell them, if you truly love Allah, you truly love God, then follow Muhammad. And then God will love you. If you desire the love of God, then the way for that is to follow Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And then and only then you will get the love of God. We love our families, we love our countries, we love our people, we love humans. But I hate the bad actions, whether it comes from a Christian or a Jew or a Muslim. That's what Islam teaches me. Islam is the religion of peace. These actions of terrorism that goes on in life around us, all over, whether in New York or in Riyadh or in the Philippines or in whatever, are not approved by Islam in any way. You cannot go and kill innocent people in the name of Islam. This is un-Islamic. This is totally contradicting to the emotions of love and mercy and peace. But we are not weak. When we are attacked, when our countries are occupied, then we do not turn the left cheek. We fight back. In the name of Allah, in the name of jihad, we are not weak. That is an emotion also for us. So we are balanced. That is the summary of Islam. When and only when Muslims embrace this balance in every individual, every family, every community, every country, the Muslim nation, then believe me, brothers and sisters, and let the world hear that Islam shall be the master of the world. It is us who defeated Islam, not our enemies. May Allah guide us to have a balanced life. Allahumma ameen. وقولي هذا واستغفر الله لي ولكم واستغفروه إنه هو الغفور الرحيم. الحمد لله الذي هدانا لهذا وما كنا لنهتدي لولا ان هدانا الله. واصلي واسلم على خير خلق الله وخاتم رسول الله وعلى اله وصحبه ومن والاه. وبعد. Islam is not a difficult religion. As a matter of fact, Islam is the easiest religion. Because when you live Islam, you do not need to take alcohol or stress pills or drugs. 80% of the Western civilization live on these things. Because the pressures of life is too much for them. While for us Muslims, we have a peace of the spirit and peace of mind. ألا بذكر الله تطمئن القلوب. Whenever I see stress in life, then all I need is to be close to Allah, close to God. God teaches us in the Quran, certainly by mentioning Allah, the hearts shall settle. You'll have no pain. Even when the pressures of life is a lot, then you know that it is a test. And if you truly follow the path of your Lord, there will be an exit from your misery. وَمَنْ يَتَّقِ اللَّهَ يَجْعَلْ لَهُ مَخْرَجًا وَيَرْزُقْهُ مِنْ حَيْثُ لَا يَحْتَسِبُ. Those who have piety to Allah, Allah shall have a way out of their misery for them, and He shall give them from ways that they never expected. And it goes on and on to that this is a short life that we live. We need a plan to succeed in this life and make Islam the best and Muslims the best wherever they are. In Canada, they should be the best Canadians. They follow the law and build civilization and have mercy on others, Muslims or non-Muslims. They share in the goodness of this country. They share in the goodwill and the welfare and the help of the needy, regardless who they are. That's what Islam teaches. Just imagine if 1.2 billion Muslims acted that way, what will happen to Earth? Just imagine the kind of civilizations that will be on this planet. We live in a very difficult time. We live in a time where Western civilizations need to be corrected. They have built a physical civilization. But where are the morals? Where are the ethics? Where is the human dignity? Where is the respect for women? They use women to make them sell cars and be on magazines. A woman should refuse to be degraded to that level. This Western civilization has gone astray. It needs Islam to correct it. And we need to benefit from Western civilization. They have a lot of good things. They are organized. They are timely. They have good research. They are excellent in science and technology. They have advanced in these areas. But we are far, far advanced when it comes to spirituality and balance and morals and dignity and human rights, etc. We are far more balanced than them. Just imagine if we can put these things together. Islam and the advancement of the Western civilization. You, the Muslims who live in the West, are the most able to do that in the whole world. This is your responsibility. Make sure that you carry it out. I finish with prayers to Allah. اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا وإسرافنا في أمرنا وكفر عنا سيئاتنا وأهل وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. قال الله إن الله يأمر بالعدل والإحسان وإيتاء ذي القربى وينهى عن الفحشاء والمنكر والبغي يعظكم لعلكم تذكرون. واذكروا الله يذكركم واستغفروه يغفر لكم. وآخر الصلاة.
نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونؤمن به ونتوكل عليه ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلله فلا هادي له. ونشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له ونشهد أن سيدنا ومولانا محمدا عبده ورسوله. أما بعد فقد قال الله تبارك وتعالى في القرآن المجيد والفرقان الحميد: أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لقد كان لكم في رسول الله أسوة حسنة لمن كان يرجو الله واليوم الآخر وذكر الله كثيرا. وقال النبي صلى الله تعالى عليه وسلم: مثلي ومثلكم كمثل رجل أوقد نارا فجعل الجنادب والفراش يقعن فيها وهو يذبهن وأنا آخذ بحجزكم عن النار وأنتم تفلتون من يدي، أو كما قال عليه الصلاة والسلام. Honorable ulama ikram, respected brothers, elders, mothers and sisters, and my esteemed guests on my right and my left. Perhaps I should commence by first expressing my joy and my happiness to be present at this momentous occasion that Allah Ta'ala has once again afforded me this platform. And I would also like to put on record my hearty gratitude to Sheikh Hussein when I gave him my program and my itinerary. And I told him perhaps such a short stay would not justify my coming from so far, but it was out of his love and his passion and his muhabba regarding me, for which definitely I am not deserving. يَظُنُّ النَّاسَ بِخَيْرًا وَإِنِّي لَشَرُّهُمْ, that I have come here. May Allah Ta'ala accept his relentless endeavors and take this Tarbiyah conference from strength to strength. And I also would like to express my gratitude to Sheikh Dawood. I must tell you, he's an absolute celebrity in South Africa. Alhamdulillah. May Allah Ta'ala accept his efforts. And like he said it so beautifully, so many couplets were coming through my mind as he was speaking with regards to the beauty of Allah and the diversity in the manifestation. عباراتنا شتى وحسنك واحد عباراتنا شتى وحسنك واحد وكل إلى ذاك الجمال يشير. The poet said it so beautifully that, oh Allah, perhaps our expressions might differ, but wallah, your beauty is one. عباراتنا شتى وحسنك واحد وكل إلى ذلك الجمل يشير. And be it the prolific writings of the author, or the oratory skills of the author, or the melodious songs of those that are singing the praises of Allah, it all reflects, like that humble Sahabi, that ordinary villager said it: إن البعر لا يدل على البعير وإن آثار الأقدام لتدل على المسير فالسماء ذات الأبراج والأرض ذات الفجاج والبحار ذات الأمواج ألا يدل ذلك على اللطيف الخبير. When the droppings of a camel tell us a camel has passed, and the footsteps of man tell us that a human has passed, then, oh foolish man, what about the skies above you? What about the earth beneath you? What about the mountains around you? Doesn't this also reflect the majesty of some being, and that is Allah? So definitely, each man makes his contribution in every way, and Allah will reward every man in proportion to his contribution. I have been given a time allocation, and I don't wish to exceed my time limits. The topic we have at hand is the life of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam as a perfect role model. We find, respected brothers and sisters, one of the tragedies of our times is that the most evil and immoral people have become icons and celebrities. A person might have a certain skill in a sporting field, he becomes a sporting star, youth flock towards him, embrace his life, honor him, revere him, imitate him, emulate him. But then you find this very same sporting star's life, as far as his social life is concerned, it is in total shambles. This very person, when he comes to that point, that pinnacle of fame, like they say in English, when you cannot control fame, it becomes a flame and it burns the very same person. Many a times when they come to that pinnacle of fame and they cannot control themselves, in that fit of ecstasy, either they get drugged, they rape women, molest children, and this from time to time the media continuously features this. And these are the people that have become icons and celebrities who themselves are deprived and devoid of morals and values. The only human whose life has been groomed to perfection, The only human whose life has been nurtured, molded to perfection, that it could reflect and manifest guidance for humanity in its entirety till the day of Qiyamah, is the life of Nabi Karim sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We find the galaxy of prophets in its entirety were all molded by Allah. However, the difference between the two is the respective prophets' lives were molded that it could reflect guidance for the people of the time. Hence, the life of Moses, peace be upon him, was molded by Allah that the Israelites could relate to his life. The life of Isa alayhi salam was molded and governed and shaped and groomed by Allah that the people and the disciples of Isa could relate to his life. The life of Shuaib alayhi salam was molded that the people of Madian could relate to his life. But the life of Nabi Karim sallallahu alayhi wasallam was so uniquely fashioned by Allah. And time doesn't bear and permit with me, but if you understand the Quran, how Allah has groomed and fashioned and molded the life of Allah, of Nabi alayhi salam, as he himself said, "Adabani Rabbi fa ahsana ta'dibi," that my Allah nurtured me and my Allah perfected my nurturing. Like the poet said, "Shahid al-anamu bi fadlihi hatta al-ida, wal fadlu ma shahidat bihi al-a'da'u." وَالْفَضْلُ مَا شَهِدَتْ بِهِ الْأَعْدَاءُ. That humanity in its entirety was compelled to acknowledge the beauty of Nabi alayhi salam to such an extent that even his enemies had to say, as much as we hate him, there isn't a more honest man than Muhammad. And then the poet goes on to say, which is the climax of the two couplets, وَالْفَضْلُ مَا شَهِدَتْ بِهِ الْأَعْدَاءُ. The beauty and the excellence of a man is what his enemy can admit and acknowledge, and not his friends. And that critical part, which we unfortunately have not conquered today, as Brother Dawood pointed out before us, was conquered in the most unique way by Nabi Karim sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That his very enemies who hated him the most, yet had the most trust in the life of Nabi Karim sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So we find his life was groomed, and it is for the very same reason that because his life had to reflect guidance to the youth, to the sisters, to the aged, to those living in abject poverty, to those living an affluent life in their comfort and in their dominion. There were many things which by itself was permissible. But given the fact that he had to serve as a role model, Allah made it unlawful for him. There were many things which by its nature was correct. But being a role model, that people will look towards you and relate to your life. Let me just touch on 1-2 aspects. The Battle of Uhud, where the Nabi of Allah's beloved uncle, cousin, foster brother Hamza radiallahu anhu is assassinated, and brutally his body is mutilated. And we know the sentiments and the pain and the agony of Nabi alayhi salam knows no bounds. And he is overpowered by emotions, and he says, "I swear by Allah, I will take revenge from 70 people." At this critical moment, his emotions were justified in relation to the atrocities that were meted out against his brother. But Quran comes to rescue, and Quran comes to put the correct compass before Nabi alayhi salam at this critical moment. And Allah reveals the verse, وَإِنْ عَاقَبْتُمْ فَعَاقِبُوا بِمِثْلِ مَا عُوقِبْتُمْ بِهِ وَإِنْ عَاقَبْتُمْ فَعَاقِبُوا بِمِثْلِ مَا عُوقِبْتُمْ بِهِ وَلَئِنْ صَبَرْتُمْ لَهُوَ خَيْرٌ لِلصَّابِرِينَ وَاصْبِرْ وَمَا صَبْرُكَ إِلَّا بِاللَّهِ. O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, your emotions are justified. But Islam advocates justice. Islam advocates justice. Like someone said it so beautifully, Al-adlu min kulli insanin hasanun, walakin fil qudati ahsan. Al-haya'u min kulli insanin hasanun, walakin fil nisa'i ahsan. At-tawbatu min al-shaykhi hasanun, walakin min al-shabbi ahsan. As-sakhawatu min al-aghniya'i hasan, walakin min al-fuqara'i ahsan. Wallah, if you could comprehend this in Arabic, the beauty is different. He goes on to say that justice is wonderful if every man have it, but it will be superb if the governors and the rulers have it. Number 2, modesty, morality and bashfulness is wonderful if every man has it, but it would be unique if the sisters possess it. Number 3, it is superb if an old, elderly, aged, hunched man abandons a life of sin and embraces a life of total compliance to the orders of Allah. But it would be unique if a youngster in the prime of his life, surrounded with temptations, understanding the hostile atmosphere, given the opportunities he has before him, he subdues those emotions and abandons a life of sin and embraces a life of total compliance to the order of Allah. That would be unique. Well, sakhawa and generosity is wonderful if the wealthy have it, but it is even better if the poor possess it. Nevertheless, Allah advocates to Nabi alayhi salam that if you take revenge, then take revenge in proportion to what had happened to you. However, if you overlook and you forgive, then that is even better for you. But you, O Nabi of Allah, without choice, you have to forgive. Given the fact that you're a role model, brothers, I was speaking about fame. You look at these celebrities of the world today, as they come into the limelight, and they assume certain positions, and then they exploit those positions. Look at the opportunity that Allah affords to His Nabi, where he enters into Mecca as the conqueror of Mecca. And I will relate to the youth in particular in the life of Nabi alayhi salam. When he enters into Mecca as the conqueror of Mecca, what a position Allah endows him with, but he humbles himself so much that he doesn't even lift his gaze. He attributes it totally to Allah. Alhamdulillahi alladhi anjaza wa'da wa nasara abda wa hazama al-ahzaba wahda. All praise belongs to Allah who brought this day of victory by himself. All praise belongs to Allah who defeated all the armies by himself. He then comes to the Kaaba, performs salam, makes the ritual circumambulation, gathers his Sahaba, gathers the Meccans. He asks an open question, how do you think I will relate with you? We all know the incident, it's very long. He then makes a general pardon. He makes a general pardon to everyone. And then he issues a decree that there are certain elements of evil, that wherever you see them, behead them. There are certain elements of evil, wherever you see them, behead them. The likes of Abdullah ibn Khatal, the incident of him is also very unique. He had accepted Islam, and after accepting Islam, the Nabi of Allah had sent him in a particular place to go and collect some wealth, the taxes of the people, and with him he took a slave with him. He told the slave, you prepare the food and I will come back. When he went to collect the taxes, in the interim the slave fell off to sleep. When he returned and he found that the slave was sleeping and the food was not prepared, like Sayyidina Ali radiallahu anhu used to say, ittaqu sharifa idha ja'a. Fear a noble man when he is hungry, wallahi he loses his nobility. What did Sayyidina Ali radiallahu anhu say? Fear a noble man when he is hungry, wallahi he loses his nobility. In a fit of anger, he killed this man. I always say, don't ever underestimate the harms of anger and lust. When a man, today our society is driven by lust. When a person is committing the act of incest, as the Nabi of Allah said, لَيَأْتِيَنَّ عَلَىٰ أُمَّتِي كَمَا أَتَى عَلَىٰ بَنِي إِسْرَائِيلِ حَذْوَ النَّعْلِ بِالنَّعْلِ حَتَّى إِنْ كَانَ مِنْهُمْ مَنْ أَتَى أُمَّهُ عَلَانِيَ لَكَانَ فِي أُمَّةِ مَنْ يَصْنَعُ ذَلِكَ. The riwayat is in Tirmidhi. That every fitna and every sin that happened in the previous nations will stay at my ummah to such an extent that if a man shared the bed with his mother in the previous nations, I feel shy to say it, but quoting the hadith of Nabi alayhi salam, people will perpetrate the act of incest and they will share the beds with their own mothers. When a person is driven by lust, as today the advertisements, as brother was mentioning, each man understands when he exits from this wonderful atmosphere, how vulnerable he is in this nude environment. Every man understands. And hence we do not need to do those things which will extend our vulnerability. But rather we need to institute measures that will arm us against this evil fitna. The destruction of the nation of Salih alayhi salam, was it not because of the lust of one young man? Don't underestimate that lust when it hits you. Sayyidina Abu Huraira in the latter part of his life, who narrates 5,374 ahadith, daily he used to make the dua, oh Allah save me from zina. Someone told him, لَقَدْ صَحِبْتَ رَسُولَ اللَّهِ. Oh Abu Huraira, you sat in the noble company of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. yet daily you still feel the need of making dua to Allah that He must save you from zina. What an answer he gave. He said, how can I feel myself safe against zina as long as the devil is alive? As long as the devil is alive, I cannot consider myself immune. But nonetheless, let me just touch on this while I have just briefly mentioned it. In the nation of Salih alayhi salam, we know they came to him and they asked him that if you are the true prophet of Allah, then let Allah Ta'ala cause a pregnant she-camel to emerge from this mountain. In kunta sadiqa fa akhrij lana min hadha al-jabal naqatan hamila. And he makes dua to Allah and the mountain splits. And the animal comes out. But of course this camel was the camel of Allah. And it enjoyed the privilege of being termed as Naqatullah, the camel of Allah. This camel used to consume water in a large volume. This camel used to consume water in a large volume and large quantity. So after a period of time, they came to Salih alayhi salam and they said, perhaps if you could arrange that one day the camel will drink water and one day the other animals of our town and our locality will drink, by doing so at least, we will be able to regulate it. He agreed and he said one day the camel will drink water and one day the other animals will drink. And he warned them that وَلَا تَمَسُّوهَا بِسُوءٍ فَيَأْخُذَكُمْ عَذَابٌ أَلِيمٌ. وَلَا تَمَسُّوهَا بِسُوءٍ. Do not ever stretch an evil hand towards this camel, because this camel has come on your request. There was a woman who had many animals there, and she was really, being harassed, and she felt threatened by the presence of this camel. But she was an, immoral, unchaste woman. There was a man by the name of Quddar bin Salif, a young boy. Again, I was saying, don't ever underestimate how evil that lust can be. A person is blinded. This person came to this evil, immoral woman and he says that I intend committing the act of zina with you. She said, there's only one way that I will hand myself over to you, is that if you kill that animal, by virtue of which my animals can enjoy freedom, then I will present myself to you and you can enjoy me. Salih alayhi salatu wasalam warned them that do not interfere with this animal. But as I mentioned, this man was blinded by lust. The Quran says, إِذِ انْبَعَثَ أَشْقَاهَا. When the most wretched and the most wicked amongst them, overpowered by lust, stood up and advanced towards that camel. فَقَالَ لَهُمْ رَسُولُ اللَّهِ نَاقَةَ اللَّهِ. Again Salih alayhi salam warned him that beware, that is the camel of Allah, but to no avail. As a young boy, you warn him, you remind him. Arrogantly, the mentality is that freedom is my choice. And that is the significant difference between a youngster from an academic atmosphere and a young boy from an Islamic upbringing. The very core difference between the two is that a young boy with Islamic outlook is constantly reminded, al-barakatu ma'a akabirikum, that constantly, communicate with your seniors, with your elders, and wherever you progress in life, oh my young boy, remember your parents and the seniors always remain senior to you. But on the contrary, another boy in a different atmosphere is made to believe that freedom is my right, it's my democratic right. I will announce it, I will voice it, I will air it, I will express it. Man felt that, fidelity, which Islam stresses, was infringing on his freedom. And he was at liberty to enjoy the woman of his choice for the duration that he enjoys. It is because of this very thing, in the name of the pandemic of AIDS, that has claimed the lives of thousands of people. Until now, man doesn't want to understand that this is the direct result. Again, it's the tragedy of our society, that it embraces an adulterer and an adulteress, yet it stigmatizes a polygamist. This is again the tragedy. But nonetheless, coming back to the focal point, he advances to that camel, and he kills that camel in the grave of that woman. As soon as he kills that camel, the decree of Allah comes. تَمَتَّعُوا فِي دَارِكُمْ ثَلَاثَةَ أَيَّامٍ ذَلِكَ وَعْدٌ غَيْرُ مَكْذُوبٍ. Now this whole nation is going to be destroyed. 3 days are left. And after 3 days, there will not remain any person here. He thought he will kill the camel, appease that woman, have the woman of his choice, and that's the end of it. After killing that camel, Allah then tells them on the tongue of Saleh, they tell them to enjoy. Again, look at the mentality of that boy. And perhaps that is what the Quran says with regards to the greatest mistake that Pharaoh made. And today also, many people have the same perception that when Fir'aun was told Musa will be born and you will lose your kingdom at the hands of Musa, what did Fir'aun do? Kill all the children. The scholars explain, فَالْتَقَطَهُ آلُ فِرْعَوْنَ لِيَكُونَ لَهُمْ عَدُوًّا وَحَزَنًا إِنَّ فِرْعَوْنَ وَهَامَانَ وَجُنُودَهُمَا كَانُوا خَاطِئِينَ. That Pharaoh picked up Moses, knowing not he's nurturing his own enemy. But the Quran says indeed he was in a manifest error. Scholars write the greatest error of the Pharaoh was that he thought he could cancel, abrogate and alter the plan of Allah. This was the greatest mistake he made. That by doing this we will stop the growth of Islam. Knowing not that you are rising and creating more sentiments of Islam. So when Sayyidina Nuh alayhi salam told his young boy, oh my boy, don't apply your logic. I can foresee the torment of Allah coming. Leave your attitude. Listen, oh young boy, and simmer down. So again, what does he say? قَالَ سَآوِي إِلَى جَبَلٍ يَعْصِمُنِي مِنَ الْمَاءِ. Oh my father, leave it to me. I got it under control. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. The matter is under control. I will take shelter on the zenith of the mountain, and I swear no flood can destroy me. Again the father in a polite tone said, لَا عَاصِمَ الْيَوْمَ مِنْ أَمْرِ اللَّهِ. Oh my son, leave your logic. For a moment shift your intellect and focus on what the Nabi of Allah is saying. But to no avail, the father and son having the dialogue, when the Quran says, فَفَتَحْنَا أَبْوَابَ السَّمَاءِ بِمَاءٍ مُنْهَمِرٍ وَفَجَّرْنَا الْأَرْضَ عُيُونًا. Water came down from the top and from the bottom, and Allah destroyed that nation as well as the son of Nuh alayhi salam. When Saleh alayhi salam told this boy that now there are 3 days left and you will be destroyed, again, look at what is the mentality. What is the mentality? They decided, let us kill Saleh himself. Look at what can lust do to a man? He's provoked by lust to satisfy his need. The woman tells him, kill the animal and I present myself. He takes the nasty, wretched step and he kills the animal. The consequences of that is the entire nation is to be engulfed in the divine torment of Allah. He then plans amongst himself and they plot and they say, well, if we're going to be destroyed, why not kill Saleh himself? Provoked by lust. You know, I was in San Francisco and we were going downtown and the brother was with me. He actually took me to show me one masjid. Ya Subhan, when I seen this, I couldn't believe it. As Brother Dawood was saying, you know, evil places, strip clubs. And actually the advertisement that ran, I dare you to take a bite from the forbidden fruit. I dare you to take a bite from the forbidden fruit. So tempting. And what did the Nabi of Allah said? وَخُلِقَ إِبْلِيسُ مُزَيِّنًا وَلَيْسَ إِلَيْهِ مِنَ الضَّلَالَةِ شَيْءٍ. The devil has no authority of beguiling and misleading. He only has access to decorating and beautifying and nothing more. Subhanallah, how beautiful are the words of Nabi alayhi salam. My ustad often used to say, the nature of this world is like an elderly woman who has put makeup. But as the night settled and her makeup disappeared and the wrinkles and the crinkles became evident, that is the time, the deceptive nature of this world. The deceptive nature of this world became apparent. Like someone said it so beautifully, ما أنعم الله على عبد بنعمة أوفى من العافية وكل من عوفي في جسده فهو في عيشة راضية والمال حلو حسن جيد على الفتى لكنه فانية ما أحسن الدنيا لكنها مع حسنها غدارة فانية. The greatest ni'mat that Allah has given to anyone, and you in particular, oh my young boy, is good health. There's nobody that can be favored with a greater ni'mat than good health. And how beautiful is wealth? It enhances the beauty of a young boy. A young boy in the prime of his life, driving a beautiful car, wearing eloquent clothes, moving in exclusive style, it only enhances his beauty. But as beautiful as the world is, faniya, it is temporary. Ma ahsan ad-dunya, how beautiful this world isn't. But with its beauty, it's coupled with deception. وَلَكِنَّهَا مَعَ حُسْنِهَا غَدَّارَةٌ فَانِيَةٌ. So they plot the assassination of Salih alayhi salam. قَالُوا تَقَاسَمُوا بِاللَّهِ لَنُبَيِّتَنَّهُ وَأَهْلَهُ ثُمَّ لَنَقُولَنَّ لِوَلِيِّهِ مَا شَهِدْنَا. And as they come close to the house of Salih, Allah destroys them and Allah destroys that entire nation. فَأَصْبَحُوا لَا يُرَى إِلَّا مَسَاكِنُهُم. Allah says, in the morning it was nothing but the ruins of their dwellings. I haven't even started with my topic, and look at the time that has lapsed. Our topic is the life of Nabi alayhi salam as a role model. Any human could relate to the life of Nabi alayhi salatu was salam. Be it a young boy, be it a child. Anas radiallahu anhu says, I sat in the company of Nabi alayhi salatu was salam for 10 years. In that entire 10 years, not once did he reprimand me, admonish me. A sahabi by the name of Muawiyah ibn Hakam Sulami, a revert person, accepts Islam, comes to the masjid. He says, I'm standing in the masjid. It was after the prohibition of speech in salah came down. I was unaware of the injunctions. I was standing in salah, someone sneezed. I said, Yarhamukallah. فَرَمَانِ الْقَوْمُ بِأَبْصَارِهِمْ. People started staring at me. So in namaz, I said, مَا شَأَنُكُمْ تَنْظُرُونَ إِلَيَّ. Why are people looking at me? I'm performing salah. Subhanallah. So they hit their hands and they, indicated silence. Sakatu. After salah was over, فوالله ما كهرني ولا ضربني ولا شتمني فما رأيت معلما قبله ولا بعده. Muhammad Sallallahu called me. I swear by Allah, he did not disgrace me, nor embarrass me, nor victimize me, nor ridicule me. I swear by Allah, may my parents be sacrificed. Neither the skies nor the earth has seen a greater tutor than Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Very gently, very politely, he said that now Allah has made speech forbidden in salah. There was a person by the name of Zahir. He was a young boy. He lived on the outskirts of Medina. He was a very casual, a happy-go-lucky type of a person. But the Nabi of Allah would drop his standard to one and all. Nabi alayhi salam would often say, Inna Zahiran badiyatana wa nahnu hadiruhu. That Zahir is my contact in the village and I'm his contact in the city. When he comes here, he puts up by me. When I go there, I put up by him. He used to bring things from the village and sell it in the city. One day he came and he was selling the Prophet of Allah. But look at his humor. Look at his humor. Subhanallah. He was busy selling something. The Prophet of Allah came from behind Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, took his blessed hands and then put it on the eyes of the Sahabi and blocked his vision. And he said, take a guess, who's it? That Nabi who came so close to Allah in Mi'raj that even Jibreel could not journey beyond that point. Yet with his companions and his social interaction, he was such a unique role model that he takes out time and displays humor with an ordinary companion of his. And then he says, مَن يَشْتَرِي هَذَا الْعَبْدِ. Listen, I'm selling this man. Anybody wants to buy him, he's for sale. So the Nabi of Allah, then the Sahabi says, he realizes the softness of the palm of Nabi alayhi salatu was salam, how gentle it was. What did Aisha radiallahu anha say? لنا شمس وللآفاق شمس وشمسي خير من شمس السماء فإن الشمس تطلع بعد فجر وشمسي طالع بعد العشاء. One is my sun, that is my Nabi, and one is the sun that brightens the world. That brightens half the world, the other half is in darkness. But my Nabi radiates light 24 hours. He said, O Nabi of Allah, إِذَنْ تَجِدُنِي كَاسِدًا. If you're going to sell me, I'm very cheap, you won't make much money. Nabi alayhi salam said, لَكِنْ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ لَسْتَ بِكَاسِدٍ. Oh my Sahabi, perhaps you are cheap and valueless in the eyes of people. But I swear by Allah in whose control is my life, in the eyes of Allah, you are so valuable that there is no person that can put a price on your value in the eyes of Allah. In the battle of Uhud, two young, elaborate preparations are made for the people to go out in the battle. Two youngsters come and they know that they are of tender age, 13, 14. At that time our youth are not even aware of those things that are compulsory. And the Sahaba, the youth, were so talented at that time, they were making a contribution in the battle. One was named Rafi ibn Khadij, one was Samura ibn Jundub. The Nabi of Allah spots them and he says, you too young, you got to go back. You too young, you got to go back. They respect the view of Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam and they return. The father of one of those young boys comes back to the Nabi of Allah And this is what I want to appeal to the congregation here. He says, Ya Rasulullah, inna bini rafi' ramin. You have declined from my son participating in the battle. I honor your word and your verdict, but I just want to say one thing. My son is a very talented archer. He's a very skilled archer. Perhaps his skills could help the ummah today. And that is what we ask in the Muslims, to pursue the degree that Allah has given them and make use of the talent, the ability, the opportunities. Capitalize on what Allah has provided in your respective fields and spheres. Capitalize on those opportunities and use it. I had a talk show at a particular radio station in San Francisco. We went into the particular radio station. The young boy there, subhanallah, may Allah give him strength and take him, to great heights. When I went in there, back home in South Africa, alhamdulillah, we have many radio stations, so I have the opportunity often to speak, but it's in a total conducive atmosphere where it is run by Muslims. This was definitely not a conducive atmosphere. The people before were the DJs at the particular radio station, and there were all other, images, and the brother, sensed that I wasn't all that comfortable. It was a bit strange for me, rather nothing more. So he said, Sheikh, let me tell you, I was one of the DJs here myself. And I was also messed up here in my own life. And then I lost a friend very tragically, and it gave me a shock in my life. And then I was about to abandon this program because I realized this is just not right for me as a Muslim. But someone came and told me, he said, why don't you turn the same thing and use it as a practical platform for propagating Islam? So alhamdulillah, I'm afforded an hour slot on a weekly basis, and I host people like you and other guests that come. When he told me the history of his program and how he made use of that opportunity, like that Sahabi Umayr ibn Wahab, who after accepting Islam, he said, Ya Rasulullah, give me permission. I want to go back to Mecca. Wallahi la ada'u makanan jalastu fihi bil kufri illa ajlis fihi bil iman. And I want to go and walk on every piece of land where I walked as a kafir, propagating and promoting disbelief. I want to go and walk on that very same land as a Muslim, promoting the oneness of Allah. We call upon the youth of this gathering. While many youths sit in the lap of strange women with bottles of wine in those campus environment, we ask the youth of North America, in this hostile atmosphere. I spoke about the beard recently back home in South Africa, and I addressed a congregation of youth. I said, Wallah, it is not the time to resist criticism, it is the time to embrace criticism. It is the time to embrace criticism for the pleasure of Allah and enjoy the same ranks that the Sahaba had. I promise, as they say, it's a different world. Now the reward for reflecting the image of Nabi alayhi salam is also different. My sister, veil yourself in this hostile environment. I make the statement, fearing Allah, Jannat is yours. In the light of Quran and Hadith, I'm not blurting any statements. Given the hostile atmosphere, where you will be singled out, and you will be victimized, and you will be embarrassed. Ya ukhti, la tarfa'i anki al-himara, la tarfa'i anki al-khimara fatandami. Oh my sister, don't unveil yourself. I promise you will regret the consequences. Suni jamalaki in aratti karama. Preserve your beauty exclusively for your partner if you want to enjoy the ranks of Jannah. It's time we embrace the criticism. And that was the spirit of that Sahabi. Nonetheless, these two Sahaba, the Sahabi comes and he says, Ya Rasulullah, my son is a skilled archer. Would you permit him to go? Nabi alayhi salam says, okay, you can go. The other young boy hears about this. He comes back to Nabi alayhi salam, he says, Ya Rasulullah, لَقَدْ أَجَزْتَ رَافِعًا وَرَدَدْتَنِي وَلَوْ صَارَعْتُهُ لَصَرَعْتُهُ. Subhanallah. O Nabi of Allah, initially you said we both are young. I'm 12, he is 13. You declined because of our tender age. Then you permitted Rafi' because of his skills, and you did not allow me to participate. But let me tell you, if we wrestle, I promise you I'll drop him. This is in the authentic books of Hadith. Subhanallah, what a unique Nabi. إلهي نجني من كل ضيق فأنت إلهنا مولى الجميع وهب لي في المدينة مستقرا ورزقا ثم دفنا في البقيع. Like the poet says, إلهي نجني أولئك آبائي فجئني بمثلهم يا جرير إذا جمعتنا المجامع إلهي نجني من كل ضيق فأنت إلهنا مولى الجميع. Oh may Allah save me from all calamities and tragedies, for indeed you are the Lord and the guardian of humanity. وهب لي في المدينة مستقرا, and make the land of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam an abode for me, and provide me with sustenance there. ثم دفنا في البقيع, and ultimately make me fortunate enough to sleep in the neighborhood of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Say Ameen, brothers. The Nabi of Allah says, okay, you come. You say you can drop him, call the Sahaba and you wrestle here. One is two young boys that are fighting in a boxing ring, two people, and we know the money you're talking dollars per second. You know, and generally the fight is devoted to this president, and it's devoted to this country, and it's devoted to this people. Here two Sahaba are literally fighting, 112, 113, expressing their talent to be accepted for Allah. Allah is observing this. The Sahaba congregate and converge. The Nabi of Allah is sitting there with a broad smile, and true to his word, he drops his opponents. And the Nabi of Allah says, Subhanallah, you are correct, both of you can go. So this was the interaction that the Nabi of Allah had with the youth. Those two young boys in the battle of Badr, who killed the ringleader Abu Jahl, but they were young children. And this is what I want to say, that the Nabi of Allah, he was so unique that anyone and everyone could access him. When Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu became the Khalifa and he was walking, so one young girl said, Al-an la tuhlabu lana mana'ihu darina. Abu Bakr is now the leader. Gone are the days where he will milk our cows. What did this young girl say? Subhanallah, what words? Gone are the days where Abu Bakr will milk our cows. Now you're talking of a person, you know, of position, inaugurated, endowed, favored, honorable. He turned back and he called that little young girl. He said, what did you say, my daughter? Whisper it again in my ears. I swear by Allah, I hope the position he has afforded me doesn't alter my relation with the general Muslim masses. That is the Islam we are waiting. And we need to relate to the life of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam to find that perfect role model. So those two young children come. Abdurrahman ibn Auf says, Kuntu waqifan yawma badrin wa ghulamani min al-ansar. These two young boys were standing on my side, very talented. And then they asked me about Abu Jahl, given the nasty comments he made about Nabi alayhi salam. And these two young boys darted towards him, one slaying the legs of the horse and one slaying his legs. But these were children, and they needed acknowledgement. They needed acknowledgement. We are so busy that we come home, we're tired, we're frustrated. The child has a beautiful smile on his face. I swear by Allah, if we only value the smile of the child, it has the potential to put an end to the fatigue of the day. But have we even given thought to that precious gift of nature? The child, innocent child. Islam is that beautiful faith that advocates kindness even to the children of kuffar. And that is the beauty we need to reflect. That Sahabi Khubayb radiallahu anhu, when he was taken to the kuffar and he was about to be executed, one day prior to his execution, one of the children came and sat down in his lap. One of the kafir children. A child doesn't understand color, race. These are the borders that we introduce the children to. What does a child know? A child is not prejudiced. A child doesn't know anything. It is the parents that shape the mind of that child. Nonetheless, this child comes and sits in the lap of this Muslim, knowing not that this man had killed my uncle in the battle, and tomorrow he's going to be executed. And this Sahabi has a blade in his hand. The riwayat comes in Bukhari. And the child is sitting in the lap. And the mother comes out. فَدَرَجَ بُنَيٌّ لَهَا وَهِيَ غَافِلَةٌ. The child comes out, the mother is unaware, oblivious. This Sahabi senses the phobia and the nervousness on the mother of this child. So he looks at that woman and he says, أَتَخْشَيْنَ أَنْ أَقْتُلَهُ. Oh sister, I know tomorrow I will be executed. Do you think I will stoop so low to take out my anger on this defenseless child? That is not the teachings of Islam. I love this child and I embrace this child, knowing very well tomorrow this child's father will be killing me. It is high time, I swear by Allah. Let me tell you, brothers, the anti-Islamic sentiments that are being echoed, this does not have its roots from the inception of the media. This has its roots from the very beginning of Islam. I substantiate it in the light of Quran. وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمْ مَاذَا أَنزَلَ رَبُّكُمْ قَالُوا أَسَاطِيرُ الْأَوَّلِينَ لِيَحْمِلُوا أَوْزَارَهُمْ كَامِلَةً يَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ وَمِنْ أَوْزَارِ الَّذِينَ يُضِلُّونَهُمْ بِغَيْرِ عِلْمٍ أَلَا سَاءَ مَا يَزِرُونَ. Those who loved around Nabi alayhi salam, who were convinced on the character of Nabi alayhi salam, the impeccable behavior, the flawless character of Nabi alayhi salam. Yet when they journeyed beyond the borders of Arabia and they interacted with other people, and at times they were asked with regards to the character of Nabi alayhi salam, they would say, nay, it is nothing but ancient tales. It's nothing, knowing very well the beauty of Islam. Hence, this has its roots from the very beginning of time. But the world will have no choice if we belie the media by virtue of our character. We belie them by virtue. Look at the Sahabi. Look at the Sahabi. And then food for thought for the youngsters that have gathered in this congregation. The next day when he is taken and is about to be executed, he says, فَقَدْ جَمَعُوا أَبْنَاءَهُمْ وَنِسَاءَهُمْ فقد جمعوا أبناءهم ونساءهم وقربت من جذع طويل ممنع إلى الله أشكو كربتي ثم غربتي وما أرصد الأحزاب لي عند مسرعي فذا العرش صبرني على ما يراد بي فقد بضعوا لحمي وقد بان مطعمي فلست أبالي حين أقتل مسلما على أي جنب كان لله مسرعي وذلك في ذات الإله وإن يشأ يبارك على أوصالي شلو ممزعي. I promise if I commentate on these couplets, it's an hour. They have gathered the young and the old. It's an occasion of joy, and I have presented my case to Allah. I complain to Allah of my feebleness, and I put my strength in Allah. They then turn him away. He performed 2 rakat namaz. And at that time he said, Wallahi, لولا أن تظنوا أني إنما تولت جزعا من الموت لاستكثرت من الصلاة. I was so engrossed in namaz that I was about to prolong it. But I feared that you will interpret me prolonging my namaz as the fear from death. Hence I cut my namaz short to let you know I'm not afraid. Otherwise I was so engrossed in my namaz. So brothers, these two young Sahaba come back. Ya Rasulullah, ana qataltuhu. Ya Rasulullah, ana qataltuhu. Look at how the Nabi of Allah embraces these young children. Oh Nabi of Allah, I killed this man, I killed. The Nabi of Allah said, okay, young children. The Nabi of Allah relates to them according to their age. The Nabi of Allah said, Hal masahtuma sayfaykuma? Did you perhaps wipe your swords? No. Go bring your swords and come. They come back with the swords. Those swords are stained with blood. The Nabi of Allah said, Kila kuma qatalahu. Both of you have equally killed this enemy and brought joy to the heart of your Nabi. I swear by Allah, just as the blood, the sword of that Sahabi was stained with the blood of the enemy of Allah, and it brought joy to the Nabi of Allah. If today you and I can put that sword on those music cassettes and CDs and things that take us away from Allah, and stain it with the blood and the filth of those evil people, Allah will give us the same reward that He gave to those two Sahaba in this time. And the hadith of Nabi alayhi salam said, Al-qa'iluna yawma idhin bil-kitabi was-sunnah kas-sabiqeen al-awwaleen min al-muhajirin wal-ansar. That those that will grip onto the deen and relate to the life of Nabi alayhi salam in the latter part of this ummah will enjoy the rewards and the privileges of those that came in the initial stages. Brothers, I wanted to speak on two aspects. I haven't yet started with either of the two, but I'm just going to touch on one of them very briefly. My time is running out. One is with regards to our social circle of friends. Let's look at the life of Nabi alayhi salam in that regard. Who are we interacting with? The Prophet of Allah sallallahu alayhi wasallam said, a person will not follow the teachings of his father, nor did he say a person will follow the teachings of his parents, nor did the Prophet of Allah say a person will follow the teachings of his tutor. Al-mar'u ala deeni khalilihi falyanzur man yukhalil. Comprehensive speech indeed. The Nabi of Allah said, a man will take to the teachings of his friends. So, O my Sahaba, be very selective when you decide who you befriend. O my Sahaba, be very selective when you decide who you befriend. Your social circle, with whom your daily interaction is. There was a person in Makkah, as Brother Dawood spoke about hospitality amongst the Arabs, by the name of Uqba ibn Abi Mu'ayt, a very well-known, renowned kafir. One day he returns from journey. And as was traditional and customary amongst the Arabs, he has a feast and he invites people. He entertains many people and he calls them. And naturally, the noblest of the noble was Nabi Karim sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So he invites Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam also for meals. Nabi alayhi salam come, high profile personnel congregate at his house. They are about to consume the meal. The Nabi of Allah says, I have a very deep desire and passion that if you would accept Islam, it would really make me happy. So the host, Uqba ibn Abi Mu'ayt, felt offended that my guest has come here and I cannot honor his request. So he says, no problem, O Muhammad, I will accept what you say. And he recites the kalima la ilaha illallah. In fact, the kuffar had so much trust. Under the commentary of this ayah in Jalalain, it is written, where Allah speaks of a kafir, and Allah speaks about 9 evils of him. Abdullah ibn Abbas radiallahu anhu says, I do not know any kafir whom the Quran has described in such a way. The Quran speaks about him, عُتُلٍ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ زَنِيمٍ أَنْ كَانَ ذَا مَالٍ وَبَنِينَ إِذَا تُتْلَى عَلَيْهِ آيَاتُنَا أَسَاطِيرُ الْأَوَّلِينَ. He says, the Quran speaks about all his wrongs. And in the end, the Quran says he is an illegitimate child. He comes to his mother and he tells his mother, Inna Muhammadan wasafani bitis'i sifat, a'rifuhunna ghayra wahid. Oh my mother, Muhammad Sassam's Quran has highlighted 9 of my weaknesses. I can identify with the first 8 and I acknowledge what his Quran says. But the 9th one is divulging your infidelity. His Quran says I'm illegitimate. The Quran of Muhammad says that I am an illegitimate child. Naturally my conception took place at a time I was unaware. Speak up, O my mother, because the Quran of Muhammad will never lie. So she comes forward and she confesses and she says, yes, inna abaka kana innina, that your father could not have children, and hence your father had, not your actual father, of course, your foster father, who you consider to be your father, could not have children. And he had a lot of wealth, and I feared who will inherit his legacy. So I gave access to another person, and that particular person is your biological father. So this was the trust they had on the words of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Nabi alayhi salam recites the kalima and he starts eating the meal. After the meal was over, as courtesy, Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam thanks him, and then the Nabi of Allah leaves. Sometime later, this kafir, Uqba ibn Abi Mu'ayt, his friend comes to him, and his friend tells him that I believe you have accepted Islam. Now look at the peer pressure. His friend tells him, I believe you have accepted Islam. He says, no, that's nonsense. It's totally absurd. There's no reality to what you say. I had apparently invited the man. He insisted that I articulate the kalima as courtesy to my guest. I responded to his request, but I had just lip service. I had said it verbally. I am not convinced on what he has said. The friend says, no, I am not convinced. I have heard that you have accepted Islam, and I will not accept you in my social friends anymore until and unless you don't openly go and deny this faith in front of him, and to convince me you hate him, you must go before him and spit on his face. Today, how many youth aren't they, out of peer pressure, that have been introduced to such vices which were unheard in their lives? They have perpetrated such acts that is beyond their own understanding, never mind anyone else. This nasty, evil, wretched man comes to impress his friend that yes, I am standing with you and I want to be part of your friends, to convince you that I haven't accepted Islam. He comes and I don't know how he can spit on that face upon which the Quran takes qasams. And he spits on the Mubarak and the blessed face of Nabi Karim sallallahu alaihi wasallam, denounces his Islam, and then once again is embraced by his friends. The Quran, in the most eloquent way, paints the picture of regret of this kafir on the day of Qiyamah in relation to his social friends. The Quran says on the day of Qiyamah, when some people from this ummah, Allah save one and all, will have to go to Jahannam and serve a penalty as a purification, then the disbelievers will taunt them and tell them, Ma aghna ankum imanukum. Your faith hasn't availed you, you are believers, but you also suffer in the same consequences. This statement of taunting them will anger Allah. And Allah will say, immediately remove them. أَمْ نَجْعَلُ الْمُفْسِدِينَ فِي الْأَرْضِ. Can they equate the believers with evil people? They will be taken out. And at that time the kafir will realize, رُبَمَا يَوَدُّ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا لَوْ كَانُوا مُسْلِمِينَ. رُبَمَا يَوَدُّ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا لَوْ كَانُوا مُسْلِمِينَ. At that time the kafir will see the value of the mere articulation of the kalima. That this man lived the life of evil, yet the verbal utterance of the kalima has rescued him. Nonetheless, cutting a long story short, they will then go to Jannah. The Quran says when this Uqba ibn Abi Mu'ayt will come before Allah on the day of Qiyamah, and he will see his friend. And I want to leave my youngsters, both boys and girls, with this food for thought. When he will see this friend, and he will see the consequences of the disbelief because of his relation with this friend, I wish you could comprehend the eloquence of the Quran. وَيَوْمَ يَعَضُّ الظَّالِمُ عَلَى يَدَيْهِ يَقُولُ يَا لَيْتَنِي اتَّخَذْتُ مَعَ الرَّسُولِ سَبِيلًا يَا وَيْلَتَى لَيْتَنِي لَمْ أَتَّخِذْ فُلَانًا خَلِيلًا. On that day, as a fit of regret, the Quran says, I quote the exact words, this kafir will come and he'll bite his hands. Then he will point to this friend Ubay, and he will say, oh Allah, I wish I had never met this human in my life. He had introduced me to so many evils. Ya waylata laytani lam attakhidh fulanan khalila. I had never womanized in my life. I had never gambled. I never consumed wine. I never knew what a drug was. Till I met with this evil man. Oh Allah, how do I express my regrets? There's only one way, oh Allah. رَبَّنَا هَؤُلَاءِ أَضَلُّونَا فَآتِهِمْ عَذَابًا ضِعْفًا مِنَ النَّارِ. Oh Allah, this friend of mine who introduced me to these vices, I have one request. I understand I have to suffer the consequences of his friendship, but the only way I can appease myself is by asking you one thing. Whatever torment you suggest for me, give him double, Allah. Al-akhillah yawma'idhin ba'dhuhum li ba'dhin adu. The Quran says all friendship will be converted into enmity, but the friendship on the name of Allah. Can you imagine the pinnacle of regret that this kafir will go through? There was a person by the name of Walid ibn Mughira. He heard the azab of akhirah. He decided to accept Islam. His friend told him, I believe you became a Muslim. He says, yes. Why? No, I'm afraid of the torment. He says, no, don't worry about that. You pay me monthly and I'll divert the punishment from you. Monthly you give me so much money, and I will satisfy, I will pay you. Compelled by that peer pressure, blinded by that. أَفَرَأَيْتَ الَّذِي تَوَلَّى. This is the words of the Quran. أَفَرَأَيْتَ الَّذِي تَوَلَّى وَأَعْطَى قَلِيلًا وَأَكْدَى أَعِنْدَهُ عِلْمُ الْغَيْبِ فَهُوَ يَرَى. So he started paying him monthly. He paid him for 3 months and then he stopped paying. Allah says, does he have the knowledge of the unseen? أَمْ عِنْدَهُ عِلْمُ الْغَيْبِ فَهُوَ يَرَى. So brothers, I have said much and I want to conclude with my beginning message. The celebrities of the world today, the icons, the role models of the world today, study their life, their social life is in total shambles. The only human whose life has been groomed to perfection on every possible level, his interaction with his honorable consorts, his interaction with his young Sahaba, as I briefly touched upon it, was the life of Nabi Karim sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Let me then leave you with this hadith, where that Sahabi came and he asked, Ayyu julasa'ina khair ya Rasulullah. Oh Nabi of Allah, you tell us which is our best friend. You tell us which is our best friend. With who do we socialize? Which are our noble companions? Nabi alayhi salam said, Arba'un min sa'adatil mar'i. 4 things form the good fortune of a man. An takuna zawjatahu salihah. That he has a pious wife. Analyze that virtue and that fortune from a material perspective, and it would be if he has a beautiful wife. Of course, beauty is there in its place, nobody says no. But only beauty with no, like one brother told me this. He says, Sheikh, what do you think? I think it's better to get married to a woman that is beautiful and not pious than get married to a woman that is pious and not beautiful. I asked him why. He says, look here, if the woman is pious, but she's not beautiful, you can't make her beautiful. But if she's beautiful and she's not pious, you can always make her pious. I said, Ya Subhan, is that the way today with the cosmetic industry? I assume you can do it with anyone. Nonetheless, أن تكون زوجته صالحة. 4 things form the good fortune of a man. And he is fortunate in the eyes of Allah. And what did the Nabi of Allah said? A time will come. يقال للرجل, the riwayat of Bukhari, ما أعقله وما أظرفه وما أجلده وما في قلبه مثقال ذرة من إيمان. It would be said, what an intellectual young boy, what a brilliant boy, what a competent youngster, but his heart would be devoid of faith and morals. He would be put on the highest pedestal. World will salute him. Everyone will honor him, yet he will be devoid of total things. And on the contrary, let us see on the tongue of Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam, what is then beauty? Who is fortunate? When Sahaba came and said, Ayyu shay'in khayrun lin nisa. Oh Nabi of Allah, what is the best gift I can give my mother, my sister, my daughter? Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam says, it concerns the woman. Why don't you go and ask Fatima? She'll know better. She's the queen of the woman of Jannah. They come to Fatima radiallahu anha and they ask her that question in 2 words. She says, لا يرين الرجال ولا يرونهن. لا يرين الرجال. Such modesty comes into that girl that she doesn't cast a lustful gaze on any strange men, and provide her with such a conducive atmosphere and environment that no strange men cast a lustful gaze upon her. Nabi alayhi salam said, عِفُّوا عَنْ نِسَاءِ النَّاسِ تَعِفُّ نِسَاؤُكُمْ وَبِرُّوا أَبَاءَكُمْ تَبُرُّكُمْ أَبْنَاؤُكُمْ. O my Sahaba, do not cast a lustful gaze on any strange woman, and Allah will divinely save your mother and your daughter from the lustful gazes of strange women, from strange men. On the contrary, in many social circles, many women feel that tantamount to respect. But nevertheless, أربع من سعادة المرء أن تكون زوجته صالحة, that her wife is pious, he has a pious wife. وخلطاءه صالحين, and he has noble companions, his friends with whom he socializes. I always say, if not anything else, just take this into factor, that the Nabi of Allah said, if you have 40 pious people at your grave, then insha'Allah they come and perform your janazah, your jannat and your maghfirah will be made. And remember, كَمَا تَعِيشُونَ تَمُوتُونَ وَكَمَا تَمُوتُونَ تُحْشَرُونَ. It is with whom you socialize that will come to your grave. A youngster, whoever is his social clique and his friends, they are the ones that will come and see you off at your funeral, and they will be the last to pay their respects. So interact with those pious youngsters that they can be the last to make dua for you. وَخُلَطَاءَهُ صَالِحِينَ, that his companions are pious. وَأَوْلَادَهُ أَبْرَارٌ, and he has noble, upright, pious, obedient, obliging, respectful children. And number 4, وَأَن يَكُونَ رِزْقُهُ فِي بَلَدِهِ, and that Allah makes divine arrangements for his sustenance to be in close proximity to his house. He doesn't have to travel very far. Allah makes divine arrangements that his sustenance and his livelihood is very close. I conclude with that hadith again of the Nabi of Allah. When the Sahaba asked him, who are our best friends? He said, the one that can provide you with 3, he is the best friend. Befriend him. Befriend him. And remember, there are many people who befriend you with ulterior motives. Like in English they say, I love people who openly hate me, but I hate people who pretend to love me. I love people who openly hate me, but I hate people who pretend to love me. The Nabi of Allah said, a time will come, يَكُونُ فِي آخِرِ الزَّمَانِ أَقْوَامٌ إِخْوَانُ الْعَلَانِيَةِ أَعْدَاءُ السَّرِيرَةِ. A time will come prior to Qiyamah where people will express friendship and brotherhood, but they will be enemies from within. They will be enemies from within. You know, it's a topic of its own. The Nabi of Allah said 3 qualities, that is your best friend. مَنْ ذَكَّرَكُمُ اللَّهَ رُؤْيَتُهُ وَزَادَ فِي عِلْمِكُمْ مَنْتِقُهُ وَذَكَّرَكُمْ بِالْآخِرَةِ عَمَلُهُ. That person, مَنْ ذَكَّرَكُمُ اللَّهَ رُؤْيَتُهُ. That young boy, when you look at him, his appearance reminds you of Allah. When you look at this boy, his social interaction, his friends, his dealings, his attitude, his behavior, you look at the manner in which he conducts himself, you realize that naturally there is an Allah watching this person. And not those أَفَرَأَيْتَ مَنِ اتَّخَذَ إِلَهَهُ هَوَىٰ, who have made their whims and their fancies their deities and their isms, and they worship them in the manner that Allah ought to be worshipped. So that person whose appearance reminds you of Allah, وَزَادَ فِي عِلْمِكُمْ مَنْتِقُهُ, and when he speaks, your knowledge about Allah increases. There are many people who will tell you on sports, politics, this, that. How many friends are there who can motivate you spiritually and make you conscious of your Creator? make you understand to stand as an upright Muslim in society. وَذَكَّرَكُمْ بِالْآخِرَةِ عَمَلُهُ. And when you look at his dealings and the manner in which he conducts himself, then it is a sufficient reflection of accountability. He is so meticulous in his dealings that definitely it constantly reminds you that there is something like accountability. That is why this man is so conscious that he has disciplined himself, he has lowered his gait, his modest interaction, his honesty, that young boy, his honesty in his dealings, reviving the like of Sayyidina Yusuf alayhi salatu wasalam. When attracted to zina, he said, hey, talaqqala ma'ad Allah. And then the minister's wife said, she took a piece of cloth and she threw it upon some item. So Yusuf asked her, alayhi salam, what is that? She says, no, I feel ashamed to perpetrate the act of zina in the presence of that idol. So Yusuf said, well, my Allah is such that I cannot conceal him and I cannot cover him. La tudrikuhu al-absar wa huwa yudriku al-absar. I say this as my closing comments, and I make dua to the Almighty Allah that He accept our get together here. Motivate and inspire one and all in this get together, that we become better Muslims and we reflect the beauty of Islam. And at no stage do we become hurdles and obstacles to the true, to reflecting the true Islam, and we reflect it in its original and its pristine form in the manner that Allah and His Nabi have revealed it and preserved it. Wa akhiru da'wana alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Alhamdulillah, al-wahid al-qahhar, al-fard al-samad, لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. الحمد لله على نعمة الإسلام، الحمد لله على نعمة الإيمان، ونشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له، له الملك وله الحمد، يحيي ويميت وهو على كل شيء قدير. ونشهد أن محمدًا عبده ورسوله، أدى الأمانة وبلغ الرسالة وجاهد في سبيل الله حتى أتاه اليقين. Praise to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we are Muslims. Praise to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the best gift given to us is being a mu'min, being a believer, that there is only one universal God Almighty, that He is most perfect, absolute, infinite. And we bear witness that we worship none but Him. And we bear witness that out of His mercy He did send Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam to humankind everywhere and every place to guide them in the straight path. The topic of this khutbah is about Izzatul Mu'mineen, the power of Muslims. والعزة في لغة العرب تعني القوة والمنعة، وهي ضد الانتصار والذل، وتطلق على العبد وعلى الرب، فتقول هذا رجل عزيز. والله سبحانه وتعالى من أسماء الله الحسنى Al-Aziz. The word Izzah, which can be used to describe a man or a woman, Aziz or Aziza, also describe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. One of the 99 beautiful names is Al-Aziz. That's why Muslims, many of them, their name is Abd al-Aziz, the servant of the mighty, which is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran says, وَلِلَّهِ الْعِزَّةُ وَلِرَسُولِهِ وَلِلْمُؤْمِنِينَ. That power and might, Izzah, belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and belong also to Rasul sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, and also it belongs to the believers, you and me. I want to share with you that when you read the Quran and you find a statement, you must believe that this is the truth, even if what you observe around you does not match that statement or that verse in the Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in this verse, He said, might and power first belongs to me. This is a divine power. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the absolute, the infinite, the perfect. in terms of power. But also, he gave it to Rasul sallallahu alayhi wa sallam in order to spread the message. And he said in the same verse that this power and might also belongs to the believers, the mu'mineen, the Muslims. So of course, this power really does not belong to the Muslims of today. So there must be something wrong. And you have to analyze the situation. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala speaks the truth. If you look at the Muslims in Canada, we're not talking about the Muslims anywhere else. We are over 700,000 people in this country. Over 700,000. Muslims in this country double every 10 years. We are the largest non-Christian religious minority in the country. But we have almost zero political power. Rasul sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, المؤمن القوي أحب إلى الله من المؤمن الضعيف. That the strong believer, the strong Muslims, is loved more by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala than the weak believer. The strength and might in this hadith can be different levels. One of them is a physical one, mental one, spiritual one, and also collective one. Collectively, Muslims in this country are very weak. You can see, for example, the experience of our brothers and sisters in France. They are 10% of the population. Muslims are over 6 million in France. They are the largest percentage-wise in any Western country. But you see what happened to them just almost a year ago. The government introduced a law to ban the hijab in public institutions, including schools. So this means that girls at school, they have to take the hijab off before they enter the front door of the school. A Muslim woman with hijab, she has to take her hijab off as she goes to the hospital to seek medical attention. So what's the conclusion? The conclusion that these 6 million Muslim French people have zero political power. Because if they have any, the government of the day cannot dare to challenge them by this law. It's a racist law. It's anti any law in France because they are proud of their liberty, human rights, etc. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, وَالْمُؤْمِنُونَ وَالْمُؤْمِنَاتِ بَعْضُهُمْ أَوْلِيَاءُ بَعْضٍ يَأْمُرُونَ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ وَيَنْهَوْنَ عَنِ الْمُنْكَرِ وَيَقِيمُونَ الصَّلَاةَ وَيَأْتُونَ الزَّكَاةَ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in this verse of the Quran try to get the attention of Muslim men and women. Actually in the Arabic language, when you say something in plural and you don't specify it's for men and women, you're using the masculine format, but it meant actually for men and women. This is the nature of the Arabic language. But specifically in that verse, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned al-mu'minuna wal-mu'minat, believing men and believing women. So nobody will have any illusion that this coming message is addressed to believing men and believing women. What he's trying to tell us, he said that if you want to, a good believer, if you want to, you have to spread good and forbid evil. And then you establish prayer and you pay your zakat. Also, part of the Arabic language, the sequence of mentioning few things in a list, that the top one usually more important than the second or the third. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in this verse of Quran, He mentioned really, if you want to use today's terminology, He's mentioning activism. You have to spread good. You have to forbid and stop evil. This is activism. One of it is political activism. Muslims in this country have the right to vote. Any citizen who is 18 years old have the right to vote. Those of us who think this is a kafir country, they don't want to involve in politics, they can leave us alone. Those of us who want to participate in order to change the environment around us. Voting is a part of a shahada. It is a testimony. This means that somebody is coming to you to ask you your opinion about a list of candidates. You have to do your homework and see which one is actually the best for your riding. And you have to really study it hard and the track record of that MPs or the candidate and so on. So this is a duty. It's a serious duty. It's a religious duty. Because even if you don't vote, you're already doing a negative voting. This means that you're giving the vote to somebody who already lost or who will lose. Which means that that person who will lose the election in your riding, he could be actually the best person. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala asked you, what did you do? I am not a prime minister of any country. I'm not the president of any country. And the same for you. But you have a small duty to do your homework and exercise that voting power. It's very important. We have to be on the political scene. It is too late to go to the government and complain about XYZ issue. It is too late. You don't know the member of parliament. You did not communicate with him or her. You didn't vote for him or her or vote against it. You don't know the issue very well. You cannot articulate the position. And you're coming late to influence the decision making. That's no good. You can't really complain. If the government does this and that. When in any gathering I ask the audience around me, would you think one day, listen very carefully, would you think one day that the government of Canada will make a law to make it illegal for any Muslims to have a masalla? You know, in many downtown places, it's very crowded, so they rent a room on a Friday in order to pray Jum'ah. In France, actually, you have to have a license from the government. You cannot have a place of worship of 2 people or 3 people coming together unless you have a license. So even if you have a private business, even if you have a hall which accommodates few people during a prayer, you have to have a license from the government. I ask another question. I ask the audience in front of me, would you think the government of Canada will pass a law to forbid Muslims to do their prayer? You know, Muslims do the prayer, as we know, ruku' and sujood. We have a structured prayer. We don't sit down on the floor and put our hands in front of our face and pray. We're not saying that this is actually anything wrong with it, but we have a certain way of doing our salah, of making ruku' and sujood and certain number of rak'ah. I ask the audience, would the government pass a law that you have to really do it in a certain way, not your way? Of course, some people will shake their hands and say it's impossible. How the government would pass a law like that? The government of Canada passed in the 1800s a law against the native people to stop them from doing certain acts in their prayers because it offended the Christians. And this is a fact. The government of Canada did pass a law like that because the natives have a certain structure in their prayers which is different from ours. And the government of Canada at that time said, no, this is not good. We cannot allow them to pray this way because it offends us, Christians of this country. So there's a responsibility for you to get involved. The federal election is coming. Either this spring or this fall. The Canadian Islamic Congress, as Brother Salamat said, it did its homework. We have a comprehensive report. You can look it up on the internet. There's a hard copy around. We cannot endorse a certain party or a certain candidate. It's your job for your riding to have a town hall meeting and invite the candidates and listen to them and ask questions and send the one in the member of parliament in your riding. Why the Canadian Islamic Congress give you an A or a B or an F? You must do this and that. So it is a responsibility, and we should really take it very seriously. I want to make sure that I deliver this message. ألا هل بلغت؟ اللهم اشهد. Did I convey this message about your political responsibility and your religious responsibility of voting? Did I convey that message clearly to you? I want to hear. Again, did I convey the message that the voting is important? It's a religious and a civic duty in this country. Did I deliver that?
Yes.
And you make sure that you tell the people who are not here, فالحاضر يبلغ الغائب. This is the sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. This means that when he wants to convey a certain message to his congregation, he will ask them, ألا هل بلغت? Did I convey the message? Everybody will say yes. And he said, فالحاضر يبلغ الغائب. Those who heard me, please convey the message to others. أقول قولي هذا واستغفر الله ولكم فاستغفروه.
Start out this program by recitation of the Holy Quran by Brother Saeed Al-Saidi. Assalamu ala man ittaba al-huda. Peace be upon those who follow guidance. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. إن المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات والقانتين والقانتات والصادقين والصادقات والصابرين والصابرات والخاشعين والخاشعات والمتصدقين والمتصدقات والصائمين والصائمات والحافظين فروجهم والحافظات والذاكرين الله كثيرا والذاكرات أعد الله لهم مغفرة وأجرا عظيما. وما كان لمؤمن ولا مؤمنة إذا قضى الله ورسوله أمرا أن يكون لهم الخيرة من أمرهم ومن يعص الله ورسوله فقد ضل ضلالا مبينا. I'd like to take this moment to tell you what the Muslim Students Association is about. We were established in 1972 at UW-Milwaukee. Since then, our purpose has been to inform and educate the university community about aspects of Islamic heritage, culture, and history, and to evaluate contemporary Muslim concerns, along with assisting foreign students in any way possible. To educate the UWM community, we have sponsored a variety of national and international speakers. We have held debates, lectures, exhibitions, and informational booths. Before we begin, I would like to thank the UD Sociocultural Programming, our co-sponsors, in particular Angie Johnson, Bunny Freed, Jan Ballesterier, and I would also like to especially thank Dr. Ali Gamah for all his support. Now I would like to introduce our moderator for tonight's event, Ahmed Quraishi of the Milwaukee Muslim community. He has served as the Secretary of the Islamic Society of Milwaukee for the last 2 years. He is a practicing attorney at a law firm in downtown Milwaukee. And now I will turn the floor over to our moderator, Ahmed Quraishi.
Thank you, Mustafa. Assalamu alaikum and good evening. I would first like to introduce our guest speakers this evening, Amina Asilmi and Deborah Scroggins. Then I will discuss the format for tonight's debate. Amina Asilmi was born in Oklahoma. On May 21, 1977, after 2 years of intensive study, she reverted and became a Muslim. We use the term reverted, not converted, because everyone, we believe, is born a Muslim. She currently lives in Orange County, California, and will be locating to Oklahoma in the near future. She has 3 degrees in education, communications, and broadcasting. She is an internationally known lecturer on Islam, including the status of women and families in Islam. She is presently chair of the International Union of Muslim Women and is active in many other Muslim organizations. She is a writer and is currently working on a book on women in Islam called The Achievable Dream. She is a mother and a grandmother. Deborah Scroggins, our other guest speaker tonight, was born and raised and lives in Atlanta. She has a Bachelor of Arts in History from Tulane and a Master in International Affairs from Columbia. She has worked as a staff writer for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution for the last 5 years, covering foreign and domestic affairs. She is the winner of the Robert F. Kennedy and Overseas Press Club Awards for human rights reporting on the Horn of Africa, and she is author of the recent newspaper series, Women of the Veil. The format for tonight's debate consists of 3 parts. The first part will consist of an opening statement of up to 20 minutes made by tonight's speakers. Amina Asilmi will speak first and Deborah Scroggins will go second. After the opening statements, there will be a discussion between the 2 speakers led by myself on areas of contention or agreement appearing from the opening statements or addressed in the Women of the Veil articles, which may not have been specifically discussed in the opening statements. The third and final part of the debate will consist of a question and answer session. Questions may be submitted in writing to the moderator or asked directly from the microphones which are located in the aisles. Any questions or comments from the floor will be limited to 1 minute in order that as many questions as possible may be answered. I would also encourage you, if you are going to submit written questions, to pass them to the person on the aisle. Someone from the MSA will walk up and down the aisles and collect the questions. We really don't want people standing in the aisles or moving up and down the aisles because of the nature of the hall. Now, at this time, I would like to ask Amina Asilmi to give an opening talk to you this evening concerning the role and the status of women in Islam.
Assalamu alaikum. Tonight, I'm here to discuss that poor oppressed creature known as the Muslim woman and that law that oppresses them, Islam, specifically fundamental Islam. Islam is my chosen path, and I get really frustrated when I read about how women are paradoxically on the front lines of a movement that represses them. Islam in no way represses anyone. Islam is, in fact, the ultimate liberator. The women's liberation movement of this country would have benefited enormously from the guidance in the Quran. But then if we'd been following the Quran, the women's liberation movement wouldn't have been necessary. In Islam, it is recognized that men and women are different. However, while they're recognized as different, that in no way means that they are not equal. In fact, they are very muchly equal, as was mentioned in the ayah that opened. The Quran, which was revealed to Muhammad, was written down at the time of the revelation and has been protected from any change. It stands now as it was then, and it stands as a constant reminder and protector of women's rights. No aspect of the woman's value, import, or capabilities has been ignored. Amongst the things that are covered in the Quran is procreation. In Surah 4, Ayah 1, it says, reverence God through whom ye demand your mutual rights, and reverence the womb that bore you, for God ever watches over you. The mother that bore us must have our reverence. The wife through whom the men enter parentage must have their reverence. And the act of sex itself must also be looked at with reverence. Also, the birth of female children was covered in Islam. According to Islam, the female child is not a matter of shame. It's a blessing. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, whoever does good to a girl child, it will be a curtain to him from hell. Another time he said, whosoever cares for two girls till they come of age shall be in the next world with me like two fingers close to each other. Whosoever has a daughter and does not bury her alive, nor scold her, nor show partiality to his other male children, God shall bring him into paradise. Islam also dealt with another thing that's been a problem for women. That's the guilt for the original sin. After all, it was Pandora that opened the box that let evil onto the earth, and it was Eve who forced that fateful apple into Adam's mouth. But in the Quran, it says both were tempted, both sinned, both repented, and both were forgiven. Some people think that the man may be held slightly more responsible for original sin because the man is also given a degree of responsibility for the woman, where the woman has no responsibility for the man's actions. Women were also given, over 1,400 years ago, the right to own her own property and to conduct her own affairs. Now remember, the Quran is over 1,400 years old. In 1870, Great Britain shocked the rest of the world by passing the Married Women's Property Act. The law gave only limited property rights to women, but it was considered quite scandalous at the time. That was only the beginning of women's property rights. Even here in this country, there are some areas where women do not have full property rights. Last year when I was in Virginia, I was talking with an elderly lady whose husband had passed away, and she was trying to sell her house and could not because of a law that was on the book that said her husband or other male family member had to sign the papers, and every male family member she had was dead. And she was stuck with this house and she wanted to sell it. According to Islam, we have full control over whatever we own and full right to acquire whatever we desire. There's no limitations on us at all. And what we own does not require any permission from our husbands to use or dispose of. We also have the right to conduct our own businesses. In fact, the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ worked for a woman who later became his wife. It was Khadija who owned the trading company that he went to work for when he was 20 years of age. That set two examples. Number one, that it was acceptable for a man to work for a woman. And number two, that it was acceptable for a woman to own a business and conduct her own affairs in that business. Also in Islam, women were for the first time given the right to witness contracts. Now it's true that in some cases in Islam it requires two women to one man, but this is only in certain contracts where it involves the borrowing and loaning of money. There are other instances where a woman's witness alone is enough, and there is one instance where a woman's witness is more powerful than a man's witness. The rights of women didn't stop here. The previously mentioned rights were then secured and expanded by granting women the right to education. Not just the right to education. Women were ordered to be educated. We were told to go to the ends of the earth if necessary. Slaves could be freed for teaching a woman how to read and write. It wasn't a matter of just men. It was for women too. The education of the women may well have been a factor in the number of women in early Islamic history who became known as distinguished scholars. Amongst those are Hafsa, the daughter of Omar, who was known as the keeper of the Quran. Aisha, daughter of Abu Bakr, who is well known for a memory like a tape recorder and reported the most hadiths of anyone. She also wrote many scholarly works on history and on Islamic law. But along with the right for education, we were given the right to express ourselves. We were given a right to voice our opinions and our ideas and our feelings in public. On one occasion, Omar, and for those of you who don't know about Omar was one very tough man. He was well known to have a quick temper and a very strong nature, and he wasn't the kind of person that anybody really cared to cross. But there was one occasion where he was suggesting that a law be passed, and a woman stood up and continued to disagree with him until finally he stood and said, a woman is right and Omar is wrong. So even right after the death of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we could stand before the Caliph, the ruler, and disagree and express our opinion and have no fear. Our opinion was taken for what it was, and it didn't matter whether we were male or female. Judgment was judgment. Islam as a legal system also dealt with the issue of inheritance. Now, inheritance has been a problem over all years and is still a problem in this country especially. You watch families totally torn apart because they can't decide what's going to be done with an inheritance. The first thing Islam did was classify inheritance. And inheritance is not something you have earned. Inheritance is something that has been given to you. It's a kind of a charity. Now in Islam, the woman has no financial obligations. Even in the worst of times, she has no financial obligations. If she has a job, she does not have to use that money to support herself. Her father is responsible, her brothers are responsible, her uncles are responsible. If there are no male relatives, the society is responsible. The man, on the other hand, has an almost unlimited degree of responsibility. He's responsible for his wife and for his children. He's responsible for his parents, for his brothers, for his sisters. He's responsible for the parents of his wife. He's responsible for aunts and uncles. He's responsible for any of the poor and needy in his community, and it goes on and it goes on and it goes on. So if a charity is to be given, it should go where it would be most needed, and that would be the man, because he has the greater stress placed on him financially. The thing that is quite remarkable, and everyone keeps passing by, is the fact that woman was guaranteed a part of inheritance. There are still many legal systems where all inheritance goes to the firstborn son, or this or that. But this was the first, and is still the only one that states absolutely how much she's going to get. And it goes beyond that because it keeps the family from being torn apart by arguing over who's going to get how much. It's settled, it's resolved, there's nothing to discuss. And it's a great burden that is relieved from all of society for this. Okay, now we move on into marriage. In the process of getting married, it's very true that the families on both sides are very involved in the marriage. They do a great deal of work finding people that they think are suitable for their son or for their daughter. But this in no way means that the daughter is bought or sold, or that marriages are done without permission. A couple cannot be married unless they agree to the marriage. This is Islamic law now. Okay? The family involvement, though, is very important. because the family should know their children fairly well. I mean, I know what my sons really like. I know what my sons really need. I knew what my daughter needed. I knew what my daughter wanted. And so when I'm talking to the girls, my daughter's married, but when I'm talking to the girls about my sons, I can have a pretty good feel about whether or not this girl is really going to be able to make it with my son, or whether there's too many areas where contention is going to be a source of absolute destruction in the household. Now, my oldest son, who's 17, he doesn't look at girls with his mind. He has a totally different orientation. But, alhamdulillah, he does respect his mother, and he does listen to me, and he has taken my advice up to this point on girls that he has brought to me. And the one that he's currently considering is the first one that both of us are in agreement seems to be a pretty nice girl. But by going through this process, inshallah, we will be able to avoid problems in the marriage and maybe even divorce. The involvement in the marriage doesn't end with the choosing or the helping of the choice of the spouse. Okay, it goes on in that the family is continually involved. We have extended family system in Islam. You don't get married and go off and become a totally separate unit. You get married, you become a part of a larger unit. And this extended family system helps us to be able to work out our problems a little bit better, too. We have other people for sounding boards. We have other people to help us out during times where there's a lot of stress or a lot of problems going on. So the extended family is very important to us. And my youngest son, he's an idealist, and he's a long way from getting married, I hope, is very clear on where things stand when he gets married, you know. And he was telling his Islamic studies teacher, yes, when I get married, my mother's going to live with us. And she says, what if your wife doesn't like your mother? Well, then she's not going to be my wife. And he goes on and he explains to her, well, you see, she should like my mother because my mother is there to protect her rights. And then his Islamic studies teacher says, well, are you sure you want that? And he says, well, it's going to make my life hard, yeah. But he has a healthy attitude. He has the idea. He has an understanding of what it is, you know, to have the extended family and to maintain the support structure as it goes on. Now, divorce is allowed in Islam, but of all the things that are allowed, it's the thing that's hated the most. A man can declare divorce by saying, I divorce you 3 times during 3 different menstrual cycles. Okay? But a woman can also obtain a divorce. During the time of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, divorces were granted for simple things like, in one case, the woman did not like the way her husband looked. And the divorce was granted because she just didn't like the way he looked. So the limitations on the woman by Islam as far as being able to get a divorce aren't there. But divorce is to be avoided. And before you go to divorce, you have to go through arbitration. And during the arbitration, the couple has to stay together. They have to continue trying to work out the problems. We don't just fly off and get divorced. It doesn't work that way, not amongst true Muslims. During the marriage, the woman's rights have been protected. Okay? It's said that when a Muslim marries, he perfects half of his religion, and that he should practice righteousness to secure the remaining half. And the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said, marriage is my way. Whoso loves my conduct should follow my way, and who strays from my way is not for me. The family life of the Prophet is a unique example of affection and kindness and patience and forgiveness, of gentleness, of civility, patience. married families of today could learn a lot by studying how he conducted himself in his marriage relations. Muhammad introduced a new dimension into the human relationship of man and woman, enriching the family with love, pleasure, comfort, mercy, and security, enabling them both to gain moral goodness and spiritual excellence through their relationship. So while the woman is protected during the marriage, and we try to avoid the divorce, her protection in case of divorce is not forgotten. The man cannot abuse the woman in order to make her seek divorce, because if she seeks divorce, she has to return a part of the dowry. He's forbidden to speak anything bad about her or to hold her in suspense. Okay, he has to either maintain his marriage relationship or he has to let her go. He can't just go away from her. He remains 100% financially responsible for the children, and in some instances, for his ex-wife. Now, this might be a good time for us to go and talk a little bit about the woman in the workplace and the ERA. Okay, ERA was struggling for equal pay. In 1939, a woman earned 63 cents to a man's dollar. 1985, she earned 64 cents to a man's dollar, a gain of a penny in almost 50 years. In 1987, 23% of all working women earned less than $10,000 a year at a full-time job. 80% of these women are heads of single-parent families. Now, the average child support that is awarded is $300 a month, but 60% of all of the divorced fathers contribute nothing to the care of their children. And this doesn't even take into account all of the children who have been fathered outside of marriages. These children have no rights. These mothers have no rights to assistance. This puts an unbelievable stress and strain upon the woman. And an ever-increasing number of our children are growing up in poverty. You have to realize that economic depravity of women is translated into a host of several problems for our children. We have failure or low achievement in school, child neglect, child abuse, drug use, crime, welfare dependency. In Islam, it's ordered that we have equal pay. There's no difference between what a man earns and what a woman earns. The Quran says to give the worker their due before the sweat is dry on the brow. It doesn't say and pay the woman half of what the man earns. It's to be paid. Now, many Muslim women do choose not to work, and the Islamic social system makes that decision possible. Here, most women have lost something exceedingly important because we've lost the freedom of choice. Women are forced into the 9-to-5 rut, sticking their children into child care systems and forcing themselves into stress and strain situations by trying to run a household, work a full-time job, be a mother, some cases still even be a wife. And there's no time for themselves. They're burning out. Even many American women now are choosing to live a less expensive lifestyle and stay at home because they're starting to recognize the damage this does to their children and to themselves. I have to cover very quickly two big subjects. Okay, we save them for last. One has to do with the hijab, the Islamic dress of the woman. Now, to many Western educated people, this is a sign of our oppression. This isn't so with a Muslim woman who has an understanding of Islam. This to us is our badge of honor. This is my right. This is my human right to be able to wear this. This identifies me as being a Muslim. And this country, I do not have the freedom to dress the way I would like to. In this country, if I go out with the face veil, there's a few of you that haven't given up the face veil, and I applaud you for your courage. Because when we go out, we take a lot of problems. When I used to cover my face, I walked into a bank once to cash a check, and I walked into the bank and the guard hit the guns at his hips, you know. They really didn't know what to do with me. They did finally cash the check, but I had to go in the back room and show the lady my face, you know, before she would do it. But they were terrified of me. And I found that in just about everywhere I went, that people were antagonistic. Well, forget working a job with a face veil on. We can accept that that's impossible over here. You can't wear this much and get a job either. You can't wear this much and get a job and support yourself. It seems in this country, if we are to survive, because we don't have the Islamic social system that will support us and take care of us, the only way that we can survive is to bear ourselves. And this is, to us, a violation of our human rights. We would like to be able to maintain our dignity and maintain our dress. It's not oppressive to us. I'm very comfortable the way I am dressed. I don't want to wear less clothing, and it doesn't hinder me in any way. I ski, I sail, I horseback ride, I go camping, I go hiking, I climb trees with my grandchildren, I fly kites. I can do anything I want to, dress the way I am, but it hurts my heart to see how frightened people are of me. And this brings us to this article. This article, what it has done, has increased people's fear, increased people's antagonism, increased their mistrust of us, increased their conviction that Islam is a religion for ignorant fools. It's making it very difficult for us. And now I have a sign here that says I have to finish quickly. I didn't get a chance to hit on polygamy, so I'll have to deal with polygamy later. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Deborah Scroggins, will give her statement. Again, I ask that you show her the same courtesy and respect that you did to Amina Asumi, and let her complete her statement without interruption. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for having me here tonight. Well, I'm just going to start out with a little explanation of how the Atlanta Journal-Constitution decided to write the articles, and then talk a bit about what they said and some of the issues they raised. I've been reported traveling and writing about the Middle East for 12 years now, and I had spent a lot of time in Sudan, which has had a secessionist Islamic government, or these governments that call themselves Islamic, and have become very interested in the situation of women. But what really piqued our interest was the Algerian elections last year. And what happened in Algeria, as probably most of you know, is that an Islamic party actually won the first round of national elections. And then the Algerian military cracked down and put a stop to the democratic experiment. And the Western governments and the military government that took its place in Algeria said that one of the reasons that they had, well, the army said the reason it had made the crackdown, and the Western government said they supported it because the Islamic National Salvation Front had intended to restrict the rights of women. And there had been a number of professional women's groups who had demonstrated against the Islamic Salvation Front. But when you actually looked at the election results, you found that a majority of Algerian women appeared to have voted for the front. So this raised the question in my mind, in the mind of my editors, of what exactly was happening in the Middle East. There seemed to be a paradoxical choice between democracy and what, at least in the West, would be perceived as women's rights. It seemed that if democracy, if free and fair elections were to be held in many countries throughout the Middle East, there was a good chance that Islamic political parties would win, who would then try to restrict women's freedom of movement, and that women themselves, in large numbers, were supporting these movements. So that's what we set out to look at, the political movement that's sweeping the Middle East now. And so we went to 4 countries. The first one was Turkey, and what we were looking at there was Turkey is one of the only countries that has a civil legal code there, but there is a burgeoning Islamic movement, and women are very active in it, and they would like to return to strict Islamic law, which in Turkey would mean giving up a lot of rights. So we spent time interviewing the most highly educated female professionals and students about their reasons for wanting to join that movement. Then we went on to Pakistan, where Pakistan since 1979 has had a set of Islamic, or what they consider to be, what the government claims are Islamic laws, and we wanted to look at how they were affecting women. The number of women who have been arrested under these laws has gone up from practically nothing to over 4,000. So we spent time there with that. Then we went on to Afghanistan just before the guerrilla takeover and spent time in an area controlled by one of the Islamic factions, Hezbollah. And just looking at the life which the guerrillas then planned to bring to Kabul, an area where women had a lot more freedom in their life. And then went on to Kuwait, where, as I'm sure many of you know, women at that time were trying to agitate to get the vote. Since then, they've had the elections without a female vote, and the Islamic parties had a big victory. So that's what the articles were about. We tried to pick 2 relatively liberal countries and 2 very conservative countries and look at that. Now, let me just go over some of the issues that what the Islamic political parties have in common. They have different interpretations of Sharia or Islamic law, but all of them, to make a sort of broad generalization, would like to bring back Islamic law and make it the law of the land, the law of the state. And those were the people that we were interested in. So not Islam as a personal choice, as it is for many people in the United States, but as this law, state law. And the way Sharia is interpreted by these groups raises a couple of questions. Okay, the first one is the fornication laws, called zina laws in Pakistan. The fact that fornication becomes a crime against the state, first of all, you can get into a lot of issues about exactly how that law is interpreted, but the first thing that happens, has happened in Iran, has happened in Afghanistan, has happened in Sudan, Saudi Arabia, other countries, is the separation of men and women, which, to Western view at least, seems to raise a lot of inequalities between education, civil rights, women's and men's ability to associate freely with each other. Then more specifically, the question of women being able to testify in fornication laws or suits. In Pakistan, the rape laws and the fornication laws have been fused, so that if a woman is raped and she doesn't have 4 male witnesses to attest to the act, then if she goes to the authorities and reports it, she can be accused of fornication and thrown in jail herself. And both men and women, if they have 4 male witnesses, they theoretically can be sentenced to death, although the sentences haven't been carried out there. And on a lesser evidence, they can get up to 10 years in prison. Second legal provision that raises questions is the question of obedience. Now, there's some debate over exactly what the Quran says about whether men have a responsibility for women. Are they superior? How exactly does one interpret those verses? But the way it has been interpreted in practical laws throughout the Middle East is to make women have a legal responsibility to be obedient to their husbands. And so that translates into, for example, laws in Sudan and Saudi Arabia that women, and Iran, that women can't travel without permission from their husbands or their fathers or whoever their legal guardians, that their legal guardians can decide whether they're allowed to work, whether they're allowed to be educated abroad. Okay. Another question, which Amina was going to talk about, that is polygamy. The fact that in since this Islamic movement has begun, there have been some move to make polygamy more conditional in Pakistan and Iran and Sudan and Egypt. Since this has started, men's unilateral right to marry up to 4 wives has been restored, while women don't have the same right. Same goes for divorce laws. Amina says that there should be a period of waiting between the number of times that a man renounces his wife. That's not always the way it's been interpreted. For example, in Pakistan, a man can say it, once, and a woman would be divorced, whereas a woman has to go to court or to an arbitration to be divorced. So that seems unfair. Then the question of inheritance. It's true that in the Islamic system, a man would have a legal responsibility to support the women in his family. But on the other hand, a lot of people here would argue that a more fair system, that a lot of women would prefer to have the independence of inheriting their own money rather than to be dependent on a brother or a husband or a father. And then the fifth question, the question of hijab or veiling, something that's very controversial in the Middle East, and I have to agree completely with Amina that women should have the right to dress in whatever way they please. And for example, in Turkey, one of the big debates is that women are not allowed to wear hijab in government institutions, and many people consider that a violation of their human rights, just as they consider it a violation of women's human rights in Iran, in Sudan, in Saudi Arabia, in other places where they are legally required to wear a veil, or in Afghanistan. So, those are some of the main issues that were raised in the articles, and those are some of the things that these political movements had focused on as far as women are concerned. And that's what's tough.
All right, we've finished with the first part of tonight's format. Before we start the second part, I noticed there are people standing at the back of the room. Again, if you came late, I would like to inform you that there is a hall immediately to my left with a projection screen, and you may go in there and sit down and you won't miss a thing, okay? I would also like to remind you that there will be a question and answer session coming up, and if you would like to submit a written question, please write it down and pass it to the person on the aisle, and someone from the MSA will be collecting those questions before that part of the debate starts. The second part of the debate consists of a discussion between the two speakers regarding certain issues which were discussed in the statements and were addressed in the Women of the Veil articles. I guess the logical place to start is with some of the 5 areas indicated in Ms. Scroggins' opening statements dealing with Sharia, Islamic law, and women. Specifically, I guess I would like to invite both speakers, and maybe I will ask Amina Asumi to go first, regarding what the Islamic viewpoint is on women's testimony, men's testimony, and the fornication law situation in Pakistan.
It's true that the zina law of Pakistan is as she described it. It's also true that it's not Islamic. Okay, in the Quran, it gives very clear guidance. And just a second. Let me get my glasses so I can read. To the reporter earlier, now I can't find it right like this. Okay, basically it states that in the Quran that if there are not 4 witnesses, that the man can testify 4 times and on the fifth time that he can ask the wrath of God. Okay? But then after that, the woman is given the same opportunity, and if she bears witness 4 times, and then on the fifth asks the wrath of God, that she's declared innocent. And that's what it says in the Quran itself. And so that's what has to apply. In this instance, the woman's testimony is stronger than what her husband's testimony is. The fact that there are all of these women in the prisons in Pakistan cannot be denied. And the International Union of Muslim Women is working on this, but we face a very big problem in that we're having to educate the masses a little bit about Islam. And we can't just change the law. We're also going to have to make provisions for the women that are in the prisons, because we can't send them back to their families, because their families have not been educated and do not have the knowledge and the understanding, and they would do injury to them, and we know this. So while I'm standing here and telling you about Islam, it's Islam the ideal. It's not what's being practiced in Pakistan or any other place. These are cultural horrors, if you will, and the situation for the women when it comes to this is definitely a horror.
Would you like to make any comments?
Well, maybe I could ask a question.
Okay.
It's true that Pakistan does have a peculiar specific set of laws, but on the larger issue of the fornication laws as they should be, and the question of segregation of men and women, would you support, do you think that that should be a legal obligation of the state?
Okay, fornication and adultery are not personal, all right? They are crimes against society because they affect the entire family and the entire community. Adultery can be the cause of divorce. Fornication can be the cause of children who have no legal rights, who have no parents. These are crimes against society. These are not the way they're expected here. It's like, yo, it's nothing, okay, you go to bed, whatever, okay. It's just not, this isn't reality. Bad things come out of fornication, bad things come out of adultery, and they affect other people, not just the one person. So you have to be held accountable. You don't sacrifice all of society's rights for individual rights. There has to be a balance between individual and society. If you gotta have sex, you gotta get married. As simple as that.
Well, what would you think about...
Wait a minute. In Islam, all praise is for Allah. And I really ask you not to applaud anything that I say. If there's anything, please, the praise is for Allah.
Well, what sort of measures, what do you think about some of the measures that have been taken in certain Islamic countries to keep men and women separate to prevent any sort of fornication or adultery from happening? We can go through examples if you'd like.
Well, I don't think that absolute separation has any necessary place, because the Prophet Muhammad he ate with women that he wasn't married to. He ate from the same pot with them. He met and talked with them. He taught them. The total segregation actually comes from cultures outside of Islam, and it isn't necessary. Okay, that carries it too far. I agree to that. But the absolute total free mixing, this also is not necessary. If we're dealing with men on a level of business, on a level of education, on a level of profession, it's a doctor or it's a nurse or it's a teacher or it's a lawyer or whatever, that's one thing. But in the social mixing, with things like dancing and with a lot of other things that go on with social mixing, now again you're running into areas that can definitely cause problems. Very few women, if they were really being truthful, could say that if they saw their husband across a crowded room in a deep conversation with a voluptuous, beautiful woman in a skimpy gown, that she wouldn't have pangs of jealousy and suspicion. Very few really truthful men could say that if they saw their wives across a crowded room talking with a hunk that could compete with Adonis, that they wouldn't have some serious pangs of jealousy that could lead to suspicion. Jealousy is like a disease, and it grows, and it leads to serious problems in serious relationships. So absolute free mingling, there's not any need for it.
So you would support, you think that it is the role of the state to step in and prevent those sort of encounters?
Yes, I do.
Let me ask a follow-up question. One of the things, Sister, that you discussed in your opening statement was that men and women are different, but this does not affect their equality. To a Westerner, if he hears that, he thinks, well, if they're saying that they're different, then they have to, by definition, be not the same and are therefore in some manner unequal. How do you respond to the line of questioning that unless you treat them the same, they are in fact not equal?
Well, same and equal aren't the same. Even if you read in Webster, the definition in Webster for same and equal would not be the same. Same means without difference, and vive la différence. Men and women are different. Apples and oranges are different. Cats and dogs are different. It doesn't mean that one is less important than the other, that one has less value than the other. It just means that they're different. And the Quran states that we still have the same obligations, we have the same punishment for a crime, we have the same chance of getting into heaven, we have the same reward for the same deed done. There's no difference in the eyes of Allah. But to eat an orange, you peel it. To eat an apple, you don't.
Do you have any thoughts?
Well, I think that there's, as we've gone over, I mean, there's certain areas of the law where women clearly are treated differently, and I would argue that, we had a debate in this country over separate but equal. Is that possible? Obviously I would side on the error to the side that they're treated differently under the law, and therefore it's not the same and it's not equal. Men have certain rights that women don't.
Okay. My next question, or the next area that I'd like to address is in your article. By the way, most of you may not know that the article Women of the Veil, which appeared in the Milwaukee Journal, is actually a condensation of approximately 12 pages of newspaper articles down to 2 pages in the Milwaukee Journal. I would like to ask what kind of research and what kind of persons you talk to gain the understanding of Islam and Islamic law which are contained in your article.
Well, as I said, I've been covering the Middle East and writing about it for some time, but on this particular trip, we specifically tried to talk to political leaders, ordinary people who were affected by the laws, women who were active on both sides of the issues, lawyers. And why did we do that rather than, say, talking to Islamic scholars? It's a question that I've been asked a lot. And although I did try to read that and talk to some of them. But the reason was because we're not interested in trying to establish, the question that people have asked for 1,400 years, what is Islam, how should it be? That wasn't our question at all. It was, how is it being interpreted in certain countries right now, today? How about this political movement that is actually in the Middle East today, what are they trying to do and why are they trying to do it and how are people responding to it? So that, for example, there's a lot of things that I talk about in the articles, like, for example, different types of veiling, where, people from another country will argue that Afghanistan is far too strict, it's not required by Islam, it's, and their kind of total strict separation of the sexes is going too far. But too many Afghans, that is Islam, that's how they interpret it. So that's what we were interested in looking at, how were people on the spot interpreting these laws.
Okay, would you recognize that there's a distinction to be made between Islam as it is contained in the Quran and the tradition of the Prophet, and how different cultures may be interpreting it today?
Well, sure. I mean, absolutely. I mean, there's, a billion Muslims in the world. Everyone is going to have a different interpretation of Islam and what it is and what the Quran actually says. But there are some common areas, and like I said, I was not looking at the Quran and, are these people interpreting it right or wrong, but instead just saying, here's how they are interpreting it now, and here's where they derive it from, where they get their legitimacy from in the Quran. Whether they've done that correctly or not is a different matter.
Could I ask Sister Sunni to comment on how different cultures have interacted with Islam?
Well, I'll be one of the first to admit that I see a lot of cultural pollution in Islam. And it's very distressing, not only to me, but to everyone else, because the cultural pollution is one of the things that keeps the Muslims from coming together. The thing about it is that in spite of the cultural pollution, no matter where someone is from, I can take this book and I can sit them down and I can say, okay, you do that in your country, but explain to me, why does it say this here? And 9 times out of 10, they come back and they will change what they were saying, because here we have the Word of God, the Word of Allah, and all of the Muslims, no matter where they're from, are willing to accept this. And this was what we took before the Parliament a year and a half ago in Pakistan and presented these ayahs regarding zina that they had to accept, they couldn't argue with. And it's these ayahs, this book, that will get those laws changed. Whether or not cultures are practicing things wrong or not is, to me, in this case, almost irrelevant. If we were writing about the cultural practices of Catholics in Central America, or in Peru, or in Africa, or in Italy, or wherever, it would be listed as the practices of a particular country, and being Catholic would never come into it, in spite of what they do being done by their interpretation of Catholicism. But whatever any Muslim does is, by our media, laid on all of us. And that's my objection. And if someone's going to write about Islam, you can look and talk to whoever you want to, and you can find somebody to say anything. We did an experiment in one community where we invited 13 different scholars into our community, and each time we had someone meet with them and lead them towards feeling that the community was a certain way, and we got all kinds of different verdicts on the issue that we put forward to them. You can find people to give whatever answer. But this is something different. And so, like the issue of whether a woman could testify or not in Pakistan should have been said that, but then just reading these 2 verses of the Quran would have made it very clear that it's not Islamic to do that. And it distresses me that people of other religions in other countries, it's never put on their religion. It's not blamed on their religion. But with us, everything is blamed on our religion. And that people want to look at us through their eyes. They don't want to look at us through our eyes and see how we see ourselves and see what we are feeling and what we are thinking. I am American. I am a Muslim. And I want people to know what Islam is. And I want people to accept me as a human being, as a Muslim, in my hijab. But if journalists continue writing things that make people think that Muslims are ignorant fools for being Muslim, then I can't blame you guys for looking at me and giggling and snickering as I'm walking down the hallway in my abaya. I can't blame you. If I weren't a Muslim, if I didn't understand the way I look, then I might laugh at myself too. We're walking in here. When I first walked in, I walked past a group of students, and one of them almost fell on the floor laughing. He'd probably never seen anyone dressed like me. But that hurts. That's offensive. It doesn't make me insecure, but it's offensive and it hurts because my rights are being impinged on. And one of the things that helps this is the way people present Islam all the time.
I will just raise one more issue before proceeding to the question and answer period with the audience. That issue has to do with the quotes from the Quran which are contained in the Women of the Veil series. My question to Deborah Scroggins is for the quotations from the Quran which were contained in the series. What translation did you choose and why did you choose it?
It's the Dawud, it's the Penguin translation, perfectly, simply, it's paperback. It was for sale in Pakistan, I bought it, I had a smaller book called The Social Laws of the Quran, and then I found out that I really wasn't going to be able to get by with that. I needed to read the entire Quran, so that was the one that I bought. It just happened to be no particular reason.
Okay.
It just happened to be the one.
Sister, you read some of these passages quoting or translating the Quran contained in the Women of the Veil articles. Do you believe that those quotations contained in those articles are accurate?
They're probably accurate according to him. It's kind of beneficial if when you're looking at a book on a particular subject that you find someone who is knowledgeable of the particular subject, preferably when it comes to religion that they're practicing. I know that all over the world, and I chose to bring this one, I have 17 different translations. But this is the Yusuf Ali, and I know that this is the one that is read a great deal in Pakistan, but not as much as the Maududi, which I also have. And those would have been much better, and I think if she had read one of those instead of the one by this guy he's an Arab, but he's not a Muslim. It states so in the book. At the beginning of the book, it states that he is an Arab, but not a Muslim. And he does have, when I first reviewed the book, I advised against it because of the fact that he has ayats mixed up and he has things that are just way off the wall. Because I can take any of my 17 translations and read the same ayats and come back with pretty close to the same thing, just a change in a word here or there, except for when you get into it like this. So I don't blame Deborah for that one, except that I wish she had read instead of the book that he was, who he was, and then she might not have chosen that one.
Okay, that concludes the second part of tonight's program. The third and final part of the debate will consist of a question and answer session. Again, questions may be submitted in writing to the moderator, that's me, and people are going to be collecting them in the aisles. We have quite a few already. In addition to that, we are going to be taking questions from the microphones, and I also may call on some people if they raise their hand, but I have a feeling that that's going to get a little bit out of control. So I would request that you do make your way to microphone if you do want to ask a question from the floor. I have quite a few questions here. I'll try to do the best that I can to read through these as I go along and sort them out, realizing that you are not educated with the truth and facts of Islam. I would hope you would have the reasoning to distinguish between what is tradition and the fact of what Islam is and what is cultural practices mistaken for Islam. And in particular, there is a reference to the mutilation of women's private parts as an Islamic tradition contained within the Women of the Veil series versus a cultural tradition. The question is I guess the question would be stated, is that practice limited to your knowledge only to Muslims? Is that practice limited to particular countries? What is your information on that practice?
Okay, just like I wrote in the series, it's not an Islamic practice, it's a pre-Islamic practice that appears to have originated in the Nile Valley and spread across Africa and parts of the Middle East, parts of Malaysia and Indonesia. What I said in the article is that in Sudan, Somalia, and Egypt, where the countries that I mentioned there might have included Mali too, people justify it on the basis of religion, and they consider it a part of religion. They even call one of the particular operations Sunnah, because they believe that it's the way of the Prophet, and they have a hadith that they use to justify it by. Now, as I pointed out in the articles, not all Islamic scholars, including many there, say that it is definitely not part of religion, and I've seen, anyway, so I did point that out in the article, but in those countries, people believe that this is a practice that is either ordained or at least considered to be a bonus in the Islamic religion. Now, as to where it's practiced, there's more than 100 million women across Africa. There's Christians, Jews, traditional African religions that all practice genital mutilation. However, the most severe form, infibulation, is only preserved in 4 countries, Mali, Somalia, Sudan, and parts of Ethiopia. And some scholars do argue that Nigeria, I should add that too, parts of it. Anyway, some scholars do argue, and I'm just repeating this wasn't in the articles, but that the Islamic emphasis on chastity has helped preserve that custom. Now, just throw that out.
Sister, your comment on whether the practice of mutilation of female private parts is an Islamic tradition, or whether it's just limited to Muslims in certain areas of the world?
It absolutely has nothing to do with Islam. In fact, it's absolutely prohibited in Islam, and that's why it's decreasing. As people are becoming more educated about Islam, this practice is decreasing in Muslim countries. Deborah stated it very clearly that it's practiced all across Africa primarily, and it crosses the borders of all religions. Even some of the Christian religions, they still practice this. I think in all of those places, just like amongst the Muslim countries where it is still practiced, it's a matter of education. But as we are educating the Muslims, teaching them how to read, teaching them how to write so they can read the Quran for themselves rather than accept it from somebody else, this is a practice that will be abolished before long.
Okay, I'll take a question down front here to my left.
My comment and question is for Mustafa. Reading your article, I didn't find that it was objective journalistic article. I mean, it's obvious that it's more of a subjective one, and it's more of an attack on the ideology of Islam itself, instead of describing this situation that has been a result of the colonialist era that has been that controlled the area, the Middle Eastern area especially, or the Muslim world for the past century. So I would have it would have been more journalistic or more objective if your article even addressed the situation over there as the result of the colonial era in the Middle East. It is not the result of Islam, because Islam has not been implemented there for the past century. And Islam is not to be defended because it's an ideology that presents to the world a new way of life. So I would like you to comment on that, and I would have suggested that your article should have been written under the name of not Muslim, a woman in veil, so it should have been the situation of countries that has been subjected to the control of the colonialistic powers in the past century. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. The question of whether I should have emphasized more the influence that the colonial period has played on current developments in the Islamic world now. Well, it's a judgment call. I mean, Many people would argue, that Islam 100 years ago was not practiced correctly. So, you can get into an argument about that. There are people who argue that it hasn't been practiced correctly since the time of Omar. But what I was looking at is how are people interpreting Islam as laws, and what I mean by that is states now, and how are families interpreting it and enforcing it within their families, and they didn't see it as something having to do with colonialism. In fact, they saw it as getting away from colonialism, so that's the way I reported it.
Okay, a couple more written questions. The first one is to Ms. Scroggins. What religion are you?
Well, I'm raised a Catholic. I call myself a very secular person now.
All right. Another question for Ms. Scroggins. What rights will women lose if Islamic movements, I assume the questioner is asking about Islamic fundamentalist movements, took over the governments in some of the countries? I suppose that would be in comparison as to what rights they had before.
In which countries?
They specify any countries, or in some of the countries you mentioned in your introduction.
Well,
let me just repeat the question again. What rights will women lose if Islamic fundamentalist movements took over governments in some of those countries as compared to what rights they have right now under those existing governments?
Well, let's see. Well, it's hard to say since they haven't done it yet, but in Algeria, for example, one of the things that the Islamic Salvation Front had campaigned on, and they shifted back and forth, but they said that they were going to try to get women to leave the workplace and open up the jobs for men, saying that men and women should be working together. That was one clear example of something that might have happened if they had taken power. On the other hand, it's a moral issue. They were democratically elected, so a lot of people would say they should have been left in power. And I do want to make one point, that it's not always that Islamic governments, that women are going to be losing rights. Let's take the situation of Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, there was, and this is common in an extreme form in Afghanistan to a lot of Islamic countries, there was an elite in the cities of women who were had some educated, they worked together with men, they went to school, they wore whatever they liked. These people lost a lot of their freedom when the Islamic government came in. However, an argument can be made that there are female Islamic activists who are now going around and trying to teach the rural Afghan men that it's not against the Quran, but in fact is required by the Quran for women to have education. And that in the long run, if they can keep up that, they may uplift women more than any secular government could have done, because they never would have been accepted by the rural population. So it works both ways. And more women are working today in Iran than were before the revolution, and than in any other Middle Eastern country. So it works both ways. On the other hand, women in Iran have lost some of their rights in marriage. They've lost their ability to enter certain careers. They're segregated much more from men than they were before. They've lost the ability to study abroad without special permission. So anyway, those are some examples.
Sister Asilmi, do you have any belief as to whether women would experience a net gain or loss of rights if an Islamic fundamentalist government came into power in some country in the Middle East?
I think that would depend on the fundamentalist government. I think in Algeria the women would have gained, from listening to what the plans were, because the women are being educated more, and the fact that more of the women would be encouraged to stay at home. By our standards, a woman, in order to be of value, has to be outside the home. Okay, by the values of the Muslim woman, being a wife and being a mother is the very highest profession there is, because we're raising the next generation. And I think you would find that most of the Muslim women in Algeria would not object to being able to stay at home. Many of the women had actually been forced to start working because of the government that was there in the past. And they look forward to the opportunity to stay home and be wives and mothers.
Okay, question down front and in the right.
Okay. I'm Tom McKellen, a writer for Libyan Times. I've also have some knowledge about Muslims who have been dealing with some workers that work with some food service jobs here. Just like to toss an impression out, and that's this. The key conflict here seems to be that the questions or points that were brought up in Ms. Scroggins' articles upset many Muslims in this country because this country is fairly provincial. There's not much knowledge of anything outside this country, much less within this country. And at a time we're trying to teach people of this country about what Islam is, there's this criticism coming, which is all out of context, and people can't tell the difference between cultural and religious. What is Islam as a religion? What is the culture of the country? And what would these laws actually deviate from? Is that a correct statement?
I think it's an enormous simplification. Some of the statistics are valid. Some of the statistics, you can find statistics to prove all kinds of things. Okay, there are more women PhDs in Pakistan than there are in the United States. More women PhDs. Okay, so the illiteracy rate is also very high in Pakistan. That's because they did not have, in the past, education for the masses, and it's something that's being changed. The article needed to, if it was going to be put under the name of Islam, it needed to have been a little bit more open. Okay, the International Union of Muslim Women is very prominent in Pakistan. The women in Pakistan that are members of this organization are on the parliament, and their husbands hold very high positions, and their husbands hold very low positions. And she had an opportunity to meet with any of those women, which I don't know why she didn't, her eyes would have been open to a lot that's going on in Pakistan that isn't presented here, like the way the public education system is now being developed, like the national healthcare system that's starting to be implemented. Have to remember that this country, we got our independence over 200 years ago. Pakistan has had its independence about 50 years. It's still going through a lot of growing pains. Other countries, most so-called Muslim countries, have had their independence a lot less time, and they're still working out their identities. And this is something that's not taken into consideration. If you're going to talk from a cultural level, you have to talk about the trauma of establishing an identity. And the article left too much said and not enough said. It just seemed to leave an ugly taste in people's mouths towards Muslims and towards Islam, and feeling very sorry for any poor ignorant woman who would embrace Islam as their way of life. And that was very hurtful.
Do you have any comment?
Well, I would just disagree. I would say that if anything, if it would arouse any sort of sympathy, I think it would arouse sympathy for people who are having religious laws forced upon them that they didn't ask for, and they're being forced to live according to.
Okay, a few more written questions for Sister Amina. Do you consider yourself a scholar in Islamic law and religion?
I consider myself to be a Muslim who's struggling constantly to increase my knowledge. I don't consider myself a scholar. Other people do, but I don't consider myself a scholar because I don't think I know near enough at this time, and will probably never know as much as I feel that I need to know and as much as I want to know about Islam. Scholar it's a term that has different meanings to different people. So I don't call myself a scholar. I practice Islam, and I try to make it as much a part of my life as I can, and I study and I research and I question, because Islam taught me to question.
Same question is asked for Ms. Scroggins. Do you consider yourself an expert on Islamic law and religion?
No.
Ms. Scroggins, you quoted individuals who you described as, quote, Muslim feminists, unquote, including Fatima Mernissi and Nawal al-Saadawi. Do do you consider it ethical for you as a journalist to quote individuals on Islam without indicating that these individuals are opposed to Islam because they advocate a completely different political system, namely socialism? Is it not usual for a journalist to cite the bias of people she quotes?
Well, those are two different people. Nawal al-Sadawi, as I wrote in the article, is arguing for what she believes would be a truly Islamic socialism. I'm not commenting on whether, other people agree with her that that would be Islamic in any way, but that's what she thinks. And Fatima Mernissi has just come out with a book. I wish I'd had a chance to talk more about it in the articles. But anyway, she's really looking at the sources of Islam and at the Prophet's life and trying to show that the way Islamic laws have been interpreted over the centuries is really not the way he intended it for women. But they consider themselves to be Muslims and their theories to be Islamic theories. So I'm just accepting that on their own terms.
Another question for you is, my question has to do with the skewed picture you gave of Islamic society based on the few observations you made. Do you think it would be fair if a journalist from Pakistan or another country came to the United States and interviewed women in prison, women at shelters for battered women who had been abused sexually and so on, and then tell her readers that this was the position of women in the United States?
Well, first of all, yes. I mean, I do think it'd be fine if a Pakistani or any other journalist wanted to come and interview anyone in the United States and write whatever they like. Do I think it would be fair? Do I think it would be accurate? I think that if they did what I did and they tried to interview women of all different social classes, women who were in prison, out of prison, highly educated, less educated, and then they might come away with a fair picture. And I always thought, interesting when I was writing the articles, in my mind I could always imagine a sort of newer set of articles, and I could imagine what some of the women I had met would be writing about the United States and the way that they would look at our society very differently, and they could take almost exactly the same issues and look at the way our laws treat women or men and have a totally different opinion about, whether that was good or bad. But I think it'd be great if they did that.
There's another question in here. I don't have it right in front of me, but do you believe it would be fair for that person from Pakistan, in this hypothetical question, to entitle the article Women Under Christianity then?
Well, it's not entitled Women Under Islam. It's entitled Women of the Veil, and the reason, it's not my choice of a title, but the reason that my editors chose it is because they saw that the veil was such an issue that was associated today in the Middle East with the fundamentalist movement, the Islamic political movement, the Islamic revival. But no, as I said before, it wasn't intended to show a picture of how women live under Islam, but to show how the political Islamic movement is affecting women.
Okay. We'll take a question from the woman at the microphone in the upper left-hand corner.
It's not a question, it's a comment in regards to female mutilization. It was presented in Deborah Scroggins' articles. I read all 12 pages, as well as the 2 pages that appeared in the journal, that this was a practice that was imposed upon women who were either Muslims or in the East or from the continent of Africa. I would like for the audience to know that this is something that was done to women in Europe, in the United States of America. It's a documented that you can find in a book called Sisterhood is Global, as well as many others. And I would like for people to go away knowing that this isn't something that is ascribed to women who were Muslims. Sister Amina has quite clearly brought it to our attention that it wasn't anything that was Sunnah. I would also like to say to Ms. Scroggins and the other women in the audience that those atrocities that have been inflicted upon women is something that we feel very strongly about from the Muslim community, and it is something that we wouldn't want to be imposed upon any woman. But we also do not want anything to be assigned to Islam when it is not Islamic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A couple. If a first wife is opposed to a husband's second marriage, can or does it still take place? How common are multiple marriages? and how are they able to be kept fair? Is this even possible? I guess maybe you want to briefly discuss the issue of polygamy under Islam.
The reason I had saved polygamy for the end anyway was because to fully discuss polygamy takes about 3 hours to get into everything. So a little synopsis. I'll go ahead and try and answer this question. In Islam, a woman does not have a right to deny her husband or any other Muslim something that is permitted in Islam. So no, a woman cannot say under any circumstances to her husband, you can't take another wife. However, also, the man is supposed to do everything in mutual consultation with his wife, and he has to recognize that according to the Quran, that if the second marriage is going to make his first wife really unhappy, she does have the right for a divorce. That's the only right that she does have as far as that is to divorce her husband if he insists on taking the second wife. There's also a little further thing that talks about the curse on the person that comes between a man and his wife. So polygamy is definitely permissible. Polygamy serves a very definite, positive social need when it's practiced according to Islam. But polygamy is also very strongly regulated by Islam. It had never been really regulated before. It was just any old way you wanted to do it. Islam really regulated the polygamy, and the Quran mentions to the man that he must be just between them, and he says in the same ayat, he warns him that you can't. But then there's forgiveness as long as the man is trying his very best. Inshallah, there will be a small book coming out called Making It Together, which you might enjoy reading. It's a guidebook to the successful practice of polygamy. And it's due out 9 months from now. So, inshallah, you'll enjoy it.
Question from down front here and left.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum.
My question to Ms. Scroggins. Were you driven to write this article because you were instructed by your superiors, or because you were always a defender of the women's rights in this country? And if so, have you been writing always about the women in general? And if so, have you been writing about the rapes that are going on the streets of every city in the United States? And about the even recent disturbing news that we've all heard about the rape of little girls here in this very city, and the pornography that was going on for 10 years. Those news articles to be written on. Or were you driven because you care about the Muslim women? And if so, how many pages you wrote about the rapes of the women in Bosnia?
Well, first of all, it was my idea. It wasn't my editor's idea, although they were enthusiastic about the idea because they had gotten curious about this issue during the Gulf War during the driving protests in Saudi Arabia. That's right. So anyway, they were curious about it, but it was my idea. Have I written about women before in this country? Yes, certainly. As a political reporter in this country, I've covered the usual issues: rape, abortion, family issues, family law, crime against women, just the same as every other reporter would.
I'll just follow up with one other question which was wrapped in there. There was a question as to whether you wrote out of a concern for Muslim women, or you wrote out of what would have to be labeled a feminist perspective, or whether you wrote out of some other perspective.
No, I would consider it completely out of concern. I wouldn't describe it as, but I don't want to make it seem like it's some sort of patronizing type of concern, because one of the things that I tried the hardest to do there was to meet women who were actually supporting these movements to try to understand. I mean, that I knew already plenty of women in Sudan and in Egypt who were against the Islamic movement. What was new to me about this trip was meeting women who support it and trying to learn why they did. So.
Let me follow up, because that's one of these written questions. How many, in gathering your research for your series of articles, did you seek out true women of the veil who were happy to be Muslims and hold no pains in their hearts about their religion? Did you speak with many of those people in writing your article?
Sure, I did, and I'd like to stress again, everyone in the articles is Muslim. I mean, there's not one person quoted in there who isn't, and so they're all, as far as I know, happy to be Muslim too. But they do have different interpretations, and some of them are very opposed to what some of these political parties are calling Islam.
Okay, speaker at the microphone in the upper right-hand corner. Please more directly into the mic.
Okay, my question is to both the speakers. Yeah, when I was speaking, I was, very, anyhow. My question is to both the speakers. In the recent history, it is seen all over the world that a number of Christian priests, preachers, and bishops are arrested, prosecuted, and imprisoned in the sex scandals. Do you think anyone who does not know much about Christianity can draw a conclusion that there is something wrong with Christianity? Yes. My question is to both the speakers, please.
Well, I'll go. You're talking about the child abuse cases, mostly priests. Well, I have heard an argument made, sure, here and also in the Middle East, that the Catholic Church's requirement of celibacy either attracts people who have unusual ideas, perhaps, or want to be in proximity with children in a position of authority, and that this helps create these situations. Sure, people can argue that. In fact, a lot of Protestants, consider it to be entirely, wrong for the Catholic Church to require its priests to be celibate. So, sure, I mean, and people do talk about whether their religious beliefs are somehow kind of contributing to this problem.
Well, I do know from traveling and from talking with Muslims in other countries and with non-Muslims in other countries that, yeah, some of them are getting the idea that maybe it's the church, but I find that more people relate it to a sickness in this country that's caused by the idea of individual freedom and individual rights above social and society rights. So I find more people attribute that to our governmental system rather than to a religion.
Upper left-hand mic, please.
The word fundamentalism has been used many a times in this talk and also used in the publications. For the last 10, 11 years, I have been asking people, I asked people in Middle East, in the Europe and United States, what is Islamic fundamentalism? Nobody defines anything. So I had to look at the publications and drive my own definition, which turns out to be something like this. The people who are believers, who wants to pray 5 times a day, fast in the month of Ramadan, and go for Hajj, and they want to live a life of a Muslim according to the Quran and the way of Prophet Muhammad, they are the fundamentalists. And those who call themselves Muslims get drunk, eat pork, go for dancing, and go for fornication and all kind of evil society. They are wonderful, moderate Muslims. We love them. Isn't it the case, Mrs. Scroggins?
No, although, well, anyway, my definition of fundamentalist that I would use as a journalist and my newspaper's definition as they use it is somebody who wants to make Sharia the law of the state. Somebody who has a political, and I'm going to say whose political view is that Islam should be the political system governing their country. What they do, otherwise But it's true, as you say, that quite often there is an elite in these countries that's very unobservant, and they're often called the moderates or so on, whereas a lot of Muslims might regard them as just not being Muslim. But anyway, that's my definition of fundamentalism, the political definition.
Do you have a definition of Islamic fundamentalism?
Actually, my definition would have to include fundamentalism no matter what, okay? A fundamentalist is somebody who is trying to get back to the fundamentals, to the basics. And in these days and times, whether you're a fundamentalist Southern Baptist or a fundamentalist Muslim or anything else, people look down on you. The fundamentalist Baptists are really trying to get back to a very strict interpretation of the Bible, and they're drawing a lot of flack all across the country because they're standing in opposition to homosexuality, and they're doing it very openly because of what they read in the Bible, and they're getting into a lot of problems. So a fundamentalist is simply somebody who wants to get down to the basics. They want to get down to the nitty-gritty, and they want to apply it to their life.
Down front here and on my left.
This question is for the sister. There are obviously women who are born into Muslim families. I'm sure there are men too who do not wish to practice Islam. And it appears they're being persecuted for it and in some cases killed. Is this true? And if so, how do you propose to handle, or what should be done with women who are born into these families who do not want to wear the covering, or who do not want to abide by the laws of your religious book? My other question is, you spoke of the jealousy that a man or a woman may feel across the room when they see their husband talking to another woman. Well, to bring that other woman into the home as a second wife, won't that just create a lot more jealousy and cause terrible problems? And why aren't women allowed to do this? I'm not saying they should be. I don't think anyone should be allowed to. But it seems very unfair.
Okay, in reality, there are not very many. I'm not going to say there are none. I will say I have never met a girl who was born into a Muslim family that did not want to practice Islam. That does not mean that they necessarily want to wear the head covering. Okay, they're not killed if they don't wear the head covering. All right. By Islamic law, it says that there's no compulsion in religion. And my children know they have free choice. If they want to choose another religion, they can. They know my heart would be devastated, but there's no compulsion in religion. It rarely happens, alhamdulillah, it rarely happens. But if they kill them for it, then they make a mistake. The only time you're allowed to kill someone is when they renounce Islam and then fight against Islam.
But isn't there something going on where if a woman does dishonor to the family, there is a meeting and they can be killed? I've seen this in the news, and if it is wrong, and if it's propaganda, and if it's not true, then we should know about that.
It is not part of Islam, and there are many things that happen that Muslims may do, just there are many things that happen that Christians may do that are against their religion. Okay? There have been instances I've read about, but I've never met anybody. I'll be truthful with you. But it's not Islamic to kill them because it says in the Quran that there's no compulsion in religion. On the other subject, which gets into polygamy, the woman across the crowded room, that one might steal your husband. Okay? Because in a society where a man can only have one wife and you have more women than men, and statistics prove that this is a fact, okay, then you're in more danger of losing your husband to another woman. But if you are sharing your husband, that's something totally different. Because there's no danger of that woman taking your husband away from you.
So you're saying the first wife would not feel jealousy or feel pain if another woman actually came into her house?
That would have been right. In the research for the book, I interviewed over 360 polygamous
family units, both those that were not successful and those that were successful. And I found that the ones that were doing everything strictly according to Islam were absolutely wonderful family units. My first experience with polygamy was right at the time when I became a Muslim. And I had this friend, Abdurrahman. He was a classmate of mine, and he invited me to dinner. And I met his wife, and we got along very well. And then a couple of days later, I met him at the grocery store, and he was with his wife. And, well, she seemed to have shrunk a little bit and gained some weight. And, but, you know, they all look the same in the black, you know, so white stars. But anyway, the way it worked out was later on I found out that these women were so much like sisters and so happy with each other, and that the first wife had chosen the second wife, and the second wife and the first wife together chose number 3, and the 3 of them chose number 4, and he never got a choice in the matter. Okay, it's a matter of the way it starts with.
I've been told that I'm supposed to finish the last question or ask the last question at 9:15, so unless we get a reprieve, I really want to move it now for the last few questions. Upper rights, please.
I'd like to address this question with Ms. Scroggins. Don't you think that the Muslim justification for implying or imposing religious law is that this earth is God's kingdom, He is the supreme sovereign, and thus the state is only a vicar of God on earth, and thus imposing law is just pledging your allegiance to God, and that those who are opposed are truly not educated in religion, and that thus a fundamentalist like Sister Assumi says is just a pious person?
How do you respond to that argument?
Well, I'm glad that you raised that issue. I mean, it gets to really the heart of the debate in the Middle East and the Islamic world today. I'm aware that a lot of Muslims believe that, you know, some people say that anyone who really is pious will have to follow that interpretation. But there's another point of view which says anytime you have a legal system with which there can be no dissent, which is believed to be divine, then you're going to run into problems, because what people do disagree, and they disagree over how it should be interpreted. And so anytime you can set yourself above me and tell me that you know the divine law and therefore I have no right to say anything about it, there's an inherent conflict there between a truly democratic system, and that's a choice that people have to face.
Upper right, please. Upper left, sorry.
I'd like to make a comment and then ask a question, because when the issue was raised about striking the woman in Islam and that it's written in the Quran, I watched several of the non-Muslims in the audience look at each other in horror. So when it was brought up in Ms. Scroggins' article, I can just imagine what people thought at home. So what I'd like to ask Ms. Scroggins is that when you brought this issue up, did you keep in mind that the Quran was written 1,400 years ago at a time when pre-Islamic Arabia, which means that at that time there were the Christians and the Jews, were practicing female infanticide. They were considering the woman to be subhuman, less than human, and that Islam came and raised women above that level. Also, about the issue of striking women in Islam, I'd like to bring up the point that in Islam there are several steps that come before this gesture. First of all, this isn't a physical strike, this is more a gesture. First of all, there's the issue of reprimanding the wife or bringing up the issue. There's an opportunity to discuss the issue with her family. There's also an opportunity for a separation where they separate their beds, which would be common in many instances when people when a family has a problem, before resorting to this issue. And one issue you also did not raise is that whereas the man can take the gesture to strike the woman, if the husband did something to the wife, she can call her whole damn family. So it's equal. It's equal. It's not an issue. It's not that, oh well, he can strike her and this poor Muslim woman has to sit there. And also, when you brought this issue up, I'd like to know that when as reporter that's trying to bring forth understanding and comparison for the lay individuals, the non-Muslim individuals. Did you say that, yes, I took a survey and found that so many Muslim men strike their families, as opposed to, please tell me, how many American men abuse sexually and physically not only their wives, but their girlfriends and their daughters and their sisters and their mothers. So this is an issue that I really wish that if you were really looking for understanding and promoting understanding between the religions and the races, I definitely think you would have brought up that issue. Of course, non-Muslim men beat their wives. Of course, American men do. Of course, African men do. Asian men, wherever you're going to find wife beating, you're going to find rape, you're going to find sexual abuse in any society. Why did that issue even come up? Well, one reason is because if it is sanctioned in Sharia that a man has the way that it has been interpreted, culturally a woman may have a recourse to her family or so on, but legally he has a right to beat her under the law of the state as it is interpreted today. For example, in Egypt, they even had a debate in Parliament about the size of the stick with which he could beat her. It's regulated, it's true, but he has a different right than she does. She does not have a right to complain for a mild beating. As I said in the thing, it's regulated in its moderation. It's in moderation. I think the difference to me would be that, at least in this society, the state is not approving of that. It goes on, but it's against the law. And but anyway, there's so that's the reason why. That's the difference that I would make.
Assalamu alaikum. I have a very short question from Ms. Scroggin. You said your definition of fundamentalism is what brought me up on the microphone. You said there are some people who want to do this, whatever you said. I know that. Did you try to find out why they want to do it?
Yes. Yes.
Can you tell me what was the reason they gave you?
The reason they gave me is because they see it as their, different people gave different reasons, but some of the reasons that were offered were they see it as their religious duty, they see it as God's law, which if it were enforced properly would create a just society as it did in the time of the Prophet Muhammad, and because they sincerely believe that Islam can offer a new alternative to society, a better way of organizing society.
I think that is exactly the point. The whole issue is that they believe that these are God's laws. You said that. So therefore, they have a right to practice them. And they practice it not for the legislative purpose only. These laws have been legislated by God. So if they are Muslims, they have to follow that and they have to apply it. If you differ with them, that's fine, that's your right. But you cannot apply your own standards and values to those laws. Because they are obviously two different things. You're trying to compare oranges and apples. So my comment is that please don't apply your standards to these laws, because in the belief of those people who follow them, they are much superior to man-made laws. Thank you very much.
Can I just add one thing to that?
Okay.
Okay, just one thing to that, because it does kind of get to an important issue. It's not a question of me applying. First of all, no one is suggesting, I don't think anywhere, that these people not be allowed to follow their own laws. The question that is raised by many Muslims as well as Western people is that these people want to impose their version of the laws on other people. And take, for example, the Pakistan Zina law. There might be plenty of Muslims who don't consider their laws to be Islamic at all. But that's the way these individuals interpret it. So.
The Muslim woman has been lost between the fundamentalists or the people who are extremists, let's say not fundamentalists, extremist Muslims, and what the westernized public call the liberal people, or whatever call them the moderate. And we cannot, but Islam is an ideology. We're saying Islam is an ideology for life, and it's an ideology that applies to life. And actually, if you want to look at Islam, you don't law at the acts of Muslims because Islam has been lost there for the past 100 years. It is the Muslim countries that have been divided by the power of the West and the power of colonialism. And this is what you see right now of oppression is not just against the woman and against every Muslim in this country, is the result of the colonization of the country.
Okay, just a quick comment about, this is kind of late, but about the lady that was saying why, polygamy was so bad. I mean, I was watching the news and here's a figure that 45% of all, the newlyweds this year will file for divorce. I mean, why don't we view divorce that bad? You know what I mean?
Okay, thank you. I'm going to now ask each speaker to give us approximately 2 minutes apiece of concluding statements, or as short as they can make it. Please, I will ask whether one of you prefers to go first. If not, I'm going to go in the same order that we started. You want to go first? Okay. Go ahead, sister.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum. I'm very pleased that so many people came out. I know that the reasons for coming vary, okay? But inshallah, I hope there was some benefit in this for all of you, both the Muslim and the non-Muslim. You need to know a couple of things, though, okay? Deborah Scroggins researched and wrote the articles, okay? The headlines were done by the editor in each case. She didn't design the headlines. This is part of the editorial process in newspapers. Sometimes the writers will suggest the line that's going to be used, but most times they have, people that go in and pull a sentence out of the copy to use to headline each story. I hope you will appreciate the effort she's put into it. But then at the same time, while I'm saying this to you, I'm also praying that whenever any journalist is writing about Islam in the future, that they make an effort to really separate what is a cultural practice and what is Islam, and not to allow that confusion to happen. And to be careful also that statistics that are used really represent the entire situation. There was a very interesting release from Associated Press just this last week that if that was the center of a story could cause quite an upheaval. The basics of it was that the number of children murdered by their primary caregivers increased by 11% in the last 12 months. The number of children sexually abused by their primary caregivers increased by 33% in the last 12 months. And that's here in this country. And I think it may be an indictment on our moral system that we have here. And it's something that we need to stop and think about when we're writing articles, when we're doing research. I will not condemn all Americans because these kinds of statistics have been brought to my attention on the radio, on television. I would like that the journalists and the readers not condemn all Muslims for things that some Muslims do, and that a greater effort is made to present the true picture of Islam. And if they have a question, that they should pick up this book right here, not just to depend on what people are saying to them, but to pick up this book here. I've been in the same places that Deborah's been. I know how many women there are happy. I know how many women there are struggling. And I know how much support we have as far as the women wanting Islamic law. There's a reason we want Islamic law. We know that if true Islamic law is restored, that we will have more rights, more privileges, more benefits than any American woman has ever dreamed of. And we want it. We want to have everything that Allah gave to women over 1,400 years ago. And the Muslim women want this no matter what country they live in. It's
our choice, and the choice is being made by knowledgeable, intelligent, educated women. Those are the ones that are at the forefront of the movement towards the establishment of Islamic governments. 90% of the women who are members of the International Union of Muslim Women have PhDs. These are intelligent women, and they represent almost every country in the world at this time. And they all want one thing: the restoration of our Islamic rights.
Ms. Scroggins. Ms. Scroggins.
Well, I'll just be very brief and thank everybody for coming and for inviting me and for reading the articles. And I hope that it opened a debate. I think that the Islamic movement is something that anyone who's interested at all in either I'm talking about the political movement here, either Islam or in the Middle East, can't fail to be fascinated with. And I hope that it opened up some discussion for people in the community to just think over some of the issues that are coming to the fore there.
Okay, I have three announcements before we conclude tonight. The Muslim Student Association, which has graciously arranged to put this on, would again like to thank those people at UWM who were responsible in assisting them in putting this program on. The MSA also runs on donations, and they do have a donation box outside. If you would be so generous, please donate to the MSA. As Secretary of the Islamic Society of Milwaukee, I would be remiss if I didn't also remind people, most of whom here know, that there is a fundraising dinner tomorrow night. Tickets for that will also be sold out in the hallway. At this point, I would like to personally thank all of you for coming tonight. I would like to personally thank each of the speakers who came from half a country away to
into the Kabiratul Ula, the beginning of the book of Al-Imam Al-Dhahabi rahimahullah ta'ala. Al-Imam Al-Dhahabi, in his book, he did what the ulama of the Sunnah used to do. The books of the ulama of the Sunnah, they have kalam that's qaleel and the adillah that are kathira. They have a little speech, but they have a lot of proofs. All of the books of the people of the past, especially in Aqidah, they used to be like that. Today it's the opposite way. The books have a lot of kalam and hardly any dalil. And the dalil that you will find in the book, sometimes it goes against what the people are trying to prove. So Imam Al-Dhahabi's book is a book of proofs, and only seldom would you find him making any comments. He said, rahimahullah ta'ala, فالكبيرة الأولى الشرك بالله تعالى وهو أن تجعل الله تعالى ندا وهو خلقك وتعبد معه غيره من حجر أو بشر أو شمس أو قمر أو نبي أو شيخ أو جني أو نجم وغير ذلك. He said the first kabira is that you make shirk with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The greatest and the foremost major crime is to make shirk in all of its manifestations. Shirk al-akbar or shirk al-asghar. He went on to say, and what is shirk? Shirk is for you to make a partner with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and He's the one who created you. Shirk is for you to worship Allah and to worship that individual, or for you to worship a rock or a tree or the moon or the sun or a jinn or a sheikh or a star or an angel. All of that is from the shirk. So to make shirk with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala by Slaughtering for a dead man is a kabira from the kaba'ir, is shirk. For any of us to call on Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam while he's in his grave is not permissible in this shirk. So he went on to give the adillah for that. The first dalil, as Al-Imam Al-Dhahabi does from his minhaj. What's the minhaj of Al-Imam Al-Dhahabi in his book? It's similar to Al-Imam Al-Nawawi in his book Riyadh Al-Salihin. He'll bring the chapter and then he'll explain what the chapter is about by doing what? By bringing the Quranic ayat, which is a proof that the Quran with the scholars of the past, it took precedence over the Sunnah in terms of which one goes first. Neither one should be split from the other. You have to keep the Quran and the Sunnah together. As Rasulullah says sallallahu alayhi wasallam, "Ala inni utitul Quran wa mithluhu ma'a lan yatafarraqa hatta yalidu alayya al-hawd." I've been given the Quran and what is similar to the Quran, and they will never be separated and split until the people come to meet me at the fountain. So no one can say I'm taking the Quran and not the Sunnah. I'm taking the Sunnah, not the Quran. No. But the people of the past, they used to give the taqdeem, preference to the Quran first. Memorize the Quran. You want to write something and you want to prove the point, bring the dalil from the Quran first. So this is the minhaj of Imam Al-Dhahabi, to bring the Quran and then the ahadith that explain that, and then he'll explain. The first ayat is the statement of Allah Ta'ala, إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يَغْفِرُ إِن يُشْرِكَ بِهِ وَيَغْفِرُ مَا دُونَ ذَلِكَ لِمَنْ يَشَاءُ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will not forgive ikhwati anyone who makes shirk with him, but he will forgive anything other than that. Any and every kaba'ir, if you're doing it, if I'm doing it, if we're falling into all of the kaba'ir together, Allah will forgive you for that if you die saying la ilaha illallah. But if you stayed away from all of the kaba'ir and you only fell into shirk, Allah is not going to forgive you for that shirk if you did it knowing what you were doing. That is not permissible. So that's a dalil that shirk is a kabira from the kaba'ir, and that Allah will not forgive that sin. That's the wa'id. The second ayat that he brings is the statement of Allah Ta'ala, إِنَّهُ مَنْ يُشْرِكْ بِاللَّهِ فَقَدْ حَرَّمَ اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ الْجَنَّةِ وَمَأْوَاهُ النَّارِ. Verily, the one who makes shirk with Allah, Allah has made Jannah haram upon him. Rasulullah, his mother and his father, his uncle and his grandfather, any good non-Muslim, Mother Teresa, anyone who dies saying other than La ilaha illallah after Muhammad came sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Jannah is haram and it doesn't accept that individual. Abdullah bin Mas'ud radiyallahu anhu said in an authentic hadith that's been collected by the Imam Muslim, قال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم لا يدخل الجنة من كان في قلبه مثقال ذرة من كبر. He will not enter into the Jannah, the one who has one speck, like this pen makes when you do like this on a piece of paper. Whoever has a speck of kibr in his heart, Jannah is haram for him. He can't get in. Haram. And kibr is not shirk. Kibr is not kufr. In and of itself is not kufr. But if you have any arrogance in your heart because of your lineage, your profession, your color, how much money you have, if you have any kibr in your heart, Jannah is haram for you until that kibr is taken out of your heart. Either you get rid of it, or Allah Azza wa Jal puts you in the hellfire and burns it out off of you, or He just forgives you. But He won't allow anyone to go into Jannah who's mutakabbir. Similarly, shirk and kufr is greater than kibr. So He made the Jannah haram on the one who has shirk. He will not forgive that. The last ayah that Al-Imam Al-Dhahabi brought, ikhwan, is the statement of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala when Luqman said to his son, Inna shirk la dhulmun azim. When he advised his boy and he advised his little son as it relates to the correct aqeedah, and he told him, verily making shirk is a tremendous dhulm. So Luqman advised his son and he put him on the Aqidah Sahiha. Shirk is dhulm. We've mentioned a number of times the definition of al-hikmah. And when we talk about al-hikmah, we're not talking about the sunnah al-hikmah. Nor are we talking about wisdom al-hikmah. We're talking about the hikmah that we told you so many times. Who wants to tell us what is al-hikmah in al-Islam? Al-hikmah is having the ability to put everything in its proper place. Saying what needs to be said, the way it should be said, to who it should be said to, and so forth and so on. You are not Hakim until you can do that. She is not Hakima until she can do that. Allah is Al-Hakim because He knows where to put everything. You're a Muslim, He knew that you should be a Muslim. You have a lot of money, He knew you should have a lot of money. You don't have a lot of money, He knew that. Your mother died, He knew that was the best thing for you. So you have to be patient with your issue because Allah is Al-Hakim. And don't ask, why me, why this? That's Al-Hikmah, putting everything in its proper place. The opposite of that, ikhwan, putting everything in the wrong place, that is dhulm. Dhulm is putting everything in the wrong place. Al-dhulm. So Luqman said to his ibn, Inna shirk la dhulmun azim. Shirk is a great dhulm, putting things in the wrong place. We have a car, HT04YBK. HT04YBK, can you move your car? Dhulm is putting everything in the wrong place. There are three types of dhulm in Al-Islam. Three types of dhulm. Everyone is falling into one of these three. The first dhulm is the dhulm that the person makes against himself. يَظْلَمُ نَفْسَهُ. He oppresses himself. Rasulullah told us sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam, مَا يَنْبَغِي لِمُؤْمِنٍ أَنْ يُظِلَّ نَفْسَهُ. قيل وكيف يذل نفسه يا رسول الله؟ قال صلى الله عليه وسلم يتعرض للبلاء لما لا يطيق. It's not acceptable, it's not befitting for a believing man or a believing woman to put themselves down, to lower themselves, to disgrace themselves. They said, how does the believer disgrace himself, Ya Rasulullah? He said, he puts himself in a situation that he can't handle. He puts himself in a situation that he can't handle. He's not a scholar, but he wants to make the people think he's a scholar, so he wants to debate someone who has knowledge. So he can't handle it, and he's put down as a result of that. He wants to get married, but the sister has 3, 4, 5 kids before him. More than likely he's not going to be able to handle it. Don't oppress yourselves. So he gets married, and then dhulm comes later on. He oppressed himself. Dhulm of the nafs is a person not eating, not drinking, praying too much. So do not oppress yourselves. The Prophet came into one of his homes, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and there was a woman in the home. He asked, who is that woman? Because it's the haqq of the man to know what's going on in his house. For no reason he asked, who is that woman? Aisha began to tell him, Ya Rasulullah, that's so-and-so, fulana. Her ibadah is out of this world. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam told them, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, alaykum bima tutiqun, fawallahi inna allaha lan yamilla hatta tamillu. You people should worship Allah according to what you can handle. For verily Allah will not become bored with your ibadah until you become bored. So there are those people who go overboard and they oppress themselves by not eating, by not drinking. He was traveling and the man fell out. He asked them, who is that? They said, he's fasting, Ya Rasulullah. While we're traveling, he's fasting. And it's so hot. He told them, Laysa min al-birr as-sawmu fi safar. It is not righteousness that you fast while you're traveling. Have mercy upon yourself. Don't make dhulm. Don't go overboard. And how many jama'at, they go overboard by making dhulm on themselves? Rasulullah prepared to give the khutbah, ikhwati fillah. Before giving the khutbah, he saw a man standing in the sun. He asked, who was that? They said, that's Abu Israel. A dalil, you can take the kunya Abu Israel. Someone told a brother who called his son Israel, that's tashabbih bil kuffar. You're being like the kuffar, like the Jews. No, the man's kunya was Abu Israel. He has taken an oath, Ya Rasulullah, to stand in the sun, not to talk, and he's going to fast. Rasulullah told the people, ﷺ, tell the man to talk, to get in the sun, to sit down, and tell him to complete his fast. Standing in the sun is not from Islam, leave it alone. Not talking is not from Islam, leave it alone. To take an oath that you're going to stand up and not sit down is not from Islam, leave it alone. But to take an oath that you're going to fast is from Islam. So continue the oath. So the point is, ikhwati fillahi, dhulm and nafs. The second dhulm obviously is the dhulm that we do between ourselves. He's married, but he's going outside of the marriage looking for satisfaction. Dhulm to his wife. He was married, and he has a child or two, and he's not paying child support. He left the children and the mother by themselves. Dhulm to the akhareen. He has a mother who gave birth to him, and because the mother is jahila, ignorant, and she loves the dunya, and she has a lot of kalam even, and most of the fitness from her, he cuts her off, and he chooses his wife over his mother, and she gave birth to him. Dhulm to his mother. And you make qiyas from all of that. Allah Ta'ala told us in the Hadith al-Qudsi, Ya ibadi, inni haramtu ala nafsi al-dhulm, wa ja'altuhu baynakum muharrama, fala tadhalimu. I've made dhulm haram on myself. I don't oppress none of you people. Not one bit. I made it haram upon myself that I will not oppress a single person. Every judgment that I give you in every situation that you're in, it is not dhulm to you. Because I made it haram upon myself, tabaraka wa ta'ala, that I will not oppress any of you. So do not oppress one another. And the last type of dhulm, ikhwan, is the dhulm that the person has as it relates to Allah Azza wa Jal. They asked Rasulullah, Ya Rasulullah, ayyu dham a'zam? Qal, an taj'ala lillahi naddan wa huwa khalaqaka. Ya Rasulullah, which sin is the worst? He said that you will make with Allah a partner, and Allah created you. Like now, ikhwan, this is the season to be jolly according to these kuffar. So now a man or a woman, they make minimum wage in their job. They may even be on public assistance. In an attempt to make sacrifices for their children, they go beyond the call of duty and they begin to buy gifts for their children for Christmas. And they're poor. They don't even have the money to do that. But they're going to try to practice their religion. It's the season to be jolly according to them. And then after purchasing 500, 600, 700 pounds worth of gifts that they don't have the ability to afford, they turn around and tell the child, Santa Claus brought that for you. Which person in his right mind, which parent in his right mind would do good for your child, and then your child comes and he thanks the neighbor for what his mother had to do? Wake up every 2 or 3 hours in his first formidable months after being born. The mother has to constantly get up. She can't get 8 hours worth of sleep in the first few months. And then the child comes around and thanks someone else for giving birth to him. وَلِلَّهِ الْمَثُلُ الْأَعْلَى. And Allah is the preeminent, the extreme example in that. Allah has given an individual life, and He's given him all of these good things from the khairat and the tayyibat, and He turns around and He says, Isa ibn Maryam, he did it for me. The Son did it for me. That is the worst type of dhulm. That's the statement in the meaning of Luqman to his son, Inna shirk la dhulmun azim. For you to make shirk with Allah, it is dhulm azim. Our friends, our brothers, our guests who were here for the first time, they're here for the first time. Wallahi, we don't want to run you away. We don't want to run you away. But at the same time, we don't want to stand before Allah Yawmul Qiyamah for not telling you. Loving Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam means following him and taking his sunnah. Loving Rasulullah does not mean going overboard and making dua to Rasulullah. That is shirk and that's dhulm. Ya Rasulullah, Ya Rasulullah, Ya Ali, Ya Ali. That is shirk and that's dhulm. And for that reason, when they said to Rasulullah and they made him a partner by saying it is as Allah wants and as you want, Ya Rasulullah. This light is on because you want it on, Ya Rasulullah. This person is born because you wanted him born, Ya Rasulullah. Rasulullah took his finger, Sharifa, and pointed in the man's chest and he said to that man, Aja'altani lillahi nidda? Have you made me a partner with Allah? Just say MashaAllah by himself. This light is on because Allah wanted it on. Not because the man put it on, not because I want it on. Because Allah wants it on. So to ask anyone other than Allah, as the Imam said, a Nabi, a jinn, an angel, any of that is shirk and it's not permissible. Now for the statement of Al-Imam Al-Dhahabi, he mentioned those ayat of the Quran and then he went on to explain the ayat or to make a point, and he said, very important statement, rahimahullahu ta'ala, فَمَنْ أَشْرَكَ بِاللَّهِ تَبَارَكَ وَتَعَالَى ثُمَّ مَاتَ مُشْرِكًا فَهُوَ مِنْ أَصْحَابِ النَّارِ قَطْعًا كما من آمن بالله ومات مؤمنا فهو من أصحاب الجنة وإن عذب. Pay attention to this point, ikhwan. Al-Imam Al-Dhahabi says, so therefore, based upon these ayat, whoever makes shirk with Allah and then he dies as a mushrik, he will be from the Ashabun Nar qat'an. No choice, la mahala. He's going to be in the hellfire because Allah made Jannah haram for the one who makes shirk. And in contrast, the one who believes in Allah and he dies as a believer, he will be from the people of the Jannah even if he is punished. So ikhwati fillah, pay attention to these 2 points right here. Number one, and Imam Al-Dhahabi is teaching us, those of us who are part of this Jama'ah, that Jama'ah, the Khilafah, Jihad, these issues like this we hear every week, issues that are from Islam. And Imam Al-Dhahabi is showing us in a practical way how the ulama of Islam started with the most important issues. He didn't start with Jihad. He didn't start with the Khilafah, not taking care of the Khilafah. Leaving off Jihad intentionally is a kabira from the kaba'ir. من لم يغزو ولم يحدث نفسه بالغزو ثم مات على شعبة من نفاق. Whoever dies and he never participated in jihad anywhere, since he's been living, there are places where there were real jihad. Ulama gave fatwa, it's jihad over there, and he's living. He never made jihad, nor did he say to himself, I want to make jihad, I'm just looking for an opportunity to go and do it. Nor did he say that. And he died like that, never making jihad and never saying to himself, I want to make jihad. Rasulullah said he dies on one of the branches of hypocrisy. So not to make jihad and not to make jihad is a kabira from the kaba'ir. Why didn't he mention that? Number one, because that's not what we understand from Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That's not what we understand from the Quran. We understand that the mujahid who puts a tamim around his arm, he has no jihad. The one who establishes a khilafah, but the Muslims are worshipping this and that and this and that. What is that khilafah? So the very first issue is al-aqidah, ikhwan. Al-aqidah. The second thing is, Al-Imam Al-Dhahabi is making a point that we have to understand, and that is, anyone who makes shirk knowingly, it is shirk al-akbar, he dies on that, he's from the ashab al-nar. Anyone who dies doing any and everything, all of the kaba'ir combined, but he dies saying la ilaha illallah, that person will go to Jannah. That person will go to Jannah even if you don't like it. Despite your nose, he's going to Jannah, as long as he doesn't make shirk. So you can think of the worst sins, homosexuality. May Allah save us from that. May Allah save us from that crime. Al-Imam al-Dhahabi brings this in his book. A person falls into that and he dies saying La ilaha illallah, Allah Azza wa Jalla is going to put him in Jannah. So that is a point of Aqidah. So this is the Salafiyah of Al-Imam al-Dhahabi. Finally, he said, Ikhwan, in this chapter, وقال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم ألا أنبئكم بأكبر الكبائر قالوا بلى يا رسول الله قال الإشراك بالله وقال صلى الله عليه وسلم اجتنبوا السبع الموبقات فذكر منها الشرك وقال صلى الله عليه وسلم من بدل دينه فاقتلوه وهو حديث صحيح. He brought these three ahadith and he ended the first chapter. In addition to the ayahs that have preceded, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has mentioned in the Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam has mentioned the hadith. Shall I not tell you about the major sins, the biggest of the major sins? They said, what is it? He said that you make shirk. So that's the dalil. The second hadith, stay away from the 7 major sins. And he mentioned the first one is shirk. And then finally the hadith, man baddala dinahu faqtuluh. Whoever changes his religion, then kill him. Whoever changes his religion, then kill him. That's not talking about the Yahudi who changes his religion from Yahudiya to Nasraniya. It's not talking about the Christian who changes his religion from Christianity to Judaism. It's not talking about the Magian who changes his religion from a Magian to being a person who doesn't believe in Allah at all. This is talking about the Muslim, man or woman, who changes their religion from Al-Islam to anything else. Kill him in the Islamic State. Because he has made a form of shirk, and that he has legislated for himself what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said was haram, and it's haram for him to change his religion. So the Muslim who changes his religion, the penalty for that is death, because he said it was halal. He made it istihlal. He said it's okay for me to change my religion. So that's the kufr. He followed his hawa and it became the God for him. So those ahadith and other than them, they show the importance of being a person who is on tawheed and being a person who's away from falling into a shirk. The Prophet told us, ikhwan, about the time that we're dealing with sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and it's going to get worse. When he said in the hadith that's been collected by Imam Ahmed on the authority of Hudhayf ibn al-Yaman radiyallahu anhuma, he said, يدرس الإسلام كما يدرس وش الثوب حتى لا يدرى ما صيام ولا صلاة ولا نسك ولا صدقة ويسرى على كتاب الله تعالى في ليلة واحدة فلا يبقى في الأرض منه آية وتبقى من الناس طوائف منه. الشيخ الكبير والعجوز يقولون أدركنا آباءنا على هذه الكلمة يقولون لا إله إلا الله فنحن نقولها. Rasulullah said the time is going to come and it's fastly approaching where Al-Islam is going to fade away just the way the embroiderment on your clothes fade away. You have a brown shirt, a blue shirt, when it's brand new, it's solid blue, solid brown. The more you wash it, it fades more and more and more. Islam is about to fade away like that from the people, the way the thobe fades away. To the point where the Muslims are not going to know what is Siyam of Ramadan. They won't even know Ramadan, they won't know the Salat, they won't know Hajj, and they won't know the Zakat. And in one day, the ayat of the Quran will be taken away from the people in one night, to the point where there won't remain with the people a single ayat. Yasin is an ayat. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, to some of the ulama of Islam, is an ayat of the Quran. Qul huwa Allahu ahad is an ayat of the Quran. Afillah shak is an ayat from the Quran. None of that will remain. Sad is an ayat from the Quran. Taha. None of that will remain in the earth in one night. But there will remain two types of people, an old man and an old woman. They will say, we found our mothers and fathers saying this word, so we're saying this word. They used to say La ilaha illallah, so we're saying La ilaha illallah. And that will suffice them during that time. The fact that they didn't make shirk, they didn't pray, because they didn't know salah. Their parents neglected them. So they're ignorant, and they're excused because of their ignorance. And those are the worst people who are going to come. Those people who the hour won't be established until you won't hear the word Allah, Allah. People won't make salah. People won't say taqillah. People won't say I believe in Allah. People won't say Ya Allah. Allah's name won't be mentioned in the earth. La taqumu sa'a illa ala ashad an-nas shururan. The hour won't be established except on the worst people. They won't even say Allah, Allah. So this is the description of the Muslims during that time. But those people who say La ilaha illallah, ikhwati fillah, during that time, La ilaha illallah is going to benefit them, because it is the miftah that will save and protect you from a shirk, staying in the hellfire forever. Rasulullah used to fight the people for the kalima of La ilaha illallah. Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam called to it for 13 years. He was sure to plant the seed and the understanding of La ilaha illallah in the minds of the people. And I say, there is no jihad. If we were making jihad right now, and there were a group of people, and they had a tamima on their arm, our primary jihad would now be to tell him, don't do that, as our brother. And if he refuses, we have to get away from that individual, because we may be destroyed for the shirk that's taking place here. So there's no khilafah for the Muslim nation if our aqidah isn't right. So that's the first chapter of Al-Imam Al-Dhahabi's book, Al-Kaba'ir, the kitab of Ash-Shirk Billahi subhanahu wa ta'ala. We're not going to get into the second chapter because it is a long chapter, and it is the chapter of Al-Qatl, murdering people, like the Muslims are murdering people here in Birmingham. He's a crackhead, so he murders another Muslim because they're in that life. He sells crack, so he murders another Muslim because he owes him money or he wants to move on his territory. His sister ran off and got married, or something happened in a marriage, so they call it an honor killing. And there's no honor in that type of killing, for you to take the law into your own hand or to kill someone who doesn't deserve to be killed. Driving around in your car and you're not paying attention to what you're doing and you kill people is a serious issue. Selling khamr, having a store where you sell khamr and people drink khamr and drive, or drink khamr and take ecstasy and then they go to the party and die, drop dead from a heart attack, you help to kill them. So the next chapter is the chapter of Al-Qatl. Two people becoming upset with each other and they start to fight, and his niyat is not to kill him, but he punches him and he falls and he hits his head the wrong way and he kills him. That's the next chapter, and it's a pretty extensive chapter, so we're not going to get into it at all, inshallah ta'ala.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Sallallahu ta'ala ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa alihi wa sahbihi ajma'een. Wa ba'd. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent and Merciful, I begin by greeting you in peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I know for many of you it has been a long afternoon today. And many of you may look around at the numbers of people and feel disheartened. But it is important for Muslims today, even if they are in small numbers, that the quality of Muslim, that what we are doing as individuals, that what we intend to do in the name of Allah reaches the proper stage, because Muslims are facing one of the most difficult periods in our history.
And this is defined by many of the scholars as a period of tamhis. And tamhis is a purification. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us in Ali Imran, وَتِلْكَ الْأَيَامُ نُدَاوِلُهَا بَيْنَ النَّاسِ وَلِيَعْلَمَ اللَّهُ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَيَتَّخِذْ مِنْكُمْ شُهَدَاءَ وَاللَّهُ لَا يُحِبُّ الظَّالِمِينَ وَلِيُمَّحِّصَ اللَّهُ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَيَمْحَقُ الْكَافِرِينَ. Imran, these days we give to people in stages. We give them good, we give them bad. So that Allah would know from amongst you who really believes. And He would take from amongst you shuhada. He would take martyrs from amongst you. And that Allah would purify you and He would bring disgrace to the non-believers. So what is going on now in this world is tamhis. It is a purification of the Muslim world. And there are certain places in the Muslim world where the purification and the fitna and the struggle that we are living in seems to be worse than others. Recently, many of you were together with us to come openly to the Canadian public to speak about Bosnia. What is going on in Bosnia? And there is a certain trend and a certain pattern that is being set in these different Muslim countries. In Bosnia, in Kashmir, all over India, Palestine, in Algeria, and you find it in smaller areas throughout the Muslim world. And this trend is part of what is called the New World Order. Many of you can remember President Bush when he entered into the American scene and he brought on the concept of a New World Order. What this New World Order means is that within the last 10 years, the Western world has seen the fall of communism. Communism was the main force that stood against the powers of Europe and the powers of America. Now the communist bloc has fallen. Communism as a system is no more. And so the only power, the only possible potential threat to the West taking total domination in the world is Islam. And we know that whether Muslims are practicing Islam or not, it is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who has continued Islam throughout the ages. And the non-Muslims, they understand this. They understand that it is Allah who is controlling Islam, and they understand that it is about to rise back up again. And so there is a system that they have developed. They have developed a system by using the United Nations, which is supposed to be a collective body of nations, being the police force of the world, to bring peace and harmony and justice to the people on the face of the planet Earth. What is actually happening is that the United Nations is being used in order to stop any power that stands in the way of America and her allies. The excuse of the United Nations. And so the United Nations peacekeepers will be sent into your country in order to supposedly make peace, but what they are really doing is blocking the enemies of America. And so this is what we see in Bosnia, Herzegovina. This is what we see in the Middle East. Also, the destruction of the intellectuals, the destruction of the intelligent class, of the leadership. Also, disgrace of women. And rape is being used as a systematic weapon to destroy the households, to destroy the foundation of a society, break down the women, and you break down the family. If you break down the families, then you have broken down the society. And so what is going on in Bosnia is a perverted extreme example of what is happening in other Muslim countries. We are realizing that in India itself, over 1,105 incidents have happened in 1992. According to the reports that we are getting, up to 9,000 people have been killed, 20,000 injured, hundreds raped. We all know about the Babri Masjid, but there are other masjids that the Hindus have targeted to destroy. And what I want to say to you tonight, very briefly, is that what we are dealing with is a two-pronged struggle, two sides. One side is internal, inside of us, and the other side is external. The internal side is that we as Muslims, who have been given the sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam, we have been given Quran, we have been given the responsibility, amr bil ma'ruf wa nahi anil munkar, that we should enjoin the good and prohibit evil anywhere on the face of the planet Earth. If you look at Islamic history, in Bosnia, you will find that in the 14th century, in 1389, the Ottoman Khalifa defeated the Serbians, defeated the Croatians, who were two Christian forces in Europe. The Croatians were Roman Catholics and the Serbians were Eastern Orthodox. There was another group in the middle called the Bogomils. They refused to believe in the divinity of Christ. These people accepted Islam 100%. And the Khalifa in the Ottoman Empire came to their defense and defeated the Serbians in 1389. So the Serbians, when they are fighting today, they remember the Muslims of the past, and they deal with us as though we are the Muslims of the past, because they know we have the potential to be that type of Muslim. In Palestine, the Jews, Yahud, remember Umar ibn al-Khattab radiyallahu anhu. They remember Salahuddin al-Ayyubi. So they remember the Muslims in a state of strength in the Middle East. And they deal with us as a conquering force. They deal with us as a powerful force. In India, as you know as well as I, the Hindus remember their history. They remember Muhammad bin Qasim, rahimahullah. They remember Aurangzeb, rahimahullah. They remember the Muslims in a state of strength, because Muslims were warriors. They were mujahideen, who were ready to give their life for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is how the Hindus remember us. And that is how the Hindus will deal with us. But we have to ask ourselves, how are we looking at ourselves? Because if we look at ourselves as a weak people, if we look at ourselves as a people who cannot defend themselves, then our enemies will overtake us and continue to overtake us. Recently, a woman in Toronto came to me and asked me to go to the Sikh temple out on Dixon Road, to go to the Sikh temple and to tell the Guru that he should not perform weddings between a Sikh boy and a Muslim girl. This is a Muslim woman who was asking me to go to the Guru and to tell him you cannot perform a wedding between a Sikh boy and a Muslim girl. But the Sikh Guru is doing his job. He believes in Khalsa. He wears the khanja. He grows his beard. He wears his turban. He wears the comb. He wears the bangles. He wears the pants. And he will not take his khanja off until Muslims are down. And the Sikhs have dedicated themselves that they will not give up their state of Khalsa until they organize themselves, control their state, and they put Islam down, because they remember Guru Nanak. They remember all their gurus, and that it was the Muslims who defeated their gurus. What is happening to a Muslim girl? This Muslim sister told me she is not one, there are many. They are going into the Sikh temple and taking the Sikh kalima, wal iyadhu billah, giving up Islam and marrying a Sikh. And for those of you who are not familiar with the difference between Islam and Sikhs, the hukum Islami, the Islamic position about a marriage to a Sikh, whether they be male or female, whether it is a man marrying Sikh woman or Muslim woman marrying Sikh man, it is haram, because they are not the people of the book. Even though they have a bit of tawheed, they are not the people of the book, and classified by the ulama as mushrikeen. So it is not permissible for a Muslim to marry a Sikh until they take the kalima shahada, la ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah, and their Islam becomes real. Not take kalima for a joke, but the Islam becomes real. But why now are the Muslims going into the Sikh temple in order to marry the Sikh? What we are realizing is that the Muslims in many of our communities have been practicing nationalism. They come to their own events. If there is a program on Somalia, all of the Somalis come. If there is a program on Palestine, all of the Palestinians come. If there is a program on India, all of the Indian Muslims come. There is a program in Indonesia, all of Indonesian Muslims come. Nationalism. It has crept into our hearts. And what is happening is that in the high school, when the white Canadian meets Indo-Pakistani person, they don't know the difference between Hindu, Sikh, and Muslim. They say, all of you Pakis go home. To all. Racism, when it strikes everybody. So if the Muslim is weak, and the Sikh stands up and defends the Muslim girl, then the girl falls in love. And she sees him as an Indian, not as a Sikh. Because the family did not practice Islam, did not show the difference, did not have the salah in the home. They did not practice Islam, so they know the difference between Sikh, Hindu, and Muslim. And so the first struggle that we have is inside of ourselves. Allah tells us, وَلِيُمَحِّصَ اللَّهُ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا. He will purify us. And so realize that part of what is striking us is because of our own hands. And we have to make a change, to change ourselves, to move toward the true Islam. The Sikhs, the Hindus now and the Sikhs, if they see us in a state of weakness, they will come over us. What are they saying to us? Ramesh Sharma, Delhi, living in India, this is one of the Hindu, he says living in India and disbelieving in Ram is not possible. In other words, if you live in India, you must believe in Ram. Wal iyadhu billah. They also said on BBC, every child is a child of Lord Ram. Wal iyadhu billah. On BBC, they said, we will sacrifice thousands of Muslims. We will spill the blood of others. You must take up arms. Be prepared to die so you can live again. This is what they're saying to themselves. Recently, we also found one of them came here, a Belgian scholar, brought by the Hindus. And on April 21st, 1993, in Thornhill, this Belgian scholar said, "I don't think that Islam should continue to exist." He said, "I don't think Islam should continue to exist. That Islam preaches tolerance is false. Hinduism stands for tolerance and pluralism, while Islam stands for intolerance and persecution." We know the difference. We know that in India, when Hindus are slaughtering Muslims, they are supported by the government. We also know that even a Sikh, VP Singh, former Prime Minister of India, is quoted to have said, almost 80 to 90% of the killings across UP have been of Muslims with police bullets. Muslims with police bullets. And the Hindus are saying the entire world will be Hindu in the next century. Hindu armies will march on Europe. That is how fanatic they have become. We know it is a sickness of their minds, and we know that the cure for their sickness is Islam. We are the cure. But we have to take the role as the doctor and make the cure. What can we do for ourselves? Part of what is being sponsored by the Federation of International Muslims is that we should begin by understanding Islam. Education. We should educate ourselves in Islam. Not just the Maulana, not just the Sheikh. Everybody should educate themselves in Islam. 2, we should also educate ourselves in secular subjects. Along with Islamic education, we should learn about technology. Learn how to use technology. Learn how to defend ourselves with technology. 3, that the word of Islam should be heard by non-Muslims. That means that we will have to take the word of Islam to the Canadian public, to the American public, and also we should take it to Hindus. Let them understand what Islam is about. We should have the Sikhs coming to our masjids, taking kalima shahada, not Muslim going to the Sikh temple, taking the kalima of khalsa. So the word of Islam should be heard by non-Muslims. Next, self-defense. Self-defense. Muslims will have to learn self-defense. And if you don't know how to defend yourself, it is the sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, that a Muslim should know how to ride, how to shoot, how to swim, and how to wrestle. And I don't mean that you just drive a car, you shoot water guns, or you shoot a camera. But we should know how to defend ourselves. And if we don't know how to defend ourselves, you should realize that Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, radiallahu anhu, the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, when they were 50 years old, 60 years old, went into battle, defending Islam, even over 60 years old. So we are never too old to learn to defend ourselves and to teach the young people how to defend themselves. We should also teach Muslim women how to defend themselves. Because if they are to be attacked, if rape is being used as a means of destroying us, then Muslim women also have to learn to defend themselves. Also, we should support any communities or any groups in India or in any part of the Muslim world who are standing up for self-defense. Not just talk, that we defend ourselves and we defend the borders of Islam. That is what Islam is about. That is the sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. That is what Muhammad bin Qasim brought into the Sindh. We should also take care of those Muslims who have been wounded, who are hungry, who need shelter. We should give of our wealth toward these people, these Muslims, our brothers and sisters, to give them shelter, to give them food. And if Allah has blessed us with money, if Allah has blessed us with wealth, it is a test. It is a test. And the Sahaba used to say that during the time of the Prophet ﷺ, we were tested with darra. We were tested with difficult times. After the Prophet's death, now we are tested with sarra, with easy times, and we don't know if we can pass the test of the easy times. Because sometimes if you have food in your stomach, if you have money in your pocket, you forget Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If you don't have money, if you don't have food, then you remember Allah. So recognize the fact that we are living in Canada, the fact that we are living here is not escape. You have not escaped. And if you think you're safe in Canada, if you think that rape and murder is only in India, you look at the native people who were the controllers of this territory when the Europeans came. They are still living in concentration camps. And if they stand up for their rights, they will be shot down like animals. So don't think that we are safe because we are living in Canada. So we should take this opportunity while Allah has given us health, given us wealth, that we should remember these points. Educate ourselves in Islam. Educate ourselves in the secular subjects. Learn the dunya. Not to make money, but learn it in order to defend Islam and to build Islamic states. Also, self-defense. Self-defense. And we should take care of those who are in need, those who are suffering. And so I pray that these few words and these moments that we spend together would help us to make that step, that when you are asked to give tonight, that you will give from your dear funds, not from your extra things, but give something that is important to the people who do not have it. Because we don't know when the time will come when we will be asking other people to help us. Will they respond to us when we call to other parts of the world and we ask them to help us? Because we are living in concentration camps, or because we are under attack. And so we see it clear with our eyes. We better pray to Allah that He resurrects another Aurangzeb, that He brings another Salah ad-Din and helps us to deal with these Hindus and Serbians and the Yahud, all of those who are trying to humiliate Muslims anywhere in this world. This is a critical point, and every single one of us is under a test from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. May Allah accept this gathering and accept all those who have given to this gathering, and help us to support Muslims in any part of the world when we are called upon this, before it is too late. أقول قولي هذا وأستغفر الله لي ولكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Love of the dunya. The Prophet, may Allah's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Soon the nations will call one another against you. just as people call one another to eat from a platter of food. A man asked, will this be because we will be few in number, O Messenger of Allah? He, may Allah's peace and blessings be upon him, replied, no, you will be large in number, but you will be gutha'a, like the froth scum on the surface of a body of water. And Allah will remove from the hearts of your enemies their fear of you, and shall place in your hearts wahan. Those present asked, what is wahan, O Messenger of Allah? He replied, the love for this worldly life and hatred of death.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and welcome to another episode of Purification of the Soul. We have with us in the studio our guests from my right, Kareem, Muhammad and Gulraz. I'm your host, Abu Abdus Salam, and in the last few episodes we were talking about some of the evil characteristics or the diseases of the soul which are incumbent for a human being, for a Muslim, to remove himself of. The series is about purification of the soul, or tazkiyatun nufus. And at the beginning of this series, we defined the meaning of tazkiyah, or purification. We said there was a linguistic meaning and a technical meaning, and we said the linguistic meaning links with the technical meaning. What was the linguistic meaning?
It means to purify and to increase.
It had two main meanings.
To purify and to increase.
To purify and to increase. Technically, how was tazkiyatun nufus defined?
The purification of one's bad characteristics.
To remove, purify or cleanse oneself from bad characteristics.
And therefore to increase it.
And then increase it with?
Those are
good characteristics of the soul. So we can see the link between the technical meaning with the linguistic meaning. And the next disease that we'd like to talk about now, that one should cleanse his soul from, is that of love of this world. Hubbud dunya. Hubbud dunya. Now, wealth is not something to be condemned in and of itself. It is the person's conduct pertaining to it that deserves blame. Why is this the case?
Because it has the potential to
be used in a good way.
So, because wealth has the potential to be used in a good way, and also
can be used for disobedience of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
It can be used for disobedience of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So really it is the person's conduct pertaining to the wealth that really deserves blame. And this includes extreme eagerness for it, attaining it unlawfully, spending it inappropriately, or withholding it when it should be spent, or perhaps being ostentatious with regards to it and showing it off proudly. And this is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, إِنَّمَا أَمْوَالُكُمْ وَأَوْلَادُكُمْ فِتْنَةً. Your wealth and your children are but a test. Now the Prophet ﷺ said that 2 hungry wolves sent to some cattle are not as destructive to the cattle as a person's extreme eagerness for wealth and status in his religion. And this was reported by Imam At-Tirmidhi. And this is why the scholars of past, the early Muslim scholars, they would fear the burden and trial of wealth. The second Khalif of Islam, Umar radiallahu anhu, he would see the conquests in his time. Of course, the conquests in his time were different to the conquests in the time of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and in the time of his predecessor Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu, in one major way. What was that?
That is, the conquest spread far and wide.
They spread much, much further in the time of Umar radiallahu anhu. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala opened the lands in the caliphate of Umar radiallahu anhu. Now, Umar radiallahu anhu would see this, would see all these conquests in his time, and this would lead him to cry. And he said, Allah did not withhold these conquests from His Prophet ﷺ and from Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu for any harm that he intended for them both, and then give them to Umar for some good that he intended for him. This shows his modesty also, because we know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He did intend good out of giving these conquests to Umar radiallahu anhu. But out of his modesty, Umar, he said that Allah didn't withhold these conquests from Abu Bakr and the Prophet ﷺ for any evil matter. And that's true. But at the same time, the second part of his statement, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He wouldn't have given it to Umar radiallahu anhu for good. As we know, this is out of his modesty that he said this. And also this shows how scared and fearful he was of the wealth. Because obviously with conquests come wealth and trade and various other benefits of this life. Yahya ibn Mu'adh, rahimahullah, again one of the early scholars, he said that wealth is a scorpion. If you are not good at averting its harm, then do not take it. Because if it stings you, its poison will kill you. And then it was said to him, how can we avert its harm? He replied, by obtaining it lawfully and spending it legitimately. So it's like a double-edged sword. If a person doesn't know how to deal with wealth, it can kill him, it can poison him, just like a scorpion can. But if a person knows how to deal with it, and he defined what is meant by dealing with it correctly, and that is?
Spending it lawfully.
Spending it lawfully, and before spending it, you need to
obtaining it lawfully.
Obtain it lawfully. Obtain it lawfully. So, at the same time, wealth is a means that helps a person in his worldly as well as his religious affairs. And this is why a great scholar from the second generation of Muslims, the Tabi'een, his name was Sa'id ibn Musayyib, rahimahullah, he said that there is no goodness in a person who does not wish to accumulate wealth lawfully. This to some might seem an odd statement. He says there's no good in a person who does not wish to accumulate wealth lawfully. What does he mean by this?
I think accumulating wealth lawfully implies working very hard, doing something really worth gaining such
in a
large amount of money
in a
lawfully. Right.
As opposed to, because a person could have been doing it in an unlawful way.
And the unlawful way, it tends to be easier.
And usually, sometimes, the unlawful way can sometimes be easier. But why did he say there's no good in a person who doesn't want to accumulate? Accumulate meaning gathering wealth. Jama'a in Arabic, to liyajma, to gather and accumulate wealth lawfully. Why is he saying this?
I guess if he doesn't accumulate the wealth, then he'll be reliant on others.
That's one reason. If a person does not have enough wealth to support himself and his family, he'll end up begging. And if a person has the ability to seek wealth lawfully, then he should do that. And there's another reason why he said this. One reason is because a person should gather wealth lawfully so that he doesn't have to rely on other people. He doesn't have to start begging other people. But there's another reason for that.
Can you say that the accumulation of wealth can help the Muslims as well?
In which sense? Or help the individual in which sense?
He can spend out of that in charity.
He can spend it in charity. He can do rightful, lawful things. And this is why he said, the whole statement is that he said there is no goodness in a person who does not wish to accumulate wealth lawfully, so that he may protect himself from begging people, which is the point that Gulraz mentioned, and so that he can keep good relations with his kith and kin. In other words, how can he do that? He can spend money on his uncles and aunties and cousins and obviously his brothers and sisters, his parents, his children. He can spend money on them. And also he can give out its dues. How does he give out its dues?
To pay the zakah?
To pay the zakah, excellent. To pay the zakah. So if a person does not gather wealth lawfully, not only there are a number of bad things associated with that. He'll be begging for people. Or he'll be forced to take wealth unlawfully. And likewise, he will be prohibited from doing a lot of good deeds. Like paying money to charity, hosting people. Hosting people is a very praiseworthy action in Islam. To host them and accept them as guests and so on and so forth. And to spend on them. It's a praiseworthy thing. Likewise to give charity. To give charity, both obligatory charity, which you mentioned, zakah, but also sadaqah, which is often referred to as voluntary charity, non-obligatory charity. So all this, when a person has some wealth, then he can do these good deeds. And this is why Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib is teaching a very important principle here. And that is that a person should have wealth, or he should at least intend to get some wealth, to do these good deeds. And before that, to make sure that he doesn't have to rely and put out his hand in order to beg. And this goes on, this leads us to another statement by another famous scholar of the early generations of Muslims. His name was Sufyan, rahimahullah. He said that wealth in our time is a weapon for the believer. Is a weapon for the believer. He mentioned two things here. Firstly, it's a weapon. But also, secondly, he says it's a weapon for whom? For the believer. Now, what are these two? What can we get from this statement? These 2 points in the statement.
I guess a weapon, if in the wrong hands, can cause a lot of damage. If in the right hand, it can be used for...
Just like a sword. Just like a sword. Or a gun.
Which is what I think he mentioned it then, for a believer.
That's exactly the point that I wanted to mention. That if somebody has a gun, it can be used in a bad way. Obviously, he can murder someone and whatever. But in the same way, a gun can be used in a good way. For example, if a person is defending himself, or for a righteous Muslim policeman, for example, who is guarding the Muslims from any kind of evil coming to them. So in this case, the gun is a good thing. And likewise, so a weapon, so it's a weapon, and that's why he said for the believer. For the believer. So when a believer has a weapon, he uses it in the correct and righteous way. And this is exactly like wealth. If he has it, if a believer has wealth, a true believer, and this believer will use it as a weapon in his favor and not against him. Now inshallah, after the break, we'll have a look at more. We'll have a look more about these kind of, this meaning or this understanding about wealth. Assalamu alaikum.
In the name of Allah, Muslims will be fasting all over the planet Earth. In China, in Russia, in Southeast Asia, in Africa, in America, in Europe, in the Middle East, in all parts of the planet, all nations, all races, all people will be fasting in this blessed month.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back.
Assalamu.
Before the break, we mentioned some statements of some of the scholars of the past about how wealth, for example, Sufyan rahimahullah said that wealth is a weapon of the believer. And we said that what these scholars were trying to say, or what they meant, is that if wealth is used lawfully, it can be considered praiseworthy. And this is especially the case when one uses it to perform good deeds, such as giving it in charity, spending it on his family, and even spending it on himself to make it easier for him to do certain acts of worship. An example of the latter could be, for example, if a person bought a nice car, to make it easy for him to travel to a faraway masjid, for example, or to travel to gatherings of sacred knowledge. In this case, the person will be actually rewarded for spending his money on a car. In the same way, for example, if a person could use his wealth to do other righteous things, and we'll come to this point inshallah shortly. But in conclusion, wealth is like a matchstick. One can use it to burn himself, or he can use it to light a fire and cook on it for praiseworthy reasons. Now wealth has religious as well as worldly benefits. And everybody knows about its worldly benefits, and that's why so many people busy themselves trying to attain it. But as for the religious advantages, they're restricted into three broad categories. What do you think these could be?
I think these categories cannot be just restricted to the akhirah or the afterlife, but it can be include the dunya and the life in terms of giving benefit to the Islam in general.
Yeah,
for example, like spreading education, knowledge,
right. So for
health.
example, if a person spent money on building a mosque, building a school, or madrasa or something like this, that's a praiseworthy religious reason.
Exactly, because Islam orders us to seek knowledge, to seek improvement, to do our work right.
Yeah, exactly.
And in the same light, you could say that it has the benefits in the worldly life as well. For instance, improving the infrastructure of a town, maybe providing water for its inhabitants.
Yeah, and a person could get reward for this. But we're talking about religious benefits. A lot of people know about the worldly benefits. And that's why they seek the wealth. But a lot of people don't know that there are religious benefits of seeking wealth.
For example, the person would spend the money to gain good deeds for himself, spending in charity, you know, spend it to seek knowledge.
What's the fifth pillar of Islam?
Hajj.
Hajj. And most people, they don't live in Mecca, so they have to spend money to get to Mecca, buy an airplane ticket, or whatever else, you know, he needs to get to Mecca. In the same way, going on jihad. Okay, in the time of the Prophet ﷺ, you would have offensive and defensive jihad. And the Prophet ﷺ would obviously gather the wealth, or ask some of the companions to gather the wealth. So, and the rich companions would give a lot of wealth. The rich companions would give a lot of wealth for example, buying cavalry or armor, weaponry. All this, the Muslims would do that at the time of the Prophet ﷺ. So this was considered a praiseworthy reason to gather wealth.
I think Uthman radiallahu anh spent so much that Prophet ﷺ said that nothing will harm him after that. Hey.
Yes, yes.
So that's a benefit for him.
Exactly. And also Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu. You remember the story between if you like, the race between Abu Bakr and Umar? What is it?
Was it that Umar radiallahu anh had some wealth at that time? So he gave half of his wealth and he thought that he would outdo Abu Bakr radiallahu anh this time.
Yes, he wanted to outdo Abu Bakr. So when the Prophet ﷺ asked for wealth for an expedition, I believe it was an expedition, Umar radiallahu anhu took everything and divided it into two. Everything that he had. And he took it and gave it away. And he thought, okay, alhamdulillah. And he saw Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu bringing less than him in quantity. So he said, alhamdulillah, finally I've outdone Abu Bakr. Of course, this is a good thing. It's good to race one another to do good deeds. For the sake of Allah, of course, not for the sake of showing off. But then what actually happened?
I think Abu Bakr radiallahu anh, Prophet ﷺ asked him, what have you left for his family? And he said he had left nothing apart from Allah and His Messenger.
In other words, he'd given away everything in charity. And then?
So Umar radiallahu anh realized that
he
had been outdone. Because he only gave half, and Abu Bakr then gave
That's right. So even though in quantity, Umar radiallahu anhu had given more in charity, in reality, Abu Bakr had outdone him radiallahu anhu because he had given everything he had in charity. So we can summarize these in three main points. But we'll look at those after we've seen some statements of some of the people on the street regarding the issue of love of this world.
Who people only thinking about their life without thinking about al-akhirah.
Is a person just thinking in living his life without thinking in what will happen in al-akhirah.
A person should acquire and spend his wealth in many things, in many good ways. One of which in charities, others he can adopt children. He can spend his money in building good stuff like mosques, churches, other places for adopting kids from the street.
Actually, it is a double-edged weapon because the believer can, he can go away from all the religious thoughts of him, and they can, he can do sins with wealth. But another one, on the contrary, he can, he can build mosques, he can help the poor.
Very pertinent points made there. We were talking before, listening to the statements about how how one can advantage his religious affairs, or how wealth can be an advantage for his religious affairs. And we said they can be broken down into three main categories. And we can summarize that by saying that when a person, the first one is when a person spends on himself in acts of worship, as we mentioned, like jihad or hajj or on things that help him fulfill acts of worship, such as on a house and food and drink. Because if a person does not have enough wealth to fulfill his basic needs, such as his house, such as his food and drink, clothing and so on, then he will not find it easy for his heart to be free, to be empty of anything else, so that he can leave his heart solely for his religion and for his acts of worship. So this is a praiseworthy reason to accumulate wealth. Secondly, when a person spends on others, this can be summarized as being of four types. He can spend on others in charity, he can spend on them in hospitality. For example, when guests come to his house and he spends a lot of money. We know that Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, what did he do when guests came to him?
Slaughter a sheep.
He slaughtered a whole sheep. Okay, when a few guests came to him. Likewise, there was one story of one of the early Muslims where he only had a horse. That's all he had in terms of his own horse, his own riding beast. And he had no meat in the house, no food in the house. And a guest came and he ordered for the horse to be sacrificed and that be laid out, the horse meat be laid out for food. So it's like, I know it's a silly example, but it's like sacrificing your car, okay, perhaps selling the car, taking the money and then spending it all on food for one guest. I mean, it's quite a big sacrifice. So this is the second type. Firstly, charity, hospitality, safeguarding one's honor. How can one spend money to safeguard his honor?
Wearing clothes, buying money for clothes.
That's one way of looking at it. But I think when the scholars mention this, they often talk about when a person is speaking badly against you. And in the time of the Prophet ﷺ, there was a certain type of media. What was that media?
Poetry.
The poetry. The poets, exactly. The poets were the media of that time. And they got together, the kuffar among them, and they carried an onslaught against the Prophet ﷺ and against the Muslims. Okay? So the Prophet ﷺ encouraged his own poet. Who is his own poet?
I can't remember.
Hassan ibn Thabit. And he encouraged him to reply and respond to their media, the media of the kuffar. Actually, in the same way we can do that in today's time. We know the media onslaught against Islam, against the Muslims, especially in the West. So, it is praiseworthy for a Muslim to spend money and to set up institutions of media, be that channels, or be that Islamic channels, or Islamic newspapers, magazines, and all these kind of things. Okay, and it doesn't just have to be talking purely on religious matters, if you like, but even world affairs from a balanced and correct angle. As we know, the media, they only often give a side of the view that is pertinent to their agenda. So these are all praiseworthy matters, and the scholars speak about this. So to defend one's own personal honor, the honor of a Muslim, but more importantly to also defend the honor of Islam, the sum'ah, if you like, the honor and reputation of the Muslims. And one should use the media for that. Likewise, so, for example, to pay someone to stop slandering him. And also, wages for hiring others. Okay, this is the fourth type of this. You pay money as a wage for hiring others. So this is where it can help you in your religious way. The third is when somebody doesn't spend on particular individuals or particular people, certain people or certain objects, but he spends on some things that produce a common benefit or a public interest. Examples of this, as what you mentioned earlier, things like building masajid, mosques, building bridges, schools, and all these kind of public interests of public of the public. So these are all praiseworthy things with regards to the religion of Islam. They're religious. They are actually religious. A person is rewarded for gathering wealth for that purpose and spending it for that purpose. In the next episode, inshallah, we'll speak about some of the harms of wealth, which can occur on a person's religion as well as on his worldly affairs. وصلى الله وسلم وبارك على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. السلام عليكم.
love of the dunya. The Prophet, peace be upon him, said, 2 hungry wolves in a herd of sheep are not as destructive and harmful as the love of the money and extravagance are for the religion of a person.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome to another episode of Purification of the Soul. I'm your host Abu Abdul Salam, and with us in the studio we have our guests from Alright Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum. We have Gulraz. Assalamu alaikum. And Kareem. Assalamu alaikum. We were talking in the last episode about wealth, and in the last episode we spoke about one side of wealth. In other words, the benefits of wealth. The benefits of wealth on a person's religious affairs, as well as the benefits of wealth on a person's worldly affairs. And most people know about the worldly affairs, but let's have a recap of the benefits of wealth on a person's religious affairs.
He can spend money in the care and sadaqah.
He can spend money on other people, such as zakah, sadaqah, charity, such as hospitality, having guests round.
You can eat to him, performing hajj.
He can spend money on himself in good deeds, in doing good deeds, like performing hajj, going on jihad, or spending money on jihad, and so on and so forth. Yes.
Spend money on, his family, his close.
Spending on others, yeah.
He can spend on defending the reputation of Islam against the attacks of the anti-Islamists.
Yes, that's a notable cause, to show the true meaning of Islam and the real meaning of Islam, yes, and the beauty of Islam. And what about in terms of building public or serving public interests?
Building masjids.
Building mosques, building masajid, yeah.
Lead to the printing of books.
Printing of books, building schools, for example, and these kind of things, yeah. But also there are harms of wealth, and this is very important. Harms of wealth can occur on a person's religious affairs as well as his worldly affairs, just like the benefits of wealth. Now as for the harms on one's religious affairs, then the first thing is that it often leads a person to commit acts of disobedience to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is because with wealth, he has the access to and the ability of doing many more sins than if he did not have that wealth. Let's have some examples of that. A person, if he didn't have the wealth, he wouldn't be able to do a particular type of sin. But if he had the wealth, he now has the access to and the ability of doing a particular sin.
One that's most common, I think, among the youth is that if a person has wealth, then it may lead to him buying drugs.
Buying drugs, alcohol, these kind of things. Sometimes it doesn't come cheap. Someone told me.
For example, if he has the wealth, then he can spend it on by going to a brothel or casino or gambling, etc.
Yes, because obviously these things cost money. So if he has a wealth, then he has the ability of doing these things.
I think also wealth makes him forget about his weaknesses before Allah. He might believe that it's because of my strength, like Fir'aun, who thought that it's because of
arrogance.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So that's another good example where wealth has led to a sin. In that case, it's a disease of the heart, a disease called pride or arrogance. So the wealth has led to a clear-cut disease or a clear-cut sin or disobedience against Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is the first type of harm that wealth can have on a person. That often, obviously not always, but in many instances, if a person is not careful, then once he has access to wealth, then he also has access to be able to do a lot of sins that he would need wealth to do. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to do that. Going to nightclubs, for example, drugs, brothels, these kind of things cost money. And likewise, the wealth itself may lead to a person having self-conceit, pride, arrogance, and all these kind of things. The second harm of wealth, or second type of harm on a person's religious affairs, is that it can drive a person to seek enjoyment through lawful pleasures, through mubahat, lawful pleasures, but he becomes addicted to these lawful things. And then he gets under their control. And then this comes to a stage that he can't live without these lawful pleasures. So then his heart has become attached to the dunya, to the wealth, to this world. He has extreme love of this world. And this has led him to do certain, it leads him to be addicted to certain lawful things. Let's have some examples of that.
I mean, for instance, buying material things in the world, such as cars, or mobile phones, or this and that. Usually the person, he may buy one or two, just to, just to allow himself at the beginning. And then, after he accumulates more wealth, it may lead him to purchasing more and more and more and more, and he becomes addicted to them.
He becomes addicted to it. What else?
For example, games and sports, etc.
Computer games.
Yeah.
Very common habit.
So it may be permissible in itself, but once he gets addicted to it and he spends so much time and money on playing that game, that, he misses salah or, leaves out his obligations.
I think one of the implications or consequences of having a lot of money is the pleasure of buying or having what others do not have in order to feel that I'm elevated or superior to others.
But how does wealth lead to somebody doing a lot of lawful things? He's seeking the pleasures of this world in a lawful manner, and these pleasures may well be lawful things. But the point here, which is different from the first point is how wealth leads a person to do disobedience of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But here the second point or second harm of wealth is that he's addicted to lawful things. Addicted. Now this addiction is something that he can't control. He becomes subdued. He becomes a slave of his habit, if you like. So a person, as you mentioned very rightly, Gulraz, about the computer games. And even sports. Sports are something good, in general. When a person gets fit, and so on and so forth, healthy, that's something good. But when a person is addicted to it, like football, and he goes mad about football, and worse than that is, when he's mad about football that other people are playing, like the World Cup and all these things. The person himself may not be playing, but he goes mad supporting teams and all these kind of things, such that he's addicted to this. He has to watch every single match. He has the wealth, so therefore he has to go to every single game.
And he starts to forget about his obligations before Allah.
But this leads us to the third point, which is that wealth can distract a person from the remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is the most dangerous disadvantage of wealth that no human being is safe from. It's a deep-seated, deep-rooted evil. And this is because that the remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the essence of all worship. And why have we been created?
To worship Allah.
To worship Allah. Allah says in the Quran, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. That I did not create the jinn and the mankind except to worship me alone. So here, in this particular case, wealth distracts a person from remembrance of Allah. We can revisit the examples you gave for the second point, which is where they get addicted to this deed. But it doesn't actually lead them to something haram. Okay? But here, they get addicted to this, or just the wealth itself. The presence of wealth, the presence of riches, and the flamboyancy of his environment, for example, it leads him to forgetting Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. A direct example could be, he has a lot of money, he buys a lot of computer games, for example. Spends the whole day playing computer games, misses his prayers. This is a direct example. An indirect example could be when a person, he has a lot of wealth around him. He has a lot of, he's immersed in extravagance. And he begins to forget about the ayat of Allah, the signs of Allah. Because he has everything. He begins to think of himself as great.
He doesn't feel the need. He doesn't need to say, Ya Rabbi, Ya Allah.
Yes, so the person himself, exactly, he doesn't feel the need to call upon Allah, oh my Lord. And that's a very important point. So he forgets the remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is very, very important. This is a very important point. Now, one should note that there is a discussion among the scholars. Which is better, or which type of person is better? Is it the poor person who is patient? Because obviously poor people are of two categories. Those who are patient and those who are not patient. Okay, they're not patient upon their poverty. they're complaining, they're screaming, maybe they do haram things to obtain wealth. But then there are a category who are patient. The poor people who are patient. Is he better, or is the rich, grateful person better? The grateful rich person. The one who shows thankfulness in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And of course, again, rich people are of two types. Rich people, one group of rich people, they're ungrateful. As you said, they have no need. They feel, they think that they're independent to such an extreme that they don't have a need. They think they don't have a need to call upon Allah, to make dua to Allah. These people are ungrateful rich people. But there's also a category of rich people who are grateful. They thank Allah. They perhaps do extra acts of worship to thank Allah for the riches that Allah has bestowed over them. So these two righteous people, the poor person who is patient and the rich person who is grateful, the scholars have discussed about them in the books of knowledge, where they have discussed, or they've argued, if you like, who is better out of the two. Is it the rich person who's grateful, or is it the poor person who is patient? But we'll talk about that, inshaAllah, after the break.
Ask Good is a program which aims to answer your questions about your deen, your faith, your way of life. This, of course, is Islam.
This is a totally different price, but I divided the payment over this period of time. And the seller is the person or the firm which owns the item which you're buying. In this condition, this form of business transaction is lawful.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and welcome back. Before the break, we were talking about the discussion of the scholars, where they discuss about who is better. Is it the rich person who is grateful, or is it the poor person who is patient? What do you think? What do you think?
I would have to say that it's the rich person who is grateful, because I've seen with my own eyes that the person who is poor, his reliance on Allah is emphasized, and he can't do much except to rely upon Allah. Whereas a rich person, he may deem himself to be self-sufficient, therefore he may forget about the remembrance of Allah. So if you find a rich person who is grateful, I think that
he's better than the poor person who's patient. What about you, Kareem?
Against this point, because I believe that both suffer if you're a rich man and you have a lot of things you can do with your money and you don't do it because it's haram. This needs a lot of self-restriction and self-control. And also, if you're hungry and poor and you don't have money to feed yourself and to satisfy your basic needs, it's very difficult also. But I think the poor one is better because he suffers. He obeys Allah, though he's suffering more. He doesn't have his basic needs. But the rich one has even his luxury. He just controlled himself against what he can do, but it's forbidden. But the poor one's suffering one way or another. So I think he's better for Allah.
What do you think, Gurras?
I think obviously there's good in both of them, because the person who's poor and is patient, and that's he doesn't go and start stealing and saying, why does Allah punish me with this? So there's good in him. But I think maybe, as Brother Muhammad said, that the rich person, the poor person, he really doesn't have much option except to be patient, really. He
has the option of doing haram, as he said.
He can steal. But the person that is rich, I think, has more means of doing the haram. Because of the wealth that he has more approaches to the haram.
I think the poor man can kill the rich man and steal his money and have the same means.
True.
Yeah. But I think
how do you argue against that?
He could do, but he wouldn't be patient. So.
That's true. He wouldn't be patient. So we're talking about the patient one against the rich, grateful.
I think the rich person has, as both the brothers mentioned, that he has more temptations. So he has more opportunities to fall into evil. So if he restricts himself from that and is grateful, then I believe maybe he has superiority over the poor person who is patient.
What would you argue against Kareem's point there?
Don't kill.
Don't kill. What do you think about the points that they're making? That the rich person actually he has more option of doing evil. So when he restrains himself, it's much harder for him to restrain himself.
That's why I can't argue against him. I think that both of them are better than all of us.
Yeah. What would you say, don't say the same thing, what would you say about his point where the poor person is suffering more? The person who is persevering and he's patient, he's suffering more than the rich person who has riches in this world.
Well, in reality, the poor person, the most he can do is to suffer. He has no other...
But this is not easy.
It's not easy, of course.
So wouldn't that, according to what Kareem's saying, that would make him better than the rich person who's not suffering? And according to what Muhammad is saying, he's saying, well, and Gulraz, is that the rich person has the option, or much more option, of doing haram. And that self-restraint is the thing that makes him...
Okay, I believe that if the rich has more option, the poor has a stronger motive to commit what's forbidden, because he's poor, he's satisfying his need. For example, a rich man cannot steal because he has a lot of money, he doesn't have a reason to steal. But a poor one can say, I'm not stealing for luxury, I'm just stealing to satisfy my needs. I have the right to steal. So he has more of an excuse,
if you like, to
exactly.
So shaitan can come to him easier.
Exactly.
Much more easily than...
So he needs more self-restraint.
I think maybe also, if the roles were reversed, maybe the rich person will come out better. Like, if the poor person suddenly had a lot of wealth, then maybe because he's been deprived so much, he might start, not be as grateful. Whereas the poor...
But in the same way, the rich person who suddenly becomes
poor because he's thankful and he knows how to control his wealth.
When he had wealth, he'll be thankful to Allah.
So, well, let's have a look at what some of the people on the streets had to say about this very question, and then after that we'll actually give what the summary of this discussion is, inshallah.
I don't think it's wealth that's harmful, but I think it's what you do with the wealth that's harmful. I guess making money is natural. Everyone wants to have money, everyone wants to have wealth, but just to think that only the wealth or the money or the things that money can buy or what makes life or what makes a person is wrong, because there is more to life than just the material part, and even the reason why people acquire wealth is that they can feel good.
When you spend money seeking God and seeking heaven and seeking Jannah, God will always support you with his power, because you are seeking something good. And when you seek something good, God will support you, because you need khair, you need something that will benefit the society and will benefit you. That's why it will end up giving you everything that you need and you want. It will not evil. It will never be destruction.
When you spend a lawful thing, it will not lead to destruction or anything.
Wealth can distract us from Allah, because all my focus was wealth and buying cars, houses, and it can distract us. The wealth can distract us from worshipping of Allah.
It depends, but usually each one gets his reward. A rich person is better maybe on earth life, and the poor person is better afterwards, afterlife. He gets his rewards.
So similar points mentioned there. The stronger opinion of this point about who is better, is it the rich person who is grateful, or is it the poor person who is patient? The stronger of the two scholarly opinions, it seems to be that each is praised or blamed according to how patient or how grateful he is. In other words, just being rich and grateful, or just being poor and patient, is not a quality that makes you better than the other of the two. Okay? Neither of the two types of person is better than the other. Okay, this is a stronger view. In other words, just by his wealth, which led to gratitude, just by his poverty, which led to patience. In fact, what tips the balance is not the wealth, because in most of the points that you were mentioning, it was to do with the wealth. And of course, this is not in the hands of the slaves of Allah. This is in the hands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah has decreed that this person is rich. He's decreed that this person is poor. So, this is not what tips the balance. It is actually the actual patience and the actual gratitude shown. So we can't say that the rich person who is grateful is better by itself, by himself, by this quality of being rich and also patient, grateful. It doesn't make him better than the poor person who is patient, because Allah made him poor and Allah made him rich. This is not in his control whatsoever. So what is it that makes one better than the other? It is individual. It's different from person to person. And it is according to how much gratitude and how much patience a person says. But otherwise, all the other points, or most of the other points that you mentioned, were all valid here. That yes, with regards to the poor person, sometimes he has no choice but to be patient. From one angle, if he has some kind of deen in him, some kind of religiousness in him. But on the other hand, he, as Kareem mentioned, well, he could go and steal. He doesn't have to be patient. He can go and steal, and so on and so forth. In the same way, the rich person, he doesn't have to be grateful. He can go out, he can be, he doesn't even have to be patient, in fact. He can go out and not patiently persevere on the deen. He can go out and spend money on haram. But he's grateful, which also leads to his patience. His gratitude leads to his patience as well. So each person has got his good qualities, and also each person has limitations or restraints. So the poor person, the restraint on him is that he simply can't go out and do certain sins that a rich person can do. However, an important point to note, that if a person is poor, but yearns to be rich, to spend the money in haram, it will be as if he has got the money and he will be sinning in that way. Is that clear? So a person who is poor and yearns the money to do something haram, then he is also blameworthy, even though he doesn't have that money. Likewise, if a person he's rich, and he feels to himself that, hey, I'm so rich, I'm never going to get poor. Okay, and starts relying on himself or something of this nature. Or becomes arrogant or something like this. Or if he suddenly loses his wealth, and his heart is attached to the wealth, then he is also sinful for that, for his heart being attached to the wealth. And this is the crux of the discussion. The discussion goes back to patience and gratitude. It goes back to patience and gratitude, not affluency and poverty, about person's richness or how poor he is. It's all about the patience or gratitude. So, the rich person who is grateful is better than the poor person who's patient if his gratitude is greater than the other's patience. And the other way around. The poor person who is patient, he's better than the rich person who is who's grateful if his patience is greater than the other one's gratitude.
So it's specific to the individual?
Yes, it's specific from individual to individual. In other words, the quality of affluence or poverty is not enough by itself to make a person greater in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
So basically, if we have the wealth, then we should be grateful. And if we are deprived of the wealth, we are poor, then we should be patient.
Yes, and this is a summary of the whole discussion. That no matter which situation a person's in, if he's in the situation of being affluent, rich, then he has to be grateful, as well as patient. And likewise, if he's in a situation where he is poor, then he has to be patient, as well as grateful. And inshallah with this we end this discussion. And inshallah in the next episode we'll look at some of the cures of or some of the remedies by which to cure the disease of loving this world. Wa sallallahu wa sallam wa baraka ala nabina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Love of the dunya. Beautified for mankind is love of the joys that come from women and offspring, and stored up heaps of gold and silver, and horses branded with their mark, and cattle and land. That is comfort of the life of the world. Allah with Him is a more excellent abode.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and welcome to another episode of Purification of the Soul.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I'm your host, Abu Abdus Salam, and we have with us in the studios Gulraz, Kareem and Muhammad. Now, in the last couple of episodes we were talking about wealth and the love of this world. We mentioned certain matters containing to wealth. Recapping on that, is wealth something that is despised, something censured in the Sharia?
No, it's something, it's material resource that can be used either for the obedience of Allah or His disobedience.
Yes, so the summary of that discussion was that wealth is something that can be used for the obedience of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and also for the disobedience of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it's like a matchstick. What was the relevance there?
That on its own it can bring benefit to you. However, if you light it up, the flame may hurt you.
Yeah, or if you light it up, it can bring benefit to you as well for cooking and these kind of things. But at the same time, it can bring harm against you if you light it and burn yourself with that. So this is the summary of wealth. We spoke about some of the good characteristics of wealth, some of the praiseworthy characteristics of wealth, some of the things we can do with wealth that is praiseworthy.
For instance, we can build a masajid, things that can benefit the people.
What else? I mean,
you can spend it in charity, for jihad, or for
doing Hajj.
And safeguarding the honor of Islam.
Safeguarding the honor of Islam. And many other things that if a person has this intention, and even to feed his family, and to avoid, to refrain from begging, from relying on other people, to be independent, then this is also a praiseworthy reason to acquire money, as we said.
I think in the current era, money is a weapon, is an international mass destruction weapon, because the threats against Islam right now is an economic one.
Yeah, you could look at it from that angle, and this is exactly what Sufyan, rahimahullah, he said, that money in our time, or wealth in this time, is a weapon. It can be used against us, or it can also be used in our favor. Also, there are harms of wealth, or of this materialistic world.
It can be used, the wealth can be used to carry out haram acts, like spending it for, as well mentioned, for drugs, or spending it to spend on haram, like attending brothels, going to casinos, gambling.
And so it often leads to disobedience of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. What's another harm?
He may become attached to that which is halal.
Yeah, so something lawful.
But he may become obsessed with it, and it may lead him away from the remembrance of Allah. It may lead him away from fulfilling his obligations.
Yeah, it leads away from the remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
It makes him cling too much to the pleasures of life, that he sometimes forget about the afterlife and al-Jannah.
So these are some of the points that we discussed in the last episode regarding wealth. And as we mentioned earlier, it wasn't wealth itself that is censured or that is blameworthy. It is about the way a person acts with respect to wealth. The way he behaves, his behavior towards the wealth. Now, to have an extreme greed or an eagerness for wealth and for the dunya, for this life, and to have an extreme love of this world, there are certain things, before we go into that, there are certain things that one should love from this world. What are they?
That you should love from this world?
From this world. From the dunya.
I mean, there's permissible things you can love, like atar.
I think we should love this world, but not as an end or a final destination in itself.
That's one way of looking at it, but I'm looking for something a bit deeper than that. That in which it is praiseworthy to love certain things in this world.
Perhaps that which can benefit a person
in the akhirah. So, for example, you should love the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, which is obviously he was a human being from this world. In the same way, you should love your parents and this would obviously lead you to do acts of obedience towards them and acts of piety towards them, righteousness towards them. In the same way, one should love things like the Mus'haf, the Qur'an. Okay, I'm talking about the physical book. What's the difference between Mus'haf and Qur'an?
Mus'haf is the script of the holy.
Exactly, the written down.
The holy.
The physical book. Whereas Qur'an refers to something that is not with us. It's the speech of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we should love the Mus'haf, we should love that. The Mus'haf is from this world. Of course it contains the speech of Allah, which is not from this world. It's an attribute of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But also we should love things like the mosque, the masjid. We should love these kind of things. Are there any other examples you can think of?
I think we should love life as a test that gives us access to Al-Jannah, inshallah.
So anything that is praiseworthy, that leads a person to doing righteous acts, then one can love these things. Also loving one's children. This is from Rahmah. Something praiseworthy. It's from this world. Loving one's kith and kin, and so on and so forth. So there are certain things where, of this world, of this dunya, that one should love. Praiseworthy love of this. Of course, if one begins to love these things, or some of these things, so there are the direct objects of worship, or rather the direct means of worship, things like the Mus'haf, you read it, it's an act of worship. You go to the masjid, it's an act of worship, and so on and so forth. But indirect objects, indirect means of worship, things like your children, loving your children is a means of worshipping Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because it shows mercy and kindness, and these are the qualities, good qualities of a Muslim. So one should love his children. Loving parents likewise. But if these indirect means of worship, they lead someone to excessiveness, such that it turns them away from Allah, or the remembrance of Allah, then that same love becomes blameworthy, and worthy of being censured. So how do we cure an extreme greed or eagerness for wealth, or the extreme and absolute love of this world? Because this extremeness or excessiveness is a disease of the heart. And its root, the root cause of having an extreme greed or eagerness for wealth is the love of this world. And there are a number of remedies for this greed, lack of contentment, and extreme love of this world, which one can do to remove this excessiveness or excessive love of this world. The first thing is that man should be economical when he's dealing with his livelihood and financial needs. So he should be content with any available food, drink and clothing. These are the things, for example, when one is economical with his wealth, in other words, he doesn't spend wealth that he doesn't have, for example, without a need, or without knowing that he's going to be able to obtain the wealth. Or if he spends wealth in a way that is like, madness. This is why Allah says in Surah An-Nisa, and do not give the sufaha your wealth. Do not give the sufaha your wealth. And why did He say that? Sufaha are the, silly people, the people who just spend, without thinking. Why did He say that?
Because no fruits.
There's no fruit, because it's haram to waste wealth. So one should be economical in the way he uses his wealth. And the Prophet
So you mean like, for example, when he's buying a car, he should buy a basic car as opposed to spending money on...
If he has the money to buy a good car, he is perfectly allowed for him to do that. But if it comes to a situation where he's struggling so hard to provide the basic needs for his family, for example, and then he spends money which he doesn't have, he borrows, for example, then this is excessive. This is not allowed in Islam. So if a person is economical with his wealth, and he uses his wealth according to his means, then this is perfectly fine in Islam. But the Prophet ﷺ said that there are three things that save a person. Fear of Allah in public and in private. Secondly, being economical, whether a person is rich or poor. In other words, not wasting. In other words, using the wealth, wisely. And thirdly, justice when pleased or angry. And this is narrated by Al-Bazzar. So, this hadith shows very clearly the first remedy of how to cure the love, extreme love of worldly life, being content with one's provision, and also being economical, because one follows from the other. If a person is economical, then he'll be content with what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given him. If he's wise in the way he spends. Some people, they spend a lot of things on intangible goods, for example. Something that, if you ask them at the end of the year, what have you spent with all the wealth you've been given, they might not be able to recall that. Just spent lavishly. So it's good to be economical with one's wealth, and that leads to being content. The second remedy is that if he is provided with sufficient livelihood and wealth, then he shouldn't worry about the future. Instead, he has to be certain that the provision for the future will come from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah is Ar-Razzaq. He is the sustainer. So one of the qualities of a believer is that he has tawakkul in Allah. What is tawakkul in Allah?
Dependence, trust.
Dependence, trust and reliance in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And so if a person is affluent now at this moment in time, he has enough wealth to sustain him, or he's rich. In both cases, the second way of removing the love of this dunya is to have trust in Allah. Why is this the case?
Because provision comes from Allah.
Because provision comes from Allah. It leads us to a topic we're going to be studying in a couple of episodes, inshallah, which is miserliness, stinginess. Okay, when a person has extreme love of this world, of wealth for example, it leads him to being stingy, miserly. Now, one way to stop this love, this extreme love of this world, is to realize that yes, I have money now, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to provide for the future. I don't have to worry about the future. So once a person has that, then inshallah this will stop his extreme love of this world, because he won't be trying to grab it greedily and so on and so forth. And also it will cure his disease of stinginess as well.
I think Allah said in the Quran a verse, I think maybe if you can translate in my translation a bit rusty, وَمَن يَتَّقِ اللَّهَ يَجْعَلْ لَهُ مَخْرَجًا
Yes.
وَيَرْزُقُهُ مِنْ حَيْثُ لَا يَحْتَسِبْ.
Translate it.
It's better if you do it just in case.
Whoever has taqwa of Allah, fear of Allah, then Allah is enough for him, sufficient for him, and Allah will provide, give him his sustenance from wherever he wills. Wherever he wills, and wherever Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, wherever the person himself doesn't know it's going to come from. Inshallah we're heading into a break now, and after the break we'll have a look more at some of the cures of this extreme love of this world and wealth. Assalamu alaikum.
Ask It is a program which aims to answer your questions about your deen, your faith, your way of life. This, of course, is Islam.
This is a totally different price, but I divided the payment over this period of time. And the seller is the person or the firm which owns the item which you're buying. In this condition, this form of business transaction is lawful.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back. Before the break we were looking at some of the cures for love or extreme love of this world. We mentioned that one of these cures is that one should be economical. What did we mean by that?
Don't be excessive in your spending.
Don't be excessive?
The opposite of a spendthrift, to be moderate in your spending.
To be moderate in your spending, according to your means.
Exactly.
And what else did it mean?
That if you haven't got this sufficient wealth, then
if you haven't got sufficient wealth to deal with your basic means, don't go and spend it on other things that you don't need.
In other words, to adapt your lifestyle to your income.
To your income. That's absolutely fantastic. And this will lead to being content. This will lead to being content. And when a person's content, then he can detach his heart away from this world. An important point that needs to be mentioned is that if a person has wealth, as we've already seen before, it's not necessarily a bad thing. But also if he has wealth that he himself is using upon himself in terms of pleasures, again this is not necessarily a bad thing. As some of the scholars of the past said, have the dunya in your hand and don't keep it in your heart. And have the deen in your heart and don't keep it in your hand. What do you think is meant by that statement?
That you can have the dunya, but don't have it attached to your heart. So that if it comes, it goes, it doesn't really matter to you.
Exactly. So a person can, as you said, adapt according to his situation. He can have wealth from this world, but he shouldn't have an extreme attachment to it in his heart. In other words, don't have the dunya in his heart. Don't have this world of worldly pleasures in his heart, such that if a person loses that wealth, he's not craving for that wealth. He can adapt immediately. So it's like a catch-22. So he can adapt immediately. The second part of the statement is have the deen in your hand. In your heart and not in your hand. What did that mean?
Instead, have the attachment to the deen in your heart.
Yes.
Rather than that of the world.
And what does it mean by saying don't have it in your...
Maybe that you don't appear to be so religious, whereas inside you're not.
No, what it seems to mean, you had a comment?
I have another interpretation of the whole statement. I think the deen is in your, the Islam is in your heart. It means that it's the goal, it's your aim. While the dunya is in your hands, it's the tool to reach this aim. It's like the test that you have to pass in order to reach the Jannah.
That's one way of looking at it.
Maybe you could say also, that if it's in your hand, it's not something firm and...
That's right.
So you don't lose your deen straight away.
That's right. So for example, when a person has his deen in his heart, it's attached to him, it's attached to his heart. But unfortunately today we have the opposite. We have the dunya in our hearts, we're attached to the wealth of this world, but the deen is in our hands, we're playing with it. We're playing with the deen, with the religion in our hands, tossing it up and down like this, just playing with it, like you would with a ball. But the opposite should be the case. We should have the deen in our heart, so we should just play with the dunya. It's a tool. Just play with it. If it's there, we play with it. If it's not there, we don't play with it. We don't have any kind of attachment in our hearts to that. So the second thing that we mentioned was that if he was provided with enough wealth and sustenance in the current time, what should he do?
Put reliance upon Allah.
Put reliance on Allah about
the
future. What does that mean? How does that help?
Because sustenance comes from Allah.
Because sustenance comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So if a person realizes that actually I'm not the one who bought this wealth was given to me by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And in the same way, Allah will provide in the future. Of course, He may increase or decrease the provision, but He will provide that which is sufficient for my needs. And whatever has been written down for me has been, or I will never die until all of that comes to me.
So would it be right for a person, for example, he has to pay his rent the following week, and he spends all his wealth and says, Allah will provide for me next week?
No. You have to tie your camel, as the Prophet ﷺ said in a hadith, and then have trust in Allah. So a person should still work, for example, but at the same time he should do the means what is in his hand. What's in his arm's length, he should do that. And then after that, rely on Allah. We're going to go and have a look at some comments from the people on the street now, and then we'll return back to this point, inshallah.
Basically, people love getting positions, having wealth, money, a lot of money, being social in the community, having a lot of friends, stuff like that. This is stuff people look for.
Okay, get closer to God. Because if you really get closer to your religion, you'll know that this life is not permanent, it's not forever. Someday you're going to die, and someday you're going to meet your Creator. And he's gonna punish you for loving this world more than loving Him.
I think that too many times people get encompassed into the actual simple pleasures of life and forget that, we should really try to make some kind of meaning of our lives. Try to focus on, I'm not a devout Muslim, but I try to be. I try to increase my faith, and I try to think about what will happen once I die. And I think we should just focus on, doing something that has some meaning and something that'll bring us both joy and happiness.
I think the main point, if you have in mind that the sustenance
or your sustenance is just set before you even have been born, and that everything that comes to you comes from God, and you don't have to worry much in order to have things happen to you. يعني وفي السماء رزقكم وما توعدون. Then you will lead this life يعني just happily and easily, and you will not have so many difficulties, inshallah.
Very good. Another means of curing or removing the extreme love of wealth and this world from a person's heart is that he should be aware of the benefits of being content, and also the benefits of having the honor of independence. Okay, what does this mean? It means that when a person is providing for himself, he has some kind of izzah, some honor. But when a person has the humiliation of begging, this is like the humiliation of materialism and greed. So if a person is not content, or he doesn't know the benefits of being content, then he will end up begging. And this is a humiliating thing. So one should try as hard as possible to live according to his means, be content with what he has, and then he will be able to act or actualize the honor of being independent. And he won't have the problem of being of humility, of greed and materialism. The fourth remedy is that he should contemplate much about the life of ease that the disbelievers and the foolish enjoy, and then contemplate about the conditions of the prophets and the righteous people, and how content and patient they were. And this will encourage him to be content with his own provision, no matter how little it is, and not to be seduced by the enjoyment of the disbelievers and fools. And an example of this is very clear. Umar radiallahu anhu walked into the house of the Prophet ﷺ, which was the size of a room. And in some narrations, Aisha radiallahu anha, she says that when the Prophet ﷺ would pray, he would touch me. Because that's how, when he'd go into sujood, he would be touching me. Because that's how small the room was. Umar radiallahu anhu walks into this room. And he looks around, and all he sees are two things. He sees a jug of water, and he sees a coarse mat. The Prophet ﷺ turned, he was lying on this mat. And the mat was made of like these palm trees, if you like, and the bark. And he turned around, and all the mark of the mat showed on the Prophet ﷺ's shoulder. So Umar radiallahu anhu began to cry. And he said, the Prophet ﷺ asked, "Why are you crying, O Umar?" He said, "Ya Rasulullah, the emperors of Persia and Rome, look at, even though they commit shirk, look what riches that they have, and wealth that they have. And you being the messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, far greater than them, in the sight of Allah, look what you have nothing." And what did the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, what was his attitude? He replied, "O Umar, are you not satisfied that for them is the life of this world, and for us is the hereafter?" So this is the attitude of the true believer. And the Prophet ﷺ, of course, this was his attitude, and the attitude of the Sahaba as well. But Umar radiallahu anhu was upset that this is how the Prophet ﷺ was. Now, the Prophet ﷺ mentioned this in a hadith. He said, "Ad-dunya sijnul muslim wa jannatul kafir." The dunya, this world, is a prison for the believer, and it is a paradise for the unbeliever, for the disbeliever. Also, another remedy is that he should understand how dangerous he should understand about the dangerous effects of collecting wealth, as mentioned earlier, and think over the good rewards that the patient poor people receive. He's also recommended to look at those people who are poorer than him. And the Prophet ﷺ mentioned this in a hadith. He said, "Look at those who are below you and not those who are above you," in terms of wealth, in terms of dunya. For this is more befitting, so that you do not despise Allah's favor upon you. And this is a very important point here, that when a person looks at someone below him in wealth, then he begins to feel some kind of gratitude. Alhamdulillah, look how Allah blessed me. And if he looks at someone above him in wealth, someone richer and more affluent than him, then he will end up, he could, if he doesn't control himself, end up being envious of that person, wanting more, becoming greedy, and so on and so forth. And the opposite is the case with the deen, with the religion. When somebody looks at someone who is more pious than him, he should use him as a role model. So he looks at himself and says, hey, I'm nothing. I'm not worshipping Allah enough. I'm not as pious as I should be. And in the same way, he should do the opposite and not look at people below him in deen, in religion. Otherwise, if he looks at people below him in the religion, people are not as practicing as him as such, then he might begin to think to himself that, hey, I'm really, he might get some kind of ghurur or self-conceit and ostentation that I'm so good. And what he should know is that that person who he thinks is worse than him in his religion might well be someone better than him. Asa in yakunu khayran minhum. That perhaps, Allah says, perhaps they are better than them. So one should bear this in mind, inshallah.
I guess the person, no matter what state he's in, there's always someone who's worse off than him.
There's always someone worse off than him in terms of the dunya, so he can look at someone poorer than him. And also in terms of the deen, there's always someone better than him, more religious, more practicing than him, who he can look up to. With this, inshallah, we'll conclude this episode. And inshallah, in the next episode, we'll look at another similar disease of the heart that is linked to the love of this world, and that is the disease of miserliness or stinginess. وصلى الله وسلم وبارك على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. السلام عليكم.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalat wassalamu ala Rasulullah. You're listening to Islam Tomorrow. We're broadcasting live all the way from Toronto, Canada. We're at Masjid Omar bin Khattab, and we're having a pretty good time over here. Our program has been going right on schedule until I came along and delayed everything. This is Yusuf Estes, the National Muslim Chaplain, and I wanted to invite you to visit our website at islamtomorrow.com, ISLAMTOMORROW.com. Our website's open 24 hours a day, and there's always plenty of free parking. Now, alhamdulillah, today we have a very special topic, and our subject is something that's pertinent to the situation of the Muslims, not only here in Toronto or in the Americas, but around the world. And the subject is that the believers are what?
Helpers of one another.
Yeah, that's why I had to ask, isn't it? To get some help from a believer. Believers are helpers. Don't start me laughing, I'll blow the whole thing. The believers are the helpers of each other. And actually, there is something very beautiful in Islam. It says that Muslim, Ikhwan Muslim. The Muslims are brothers to the Muslims. And certainly we can see the direction that we want to take from the title of the program itself. One of the things that I receive criticism from those who would like to criticize Muslims and Islam is the subject of the condition of the Muslims today. And they tell us that, oh, why would anybody like to be a Muslim? They say that, okay, look, what's happening to the Muslims in India, in Kashmir. And look what happens to the Muslims in places like Afghanistan, in places like Kosovo, in Bosnia and Chechnya, and all of this is Muslims. Everywhere they're being smashed and they're being kicked, or they're being called terrorists or kidnappers and hijackers and so and so and so. And I have to, bite my tongue sometimes not to just pop off and say the wrong thing, because I used to be in the same condition. I used to be one of those people who criticized Islam and criticized Muslims, but I did so without knowledge. So if somebody is being honest and they just really don't know, they're ignorant, or they don't have the knowledge, then I need to be patient with them and try to help them to see the truth. On the other hand, if they're being rude and crude and deviant from the very beginning, and they're set out even though they know the truth and they hate the truth, and they want to corrupt it and change this message, then that's between them and Allah, and we'll be patient and steadfast in our deen, inshaAllah. So I wanted to begin by mentioning that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told us in the Quran a very beautiful statement, that He said, La ikraha fid din. And this says there is no forcing anybody to go to Islam. So that automatically knocked out that idea that some of these folks come up with when they say, well, Islam, was spread by the sword. And I challenge them, I say, you said that. Let's go look in the Quran and let's look in the Bible. And I'm looking in the Bible, I got a concordance of the Bible in over 280 times, or is it 480 times? I already forgot, but you can get a concordance and find out for yourself. How many times is the word sword? I couldn't count them all. Then I went to the concordance for the Quran. Now in the Quran, I don't know if you know this, but in Arabic language, there are many words for sword. There's Saif, Muhannid, there's Husam, that also means a kind of a sword. I think they have 13 or more words for the word for a sword, something you can chop up with. And you know what? You can't find any of those words anywhere throughout the entire Quran. Never does it say for you to go out here and take a sword to somebody to force them to come to Islam. In fact, it doesn't even say take a sword to them for anything. So that takes care of that. But now what about our main subject here, which we're talking about the condition of Muslims. What it is and what it should be. Now an observer who says, okay, you Muslims, you're in bad shape, I got to say he's right. Anybody said otherwise, a fool. We can look and see we're in bad shape. But if you think it's because we're on the wrong religion, the answer's no way. The reason we're in bad shape is not because we're on the wrong religion. In fact, if you understand Islam and the teaching of Islam, you'll know that those who are in the easy life here, that are trying to make their heaven and their paradise here, they're the ones in the wrong way. Not us. Now we're making mistakes, but we're not making the big mistake. Okay? Because in Islam we have something real clear. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told us, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونِ. He said, I only created you guys to worship me. That's it. There ain't anything more than that. That's what He said. Now if you understood that, that means that's the big deal. Then He also tells us that He doesn't forgive anybody who worships other than Him or something along with Him, that He considers that shirk, and He doesn't forgive shirk, but anything less than this He can forgive. Now if you understand that there's a devil out there trying to promote foolishness and fitna and trying to get people to go to hell forever, you understand that's the main target he wants you to do. Because if the devil can get you to make the mistake of worshiping something other than Allah, or something with Almighty God, then that's the mistake that'll cause them to go to hell forever, and He'll just let them have a ball. You want to go and be a goody two-shoes and hang out in the church or the temple or the synagogue? Go ahead. You want to do your good deeds? Why, the devil will just help you like crazy. Go right ahead and keep on praying to that monkey or to that cow or to that statue. Go on and do it, because he knows that all that you just worked for in your life, all the good deeds, all the kindness, all the fasting, all the prayers, everything that you did, you just flushed it right down the toilet. Straight up. That's how it is, because he does not forgive that people set up partners with him in worship. You say, well, what's that got to do with the condition of the Muslim? Well, you got to understand the reason the Muslims are suffering like they're suffering today is because they've made some mistakes. They just didn't make the big mistake. That's my point here. We've made mistakes, but we didn't make the big one. But what mistakes are we making? Well, Allah told us in the rest of that verse, listen to it, La ikraha fid-din. Qad tabayyana rushdu min al-ghayy. فَمَا يَغْفِرْ بِالتَّغُوتِ وَيُؤْمِنْ بِاللَّهِ فَقَدْ اسْتَمْسَكَ بِالْعُرْوَةِ الْوُثْقَى لَا انفِصَامَ لَهَا. My brain's shut down, sorry. The point I'm trying to get to here is just the next thing it says after that anyway, which it says that after there's no compulsion in religion, Allah says that the right way is now distinct from error. Which is what? Well, you had to read the verse before it, Ayatul Kursi, and you'd understand he was talking about God is one without any partners. That was what he was just talking about. And he says from this point forward, the message is clear. It's very clear. There's no error in this. Whoever grasps this message and goes with it is grasping a firm handhold that never breaks. Now listen, this is very important, because in grasping this firm handhold, there's another reference to this same thing in the next chapter. Chapter Al-Imran, verse 104, when Allah tells us, verse 103, I'm sorry, and He tells us about all of us when we come into the religion of Islam, and how it is that we grasp this firm grip, this handhold, this hablullah that never breaks. Now when we understand that, He's saying that you don't faraqa, don't separate. Because the separation means you're not grasping the handhold anymore. It's very important. It means Muslims need to stick together. Because Allah has woke you up now. He woke you up to the fact that there's only one God, and He's the creator and sustainer of everything. Which means we're all on equal footing in front of God. Now look to chapter 49 in the Quran, Surah Al-Hujurat, and see what He says there, that He created everybody from one single person, Adam. Even Adam's mate, He created her from the side of Adam, not from another source. So that you can't say like, somebody say, well, you're more like Eve and I'm more like, Grandpa Adam. No, it don't work like that. We're all from the same source. We all came from teen, from, dirt, from mud, from dust. And that's what we came from, and that's what we're going to be returned back to. Now this is clear. So if you realize all of us came from dirt to start with, then what difference does it make what part of the earth that I was born on? Why is it all of a sudden Texas is better than Oklahoma? Except in a football game. Now that's still, I still got a problem with that, okay. That's different. Don't be messing that orange and white with the red and white. That's not going to happen, okay. But don't get me started on football, okay. But what makes one country better than another? We're in Canada. We're in Toronto, Canada. And the brother was asking me today, we were just driving around and he was talking about how everything looks and what's the difference. I said, the only difference between being here in Canada and where I was just recently when I was up in Michigan is about 2 inches on a road map. It looks the same. There isn't anything any different as far as the dirt. Now what would make any difference what country somebody is from? Those countries are all made up. That's totally made up. There's not a single animal in the world, except for us human beings. We're humans, not animals, but still, look at all the animals in the world, not one of them ever thought about what country they were from. Imagine that, a snow goose. We call them Canadian snow geese when we're down, yeah we do, when we're down in D.C., down Washington, we get a lot of them come down there. They come visit you guys up here, in the summer, and then they blast on down there for us with the winter. We spend some time with them snow geese down there. And we call them Canadian snow geese, and they're looking at us like, I ain't got no passport. So what difference does it make what continent you're from? Somebody said, yeah, from Asia. I got a news for you. I got to tell you a real funny story. I was at a place called, Istanbul. And there's a blue mosque there, and I was standing on top of the minaret, and we were doing a TV show from up there. And as we were walking along and looking, just looking at everything and taking pictures, we're going all the way around that minaret. And they said, this is the Mara Sea over here and over there. This is the area where in 1453, when Mehmet, did we say his name right this time? Mehmet? We'd say Muhammad Fatih, but he's the one that brought the ships over the land. He carried the ships over the mountain and snuck up behind those guys. Don't you know they were surprised? Whoa, how do you do that? But anyway, while we were up there, they pointed to the Bosphorus Bridge, and they said, way over there, it kind of looks similar to like the Golden Gate Bridge, They said, you see that bridge over there? I said, yeah. They said, that bridge is the connection to Asia. That's where Asia starts. So we crossed that bridge, as they say when we came to it, and we went over there, and I did a program up there on top of the mountain. And when I was up there thinking about it, I said, you know what? There isn't any difference from right where we're standing now than where we were standing the other day. But this is Asia, and that was Europe. Why? Just because somebody said so, that's why. That's all. So there isn't any difference in the continents. Now let's go to nationality. And somebody's Irish, and somebody's German, and somebody's Chinese, and somebody's from Texas. I don't know what that is. But anyway, by the way, I'm not going to tell any Bush jokes tonight. That's right. I'm not telling any Bush jokes tonight. Unless I have to. That's the only way it's going to happen. I don't want to give him any free advertising, that's why. So, yeah, that's right. Until he comes up with something for me, I don't guess I owe him anything, right? Anyhow, I was thinking, you know what? When we get to nationalities and we start talking about that, then the next thing that's going to happen right after that is going to be language. Because, oh, they speak Urdu, or they speak Berber, or they speak Farsi, or they speak Arabic, or this guy speak Chinese, and this guy speak English. And then after that, it's going to be, what color are you? And that's one that we got over in this country. And I say that, I'm talking about all the Americas, is a big problem in color. But it's strange because when you go to the African countries and you're over there, color's nothing. There's nothing. When I was there, that was not even a subject. And when Malcolm was there, Al-Hajj Malik Shabazz, may Allah accept from him, Ameen. When he was over there, he told the story about praying behind an imam in a small little masjid somewhere. And when it was over, he noticed the imam was black, very black. He was probably from Ethiopia or something, you know. And he went to him and he said, oh, did you ever imagine, you know, that you'd be leading the prayer of all these white people? And he just looked at him and said, what? So I never thought about what you're talking about. I don't understand what you're saying. He said that's when he realized these people aren't seeing what we see. And that's good. And I'll give you an example about that in my own case. I grew up in a pretty good condition because, well, I didn't have that. Nobody ever spoke about this subject until I was a teenager. Well, not quite a teenager. But it came as a shock to me when people started talking about giving nicknames to people such as Wop. If they were from Italy, they call them Wops. And if somebody's Japanese, they call them Gooks. And if somebody was from Germany, they were calling them, what did they call them? Some kind of squarehead, something like that. Everybody has to have a nickname. Well, when I heard this, I said, you know, I didn't mind if they called me a German or Irish or anything, because I always thought it's funny. I said, but if it hurt somebody's feelings, that wouldn't be very funny. Then, when I was, after I became Muslim, we were doing some slaughter on goats. And when they slaughtered the goats, they hang them up to prepare them to cut them, you know. And the first thing they do is take all the skin off of them. Now, I was doing what they called the biha. That's where you lay them down and pass the blade across the throat and allow them to expire. A nice way to say die, isn't it? Anyhow, I was getting ahead of them because I could do a lot of them before they could get them processed. So I was turning around looking and watching what they were doing. And here's all these goats that had come in. They were brown and black and white and spotted and all different colors of goats. But after they pulled the skin off of them, they were all exactly the same. Every one of them had red blood. Every single one of them looked so much alike, you could not tell one from another. And I said, look at it. When they're standing out here, boy, they could tell each other apart like that. But now it's not so funny, is it? And this is the way all of us are going to be one day. We're going to have to realize that this idea of nationality and language and continent, skin color, all of these things have got to be out of the way. Otherwise, you can't even be a Muslim. That's a condition of being a Muslim, is you don't recognize that. Now, there is something called tribalism in Arabic. That's called asabiyya. And then there's another one called nationalism. And in nationalism, that's where you're all for your country over somebody else's country, or your nation over their nation. And all of these things are something that the Prophet ﷺ warned us about. What is it that I'm talking about? I'm talking about division. And Allah said, وَاللَّهُ تَفَرَقَ, and don't separate. Haramat tafarqa. It's haram for Muslims to separate. You mustn't divide the Muslims. You mustn't divide the believers, because in so doing there is disbelief and there's lack of Islam. So this is why it's key for the Muslims to join together on all that is right and righteous. And sometimes we have to give up some of our petty differences. We have to forego a couple of, concessions here on this or that. And not worry so much about where somebody puts his hands where he prays. Aren't you glad that he showed up to the masjid to do the prayer? And if you don't like the way he makes wudu, well, just pray for him. Does that make sense? Because if we don't get it together now, how are we going to get it together on the Day of Judgment? I'm serious about it, and especially when we heard the beautiful hadith of the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam when he was telling us that nobody's going to enter the Jannah. You're going to be outside the door of the Jannah until you resolve your differences. So why don't we do it now? That makes sense? Sure. I mean, you want to be standing out there in front of that and going, I can't go in there because these guys are upset with me? Ooh! I don't know about you, but for me, that don't work. I'm trying to go to Jannah. You know that? That's one of the key things, what I'm working around, where I'm going, what I'm doing, everything I'm doing in our tape production and traveling around. Now, imagine on the Day of Jannah, somebody standing there going, you ain't going in. You know why? Because I'm mad at you. You did this, you did that, you did so and so. Now, I need to be forgiven by Allah, and I need my brothers to cut me some slack too, and I need to forgive them. And the proof on that one is a beautiful one. When the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam said the next one that walks into this masjid is somebody from Jannah. And this one walked in, they didn't even know him. They said, who's that? It's not somebody famous or anything. And then another time he said, next one that walks in, he's going to be somebody from the Jannah. Same guy. They said, all right, that's it. You know what? One of them, he said, I'm going to go check this out. So he went to him, he said, by the way, brother, I have some problem with my wife, Can I hang out at your place for 3 days and 3 nights? Which is the custom, And he said, yeah, go ahead. So 3 days and 3 nights, he watched him like a hawk. Anything he did, When it's all over with, he said, okay, I got to tell you something. Last 3 days and 3 nights I've been hanging out here, I wasn't having no problem with my wife. He said, well, why'd you do it? He said, I just wanted to check you out because, the Prophet ﷺ told us the next person walking the masjid was somebody from the Jannah, and then you walked in. And he said it again another time, and you walked in again. I'm trying to figure out, what do you got going on? He said, me? Me? Well, like what? I don't have anything. There isn't anything that I got. I mean, you guys, he said, I can't think what it would be unless, we're all looking for the unless, right? He said, unless it's the fact that, just before I go to sleep at night, just before I fall asleep, I forgive everybody. I forgive everybody for everything before I go to sleep every night. That is a real good indication for us. If you understood these two hadith, let's see what we can do to straighten it out. Now go back and look at the same countries that we spoke of, and you're going to find a commonality here. And that is that in all of these places, Muslims have been fighting Muslims. All of these places, Muslims have been against Muslims. But nothing's worse than when they begin to kill each other. And that's been happening. That's been happening. Another problem that we have as Muslims is that when we get away from the proper worship of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to the extent we're not even praying anymore. And when that happens, a person's on the borderline of not even being a Muslim anymore. Because without the salah, how do you say you believe in Allah? How? This is a statement of the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He said, "Laysa minha." He's not from us who leaves the salah. Some of the ulama ruled that somebody leaving salah is kafir. Others said, well, we're not going to go that far, but we're going to say they're on the ragged edge of going out the door. So they will still give the salam, but they're going to really be praying for this brother. Brother, you really need to get your act together. One of my dear respected brothers in Islam, an imam in New York, Imam Suraj Wahaj, he said a beautiful thing one time. He was telling a story about how a couple of sisters came up to him after a speech, and they said, show us anywhere in the Quran. Does it say we got to wear some kind of dress or something like that? Hijab? Now everybody knows it's in Surah An-Nur and Surah Al-Hisab. It's very clear. But the Imam, he said, just for a second, he said, I couldn't think. He said, I just fired right back at me and I said, did you pray? And they said, no. He said, well then you got a whole lot bigger problem than hijab, don't you? So you see, this is something that we have to put in perspective. And then finally, I would like to mention that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave us the ingredients for the recipe to go to Jannah. He did give us that, and it's very clear in His Quran. And He's told us that the people before us and us were all the same. And He tells us in Surah Al-Bayyinah, A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim, wa umiru illa liya'budu Allaha mukhlisina lahu dinahu hunafa wa yuqimu salah wa yutu zakah wa dhalika dinul qayyimah. He says that the people before us were not ordered to do anything more than to worship Allah alone, keep the religion pure for Him, establish the salah, the worship, the salah, pay the zakah, and this is the religion most clear. So that's it in a nutshell. It's a real simple thing. And a part of us believing in Allah is believing in the messenger and doing what he orders us to do. And a part of believing in the messenger and following what he ordered us to do is to be together and not leave each other. To be brothers to each other. To be supporters of each other. To be helpers of each other. Because if we can't do it here, where are we going to do it? Now I want to just shift a little bit and talk to you what it's like to love somebody for the sake of Allah. Because when you love Allah, this is a beautiful thing. But when you love somebody for the sake of Allah, this is also a very beautiful thing. The expression in the Arabiya, it says, Hibbuk filah, I love you for Allah. This is not something small. And you shouldn't say it without meaning. Because the Prophet ﷺ said, when you love somebody, for Allah, you should tell them. You should tell them, I love you for Allah. And when you do, when you really love somebody for Allah, and you really love Allah, you begin to notice something. There's something real sweet. You can begin to meet people, and you have this wonderful feeling as though you've met them before. You have this wonderful feeling as though this is a person you'd like to meet again, and this is a person that you would like to be with in the Jannah. And then when you talk to them, you come to find out that they also are somebody who loves Allah. And the Prophet ﷺ told us that the dhil, or the shade of Allah, is the only shade that there's going to be on the day of the judgment. And in that shade, there are only going to be just a few folks. And from them will be some who loved each other just for the sake of Allah. They came together and left just for the sake of Allah. So this is really a beautiful, beautiful way for the people. And it's not new, it's not strange. The Christians should wake up. This is the same religion that was mentioned to them in their book. The Jewish should wake up. This was mentioned to them in their book. And it tells them, know, O Israel, hear, O Israel, the Lord your God is one Lord. And you have to worship Him with all your heart and all your mind and all your strength. And then another commandment, Jesus said, like it. And this was also in the Old Testament, so it wasn't anything new. And that's to love your brother as yourself. And in Islam, it goes a step further. It says, prefer the needs of your brother over your own. Prefer the needs of your brother over your own. And then finally, I'd like to mention for you a hadith Qudsi, which means that Allah said it, and the Prophet ﷺ relates it to us. So he's the first in the chain of narrators. And he said that Allah said that on the day of judgment, that one will come and Allah is going to ask him, I was naked and you didn't clothe me. And he'll say, you Allah, you don't wear clothes. He said, I was hungry and you didn't feed me. He said, you Allah, you don't eat. He said, I was thirsty and you didn't give me anything to drink. He said, you Allah, you don't drink. He said, I needed shelter and you didn't shelter me. He said, you Allah, you're not in the creation. He said, as you did unto the least of the brethren is the same as you did it to me. I gave a loose translation of this so you can understand how valuable is this brotherhood of Islam. But as you do even to the non-Muslim. But how about the Muslim? Muslim, Ikhwanul Muslim. Muslims are the brothers to each other. And sisters, of course. This is a very important aspect of Islam that we have been ignoring, that we have been taking for granted, and until we come together on this, we can expect to continue in the problematic situation that we've been in. And I ask Allah to forgive me for my poor ways, and to forgive all of us for the way that we have done injustice to each other. And I ask Allah to guide us to do better, and to make us of those people who will be in the dhil, the shade, on the day when there will be no shade but that of Allah's. Ameen. And I ask Allah for the good of this life and the good of the next life, and from the punishment of His fire. Ameen. Rabbana atina fi dunya hasan wa fil akhirati hasan wa qina adhaban nar. Ameen. Allahumma inni dhalamtu nafsi dhulman kathiran wa la yaghfiru dhunuba illa ant. Faghfir li maghfiratan indaka warhamni innaka antal ghafurur rahim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad kama sallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidun Majid. You've been listening to Islam Tomorrow. We're broadcasting live all the way from Toronto, Canada at Masjid Omar bin Khattab. And until next time, this is your host Yusuf Estes reminding you to visit our website at www.islamtomorrow.com. ISLAMTOMORROW.com. Website's open 24 hours a day, and there's always plenty of free parking. And remember that Allah is Salam, peace. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah wa barakatuh. She's asking the question that somebody online has asked, what about loving for the sake of Allah, and is that the highest level of love that we can love with? Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam Rasulullah. Allahu alam. Allah is the one having the knowledge, and trust me, I'm probably the least of knowledge in the whole city of Toronto. I'm just mentioning what comes in my mind, what I remember from the ulama that I used to listen to them talk on this subject of love in Islam. And they said that the highest of all loves is the love that you do have for Allah when you love Allah, and that you love for the sake of Allah, and that it has nothing to do with any material gain. In other words, it's the actual worship of Allah itself. To love Allah on such a high level that you really give everything, and it doesn't matter what happens here, it's all for Allah. That is the very highest love there is. And it's not easy sometimes to explain that, especially to those of us who have spent too many years in the wrong way. So I try to use something that's a little bit more down to where we are on our not so intellectual level of Islam, and just say that suppose that a boy came home one day and he told his mom, I love you. And she said, well, then why don't you mow the lawn for me? That'd be great. He said, no, I don't want to do that, but I love you. She said, well, now, you know, I can't go out there and mow that lawn because I've got this asthma and everything, and it'll make me ill. I can't breathe. Don't you think you could do that for me? He said, no, I love you, but I got a surprise for you. And he hands her some flowers. She starts sneezing right away. She said, why did you give me these flowers? You know I got the asthma. I can't be dealing with this. I'm allergic. I got all these problems. He said, yeah, I know that, but I like them and they smell good to me, and I got a good deal on them at Kmart. Whoa. And next day, this boy not done. He comes back the next day. Mom, I love you. She said, why don't you wash the dishes? He said, I want to do that. She said, why don't you just get up there and do those dishes for me? You know I got this diabetes and make my legs all swell up and everything. I can't stand there and be doing that. He said, Mom, I love you and I've got something for you. What is it? And he opens up a big old box of candy. He said, look at all them chocolates. She said, you know I can't eat that. I got diabetes. That'll kill me. He said, yeah, I know that, but I love chocolate and I got a good deal on them at Kmart. So we see who he loves and why he loves. But when you put this in perspective, it helps you to understand when people say, oh, I love Allah. Yeah, you say that. But do you really do what Allah has commanded you to do, or do you love something in this dunya more than you love Allah? And that is always what He will test you on. Believe it. He will test a scholar on his knowledge. That person will begin to love his knowledge. He will test the one who is a fighter for the sake of Allah on his courage, because he will begin to show off for the sake of just showing off. He's not really doing it for Allah. And the one who's generous begins to give just so people will say he gives. And that's a very famous hadith of the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And he said that on the day of judgment there would be 3 that would be brought. In the first one, he would be asked about the favors of Allah, and he will acknowledge them. And he said, well, what did you do with it? He said, well, you know, I was a mighty fighter and a warrior for you, and I died in the cause of Allah. And he'd be told, you lied. You did it so the people would say he was a mighty warrior. And they said it. And then be dragged on his face into hell. And the next one would come and be asked the same thing, acknowledge the same thing, and he'd say, you know, I did give so much of my life for knowledge, to get the Quran or get the things and teach for the sake of Allah. He'd be told, you lied. You just did it so people would say you are alim, a scholar. And then he would be, and they said it, and then he would be dragged on his face to hell. And then it would be, and a third one would come and be asked the same thing, and he would say that he gave his whole life in being generous with all the things that Allah gave him. He gave, you know, philanthropic status. He gave so much wealth away to the poor and so on. And he'd be told that, no, you just did it so people would say you were generous. And they said it, and then we'd be dragged in his face to hell. So all of us have to check our intention on everything we do all the time. There's another famous story that I heard. It's just a story. These are stories to help you understand. But the one where the boy has come into the masjid and there's 2 old-timers sitting against the wall, and they watch this young boy come in to perform the salah. And when he came in to pray, he stretched himself out there, you know, in the ruku', and when he made the sajda and everything that he did, they kept saying, oh, mashallah, look how he prays. Oh, mashallah, look how he stands. Oh, mashallah, look how he sits so straight and so tall. What a beautiful way he followed the sunnah and all that he does in his prayers. And when he was all over, he turned to the right and to the left and he said, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And then he turned to the 2 old men and he said, and I'm fasting too. Yes. The question now is, how do you encourage a person who say they believe in Allah but they're too lazy to pray? I always think that the first and foremost thing to do is to educate people about who Allah is and what He's doing for us. And this is a part of the Tawheed called Tawheed al-Rububiyyah, His Lordship. Because when you understand that Allah is the creator and the sustainer of all that there is, and you focus on what Allah is doing for you, you wouldn't even have breath if it weren't for Allah. You wouldn't be able to see if it weren't for Allah. You wouldn't be able to hear my voice if it weren't for Allah. There's nothing you could do if it weren't for Allah giving you this ability. And so now, think about Allah. He's so merciful and He's so generous. He's the one who makes everything happen. There's no good or evil that takes place except that Allah is controlling all of this. He's in control. And if you want good things to happen, it's only Allah that can make it happen. And if you understand that, then it should come in your mind that the second category of Tawheed was Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah. Now that's when you know about worship. From the word ilah, to worship. You begin to worship Allah after you understand who Allah is. And then the final part of this little circle, if you think about it like that, of Tawheed, is the Tawheed al-Isma wa Sifat. And that's to think about the attributes of Allah. He's Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim, Al-Hamid, As-Sabur. He is the one who is so merciful, so gracious. He is the grace, and He is the patient and steadfast. He's a Salam. He's the one who is, all peace. Allah is the one who is Kareem. He is all generous. So if you understand that He is Al-Malik, the King, and He is the owner, the sovereign Lord, and you think about these qualities of Allah and you meditate on that for just a few seconds, you're going to start to say, wait a minute, I need to do something here. And they should be stimulated by the presentation to the level where they want to get up and pray. But you cannot beat people into prayer. You can't do it. And you might shame them into it, you might trick them into it, but it'll only be once and they'll never let you do it again. So it's much better to let them understand their position as a human being between them and Allah, and how Allah said in the Quran, وَاسِيَ كُرْسِيُهُ السَّمَوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَلَا يَؤُودُهُ حِفْظُهُمَا وَهُوَ الْعَلِيُّ الْعَظِيمُ. And it's talking here in Ayatul Kursi about this chair, this kursi that's in front of the arsh of Allah. And what is the size of it? That this kursi compares to the size of Allah's arsh like you take a ring and throw it in the desert. And that this kursi compares to the universe, so huge, it's like the universe is nothing but a small ring thrown in the desert in front of this kursi. It means that here you are, you're so tiny, you're a speck, you're not even a speck in the universe, and the Lord of the worlds, who's mighty and above that kursi, and on the day of judgment He's going to be asking you, what did you do with your life? And if you heard that and you understood it and you can still say, I don't care, I'm not going to pray, then may Allah have mercy on you and guide you to something better. Ameen. And that's what I would always do, work with them on their Tawheed, work with them on who is Allah, and insist that they know that this is a part of Islam, that a person who is not doing their prayers could be in a horrible way on the Day of Judgment. Because as the Rasul ﷺ said, and you cannot start with this hadith, by the way, they have to first know about Allah, then know about the Prophet, but when they accept Allah and they accept the Prophet, then you tell them. And the hadith of Rasul ﷺ says that the first matter to be taken into account on the Day of Judgment is what? The Salah. And if the Salah is complete, the person will enter the Jannah ma fi hisab, without any reckoning, any judgment or settling up of their accounts, because the Salah will pay that off between them and Allah. But if it's not all together, then they will look to the Sunnah Salat to see if there's enough to make it up. And if there's not enough, then he will have to do the Hisab. And Hisab in this case, it means to be asked, where did you get this dollar and where did you spend it? And where did you get this dollar and where did you spend it? And trust me, brothers and sisters, we don't want to go through that. We really don't want to go through that. Okay, she's saying there's a question that somebody is asking. How do you tell a teenager going to high school not to fall in love? Well, I'm going to tell them, go ahead and fall in love. There's no problem. Fall in love with Allah. That's the best thing you can do. In fact, that's the only love you ought to ever have. But if you think you're going to fall in love with some boy, then your parents already got you in a bad way. You're not supposed to be going to them kind of places anyway. And I've always said that putting your kids in public school is next to putting them in the toilet. The better thing about the toilet is at least you can wash them off. So anyhow, they don't need to be in that kind of, especially girls and boys in high school together. That's going to, you're asking for trouble. You're just asking for trouble. You've just put a fox in the hen house and said, I hope they'll be nice to each other. Yeah, right. So no, that's a parent's fault on that. And what do you want to tell the child? You can't help what's going to happen. You have to be reasonable. These kids are normal, and usually by the time they're in high school, they're ready to get married anyway. And then you got these parents out here saying, "Well, not until you get your degree, child. You need to go out here. You need your BA, and you need your MA. You've got to get your master's or your PhD or your medical degree, and you need to get your BS." And a lot of it's a bunch of BS. But anyhow, what I'm saying is Bachelor of Science, of course. Naturally, I wouldn't say that. But anyhow, what I'm telling you is that the parents have already violated a part of Islam, but it's very clear. The Prophet ﷺ said, as soon as they're old enough, get them married. And if you said, yeah, but then they won't become famous and rich. Okay, so what? So your kid's not a famous doctor. So what? Is that what it is? That you need somebody to be a famous doctor in your family and you're willing to sacrifice their Islam so that you can get what you want? Is that what it's about? Or do they have a life and they're allowed to make some decisions here? Because that's what you got to look at. I got kids, I know what it's about. And you want to direct them, but on the other hand, they have rights, and their right is to get married. So that's what you have to sit with the children and explain to them that, they need to stay away from these things. But how in the world are you going to enforce that when it's all over the place? In the United States, for instance, I don't know how it is in Canada, but in the schools they're handing out free condoms to the kids and telling them have a nice time, just don't get pregnant. Did they do that here? Yes. And then if the girl gets pregnant because something happened with them cheap condoms they're giving away, then they'll turn around and give her free abortion and won't even tell you about it. Did they do that here too? Yes. You get that here too? Yes, well, welcome to the way of the West. The Wild West show. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Huwalladhi ja'alna Muslimin. We're going to have to wrap it up. It's time for us to get ready to pray over here. I just wanted to close, and mention that this is a great privilege for me to be a part of this technology that we're using right now to broadcast this all around the world. And this website is the first ever to have such a program where live speakers and scholars from around the world can come and speak, and people can tune in for absolutely free and listen and express their own opinions back through typing it up on the screen. There's also some other features that some of you here may not know about. We have the whiteboard where you can go on there and we can show you and teach you how to do the Arabic language. You have lessons throughout the day about Tawheed and lessons in fiqh and so on are presented. There's some very wonderful programs, and we're really proud and pleased to have a chance to present this and offer it to the folks around the world. I know that we've received quite a bit of criticism, but I would like to remind everybody that we do make mistakes, and we didn't say we're perfect, but we're trying to do the best we can. I know I'm late on a lot of the programs, but you don't know what it's like on this end trying to find the equipment to make it happen. I know that sometimes our programs don't run very long, and sometimes that we get cut off because of the battery problems and things that we have. But please just make dua, and instead of criticizing, try to ask Allah, what could I do to help this situation be better? And that way, maybe Allah accept from all of us. And all of you online right now, I love all of you for the sake of Allah. The only thing I'm going to ask you to do is just do a little bit more. And start emailing your friends and invite them to join you here and be online with you so that they can share and learn about Islam the same way you are. And then also get on the telephone and call folks up and tell them about it. And if there's non-Muslims, check out the schedule when I'm going to be talking about these subjects for non-Muslims and invite them to come at that time. You can invite them to come to your house and they can sit there and listen with you. There are many ways that you can be innovative and put this message out to the people. Another thing you can do is to go to our other website, IslamYesterday.com, and take those previous programs that we've put up there that are recorded, especially the ones for the children and the youth, and the subject you just asked about for the falling in love thing. We've got stuff like that on there now. Go and download that stuff, and you can have it. It's free. You can copy it. You can give it out. You can send it the links to people. So But you have to do something. You can't just sit and criticize, because for sure this is not going to win you any award with Allah, and it certainly won't make you popular with the rest of the folks either. So as my brother Abdul Malik was reminding me today, he said, it's not worth complaining because nobody's going to listen to you anyway. So what we need to do is stop complaining so much and start thinking what we can do to solve the problem. In other words, let's not try to be part of the problem, let's try to be part of the solution, inshallah. And jazakumullah khair to all those that are sacrificing so much to make this happen.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allah.